John Shorey. I'm Kevin Shorey and the Morningside Band and Singers, and now, direct from Grace Street at Morningside, here are your hosts, Jim and Lori Baker.
Welcome to Grace Street.
Hi there.
We have with us today one of the most amazing authors. Tom Horn is back in the house. When you were here, we talked about the modern day Babylon. You were talking about CERN. I call it CERN. It's got so many different names.
Right.
And you've written books about this. You go in where no man dares to go, I think. But you have brought us into things that are going to take place in the final times, that up from the center of the earth, God says creatures are going to come. And you believe that these things are going to happen and perhaps have been happening.
And also are a part of end times prophecy. And you would, if you're talking about America mocking God, we just painted the whole White House, the rainbow colors, using light to shoot onto the White House in God's face. You wouldn't think that has nothing to do with CERN, but does it? Do all of these things that are happening right now, man's attempt to open doorways to a parallel reality, well, that happens in the book of Revelation, chapter 9. Mm-hmm. And it's almost like God saying, you asked for it, you got it. You've been trying to make contact, here it is. It's this concatenation of events around the world right now. Mm-hmm. Between the Pope writing an encyclical, which is calling for a world-governed environmental set of laws to be imposed on all of us. It'll tell you whether or not you're even allowed to sell that kind of food. That's another reason they should get it while they can. Paris, in December of this year, there'll be a meeting of the United Nations. That's why the Pope put out his encyclical when he did. That's going to call for essentially Agenda 21 type controls over what you can do, whether you can have a bee farm, whether you can own a car, whether you can eat beef. That's coming this year.
What?
So
that's insane.
A few days later, Rome, the Vatican, the Pope, signing a treaty with the Palestinian nation, saying that they now reject the promised land idea of Scripture, again, in God's face, right?
Yes.
You may have a covenant. We don't care about it. In your face. We don't accept your covenants no more. We don't accept your rules. And so what I'm seeing is that there is a series of things that are, it's like that vision of Nebuchadnezzar. That thing has started marching. Those feet are coming down now, one after the other. And we're seeing things worldwide.
Wow.
That I think, in its own way, the average person wouldn't put two and two together. They'd say CERN don't have nothing to do with this.
For people who don't know what CERN is.
CERN is a collider. It's a particle collider. CERN is the largest, they also call it the Hadron Collider, the Large Hadron Collider. That's why it's called the LHC. It's on the border of Switzerland in St. Genus Powili. And what they're doing there now, they've started it back up. They took it down for a few years so they could kind of retool and rework. It's coming back online now. Since the last show I did with you, the 2 or 3 weeks now, they're revving it up. And every time they rev it up, they're going to higher levels of power. They're literally colliding underground. It's a 17-mile-long tube that's buried there underground. They race these protons up to just beneath the speed of light, and then they crush them down into the size of a human hair width, and these particles are going in both directions. They're colliding them together right now. It's the most powerful experiments ever conducted in the history of mankind. Wow. And there are even particle physicists that are very concerned. They've been kind of hushed up, but they're very concerned with the fact that what we're trying to do is open black holes, miniature black holes. But why we're trying to do it, that's the metaphysical side of this that's interesting. Mm-hmm. Because they believe, these are particle physicists who happen to believe in what's called the multiverse. They believe that we are surrounded by other realities, other universes, dark matter, invisible matter that we can see is having an effect on matter as we see it. It's having a gravitational effect. We know it's there. It's invisible. We can't see it. Now, I could take this like an old preacher and stand up in front of them and try to kind of explain it to them, right? There is a lot there. There is a dark world, and there is an invisible world.
Yes.
But these are doors that God closed. At the fall of man, for our own protection, he closed our perception off to an awful lot of what's going around. Adam and Eve walked with God. Well, we don't do that now. We basically rely on the angels and our common sense and the Word of God and prayer and whatever to, the steps of a righteous man to be ordered by the Lord on a daily basis, right?
Right.
If our eyes were open, we'd see what's hiding down there beneath the earth, which is going to happen in Revelation 9. We'd see what's hiding beneath the Euphrates River, where the Islamic nation believes their Messiah is hiding beneath a gateway in the earth, and they're trying to get him out of there. And those angels are going to come up out. But these are doors that God closed. So it came to me the other day. Here's something I've never heard anybody ever say before. Never heard it before. And I'm just praying, and I'm reading again the book of Revelation. Can I take a moment to say this?
Absolutely.
Yes.
You can have an hour.
I'm wanting to know what's going on here. I don't know how many times I've read Revelation 9. The gates start opening. Angels come up from the Euphrates. A star comes down from heaven with a key to the bottomless pit, opens it up. And this horrific insectoid, transgenic monstrosities start coming up out of the earth. They're in the earth right now. They're behind that gateway right now, waiting the moment that is part of our future. And yet, here's what got me. I read this again the other day. Read through Revelation 9, but read the last verse. So these things are coming out of the earth. It's tormenting rebellious mankind. But what does it say? But they repented not of their sorcery. Listen, listen. Sorcery is the word pharmakia. Pharmakia is a methodology to circumvent God, to open the doorways of the supernatural.
Yes.
When the witch of Endor, she was a maiden of the Ob, but she used pharmakia. Pharmakia is the mix of science for sorcerous reasons. You mix science, angelic science sometimes, with sorcery, with potions, to open the mind so you can put yourself in contact with what is beyond the gate. That's what she tried to do. Saul said, get me in contact with Samuel, right? She was a maiden of the Ob. In the New Testament, Paul is walking through Macedonia, and a priestess of Apollo, who had a spirit of divination, right? She practiced pharmakia. They put themselves into a drug-induced state in order to activate gateways of the super. It's rebellion.
So the Bible is saying a drug. A drug like
it's any
state?
It's any method where you would use science to try to circumvent God, to open doorways. This is all you do. All you're trying to do is put yourself into contact with what is inside the earth or inside the supernatural realm, pharmakia. What's going on at CERN? It's literally the use of science as an act of rebellion, really, to try to circumvent God. But look what it says in Revelation. These gates open. These things come out of the earth. And yet the people affected by it says they did not repent of their sorcery. That's the use of pharmakia, an attempt to open the gateways. This is almost as if God was saying, you asked for it, you got it. I've been protecting you.
Right.
Yes.
I've been saving you from yourselves even when you didn't respect me or love me.
Wow.
But finally the doors are open.
Rabbi's been teaching this, the rebellion of man. We didn't repent when there was a warning that 9/11 was really a warning to us. And he said because we didn't obey, we didn't repent, that something worse comes next according to God. So man is in an amazing state right now, and we're so, everybody wants to go into the Star Wars. This is a world that I don't think people want to go into once they got in there.
I just want to make this one statement. Any baby boomers around will tell you, or kids maybe today will tell you, if you've ever done any kind of psychedelic drugs, I'm just going to tell you, you take LSD, you take any psychedelic drugs, which are man-made, you take that, and let me tell you what, you see things that you wish you'd never seen before. And you know what I'm talking about. Those of you, I know because I lived that life for many years. And I'm going to tell you, there are things that you see. You really know how real the supernatural realm is and how it does open your mind up to absolutely horrific things.
And that's where we are right now. Only scientists are wanting to move into that dimension.
Well, and they're talking about it openly. If people think that I'm exaggerating about what's going on with CERN, just go read their own headlines.
Yeah.
Their own director, Sergio Bertolucci, has told exactly what we're trying to do. He said, we're trying to open a doorway, and he says something may come through that doorway into this reality.
Oh my.
Or, he said, maybe we'll send something through to the other side. By the way, I got to blame you for kind of putting us on this trail for the last 3 years, because we wrote that first book,
Yes.
Petrus Romanus. You had us come on. The world found out about it through your enormous audience.
But it was
You created a lot of work for me. Thank you.
Yeah, but you wrote such astonishing things about the Pope. It was going to be the final Pope. The Pope's going to step down.
Right.
And so we're reading this stuff. People saying you're a crazy man. I'm
Right.
serious. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. But we wanted you on because we believe that you're really hearing from God. We're going deeper and deeper. And now this is a new book. I don't know. Is this your latest book?
That's the latest one, right?
The Path of the Immortals. And these books will give you insight into, first of all, I don't know how they're going to understand these things because they don't even start with the Bible, but I think we ought to start with the Bible. But right. Petrus Romanus, the final Pope is here. This is the book that startled the world. And he prophesied to the day when the Pope would step down, and no one ever expected this Pope to step down, and he did. And you find out as you studied, right, that the day that the public date wasn't even the real date that he actually resigned on.
Well, that was actually what caused a lot of media to want us on, because they thought we had an insider in the Vatican. They did. And in fact, we said if we told them our insider was the Holy Spirit, they really would be convinced. But, yeah, what had happened is we started out just studying this ancient 900-year-old prophecy, the prophecy of the popes, and for no other reason than the fact that it was a historical prophecy, and we knew that it would come to an end with Benedict's resignation. Whoever's elected after him is Pope number 112. And we did shows on that, so we don't got to go back into all that. But what happened was, Chris and I are on television. You can YouTube these and watch them. A year before Pope Benedict resigned. And we're saying we believe that Benedict is going to resign, be the first pope to do this in hundreds of years, and we believe it's going to happen in April of 2012. You got to read the whole book to understand how we calculated all of that. We said we believed it, right? That's when people were saying, these guys are crazy. We had some Catholic scholars that were emailing us saying, look, popes don't resign. They die in office. This doesn't happen, since forever, centuries. Not going to happen. Well, then he did resign. But here's the interesting thing. He waited till the beginning of 2013 to make it public knowledge. So we thought we had missed the date, right? The day after his resignation, the El Observatorio Romano, which is the Vatican's media outlet, they gave an interview to the New York Times in which they admitted that he had actually officially resigned internally to the Roman Curia April 2012. Well, brother, my phone was ringing off because people said, how in the world could you possibly have known that?
Right.
Well, then, of course, we come back on your show a second time.
There it was, already written ahead of time.
Right.
So nobody could deny it.
Right.
It was already in print.
Right. But when we were on talk shows where people could call in, more and more, here's the thing people were asking. This is what led to the second book, Ex Vaticana. They were saying, yeah, but what do you make of the Vatican out there now, talking so much about aliens and saying that it's more likely than not that there is advanced extraterrestrial life? And furthermore, that because these would be part of God's creation, they would be our space brothers. And so they believe we're going to be in contact with them at some point. And they started saying we would baptize the aliens into the Catholic faith. Remember all that? Jose Funes was out there, Guy Consolmagno. Consolmagno's on an international tour right now. Right now. He's in the United States right now going to our top universities, and guess what the name of his lecture is? Would you baptize an alien? They're just not giving up on that. But now some of the theology is getting kind of interesting in that the Opus Dei level theologians for Rome who write doctrine for the church, they're saying, yeah, but we know that we are fallen. One thing we don't know is whether the aliens are fallen, and if they're not fallen, then they're closer to God than we are, and therefore they have a better understanding of the revelation of God. And when they come, they're going to be baptizing us into a different understanding of the gospel. And some of their highest level theologians saying we may have to throw out everything we've ever thought we knew about the gospel, right?
Oh.
What a setup, right, for great deception?
Yes.
Oh, my
So,
man.
people are calling. They want to know, what's going on? Why are they saying all this stuff? And Chris and I did not want to just be, appear to be a couple of evangelicals, Tom Horn and John Shorey out there talking about prophecy. And we're not going to buy it till the day's too late, and then they're going to be on your doorstep saying, please, will you feed me? We didn't want to come across that way, so we said the only way to solve this issue, we're going to go to Mount Graham in Arizona. And you don't just get on Mount Graham. We had to negotiate that through the Arizona State University, but that's what we did. So 24 months ago, we get to the top of Mount Graham in Arizona. We are in. And here's another thing that most public in the United States don't know. They don't know that the Vatican has an advanced observatory on the top of a mountain just 70 miles from Tucson, Arizona. Right?
Yeah.
Right.
So we go to the top of the mountain. We meet with the Pope's astronomer. They let us climb all over the Vatican's Advanced Technology Telescope. We walk up the hill from there to the second telescope, which is a radio telescope. And then finally up from there to the top of the telescope. This old fat preacher's starting to get kind of tired by now. And we're at the largest telescope in the world, the large binocular telescopes on the top of that mountain, the 3 telescopes. Inside of it, we're introduced to the Lucifer device. And we're told that the Lucifer device is infrared technology. It can see things the human eye cannot see. It can see things that other telescopes cannot see. And they tell us they're using it to monitor something in deep space. What are you monitoring? They won't tell us. So I go to the Jesuit, and I say, let me ask you a question. Because years ago, Art Bell asked Brother Malachi Martin why the Vatican was on the top of that mountain and what they were doing up there. And Malachi Martin said this. Now, keep in mind, Malachi was an eminent Jesuit theologian. He was no Johnny-come-lately. He could speak 17 languages. He worked for the Holy See, translating the Dead Sea Scrolls for the Vatican. He was a friend of 3 popes, personal secretary to the most famous Jesuit in history, Augustine B. This guy was something else, right? Mm-hmm. So to be listened to when he answered. So Art Bell says, Father, can you tell me why is actually he says it this way, why did the Vatican force themselves, because this went to federal court to try to stop them from going up there, force themselves onto a mountain in Arizona? And Malachi Martin says this, he says, it's because they know at the highest level of Vatican governance and jurisprudence what is approaching the earth, and that it will be of the utmost importance in coming years. And he put a 10-year time frame on that. 10 years later, the Vatican, not too long ago, abruptly called an astrobiology study week. Scientists around the world came together to answer one question. What is the impact on faith going to be? What is the impact on religion going to be, given the disclosure or the discovery of advanced extraterrestrial intelligence? So all you're left with is assuming they're watching something, and they think it's going to be of the utmost importance.
Now, Tom, you say that another way doorways have been opened in the past was actually through people and bodies, and actually even uniquely tied to this whole, what the Word of God refers to as the Nephilim, and, this whole Genesis 6 type of story, when they actually became the portal. Can you explain this?
Yeah, because when we were here on the last show, we were talking about portals, gateways, the windows of heaven the Bible talks about, these gateways of the earth. And I had only said, and then we didn't talk about it, was that there was one more aspect to this, and that is that sometimes people or bodies become the doorway through which something extends into this reality. Now, I had said that based on the story of the Watchers. If you look at what the Watchers did, Peter and Jude, both in the New Testament, quote the book of Enoch. They quote it. And they say, those angels which kept not their first estate, the King James says, other versions say their fixed habitation. And in fact, the interlinear Hebrew Bible is even more clear. in that it says, the B'nai Elohim, the sons of God, saw the daughters of men, that they were fit extensions, that they were a method somehow to leave. Again, what's behind the doorways? God put the angels there, put up a veil between us, and says, you don't leave your habitation. And the humans don't try to enter it, right? But they rebelled against God. They said, we are going to leave our habitation, and we came up with a way of doing it. We're going to extend ourselves through the daughters of men. Now, a very simplistic way of looking at that is to say they came down and had sex with women and they had mutated babies. But when you read, I'm going to give you a book here too, by the way. You know, you have the Septuagint version of the Bible.
I love it.
This is volume 3 in the researcher's library, which I'm going to leave with your beautiful wife,
because
Lori.
she ordered one.
Thank you.
But Lori ordered one last
so
time,
bad.
and she's upset because somehow I didn't get it to her. I have one. I have the one.
Yeah,
I had the one from the set
I
last
like
time.
my own, though.
But what happened last time, I don't know if you remember, you were preaching out of this Bible, and you were telling that this is basically, if the disciples and the Old Testament, all of them, I guess, had any Bible, this is the Bible they would have had.
What happened, and again, you know, a lot of people don't know that by the time you get to 3 centuries before Christ, about 300 years before Christ, by that time, Koine Greek was the common language of the known world.
Yeah.
So like in the world today, we would say English is probably the closest thing to a common language right around the world.
Yes.
Well, 300 years before Christ, it was Koine Greek, but the Bible was still in Hebrew. So the average Jew couldn't read their own Bible. Only their rabbis, like Rabbi Khan, you know, the intellectuals, they could read it, but not the average Jew. And so what happened was the Greek king of Egypt, Ptolemy II, who was building the great Alexandrian library, decided that he wanted a version of the Hebrew Bible in a language they could read. So he brought together 70 of the world's greatest Hebrew scholars, and they translated the Hebrew Bible into Koine Greek, right? And that became known as the Septuagint version of the Bible. It was the Bible that the Lord and his disciples would have read. In fact, the Apostle Paul quotes the Septuagint version of the Bible in the New Testament. So it was the Bible that they used. Now, in the 1800s, Sir Lancelot C.L. Brenton translated it into English so we could read it. And a couple of hundred years later, a crazy guy named Tom Horn decided he was going to put it back in print.
Yes.
And it became volume 3 of a series of researcher-type books that we made available. But the reason why it's important is because the Hebrew translators were closer to the truth. They weren't corrupted by all the modern translations and how we translate Bibles today, trying to put stuff into social context. We got Bibles now that are taking the masculine out so that we don't offend certain members of the community by referring to God as a he. We've got Bibles now that refer to him as a she. But back in that day, they just had the Bible, and they translated it. And it's important because when they saw words like Gibborim or Nephilim, they knew what that meant, and they translated it as the giants, right? That's why if you read in here, it says, and Cush beget Nimrod, and Nimrod began becoming a giant. There's another illustration of what I'm saying. He started taking on metabolic changes, genetic changes. In fact, the Hebrew word there is halal, where it says he began to be, and halal implies profane degradation of your genetics, of your molecular biology. Something started happening to him, and as he started changing genetically, what did he become? A Gibborim, an offspring of the Watchers. Now, how extraordinary, can you wrap your mind around that? How in the world can a human start becoming an offspring of the Watchers, right? And yet it appears he took on propensities of the fallen Watchers, as if he could see now behind the veil like fallen angels could, because the very next chapter, what does he do? He becomes as rebellious as that activity is CERN. He goes to the plains of Shinar, and he said, I'm going to build a particle collider. I'm going to build a tower whose top will penetrate through the veil. And even God looks down and says they're going to accomplish what they've set out to do, what they've imagined to do, which we will build a tower whose top will reach into Shamayim, the dwelling place of God, the dwelling place of the Watcher angels. But it only happened after he started becoming an offspring of the Watchers. So that's kind of what I mean when I say
Wow.
sometimes bodies can become the doorway through which illegal spirits can become incarnate. It's kind of a blasphemy against the incarnation of Christ when you think about it.
Yeah.
But you do have it in stock, I see.
Yeah, when we ordered for you, we ordered for us too. So,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. So if anyone wants to, this is a volume that would be several $100s. I know
Right.
that in days gone by, and this is the Bible that would have been used in the earlier days of time. And so anybody who orders this Bible today and wants one of the copies, we will send it to him for what, $30?
Yes, donation of $30 to the
Wow.
ministry.
That's
cheap.
incredible.
I mean, we could offer a lot for that.
That's amazing.
A lot more than that, believe me. But so people that want to study, they want to, because people say, I don't understand these watchers. They're actually, the watchers are in the Bible.
But here's the thing. In Genesis chapter 6, just to go a little bit deeper in this, just one moment, because I have a really deep question I want to ask you,
Yes.
Tom Horn. Is that where it talks about, okay, so where's the scripture? Where's the base? Where's the foundation? It says, the sons of God came down and took the daughters of Eve by force, and they created an offspring. Okay, so sons of God, how in the world is these angels? Couldn't this be like, some else to call it the Seth theory and such? But the thing is this, the sons of God, everywhere in the Old Testament, it is only used as a direct creation from God, the sons of God. You see, angels were called in the Old Testament sons of God. Adam was considered a son of God. A direct creation from God is a son of God. So it's saying a direct creation of God came down and took the daughters of Eve. And this is where we get these weird, supernatural, half terrestrial, half celestial beings with this supreme knowledge. Okay, well, that's pretty interesting. It talks about several portions in the Old Testament about these giants. And we can read about it in pretty much every culture from a historical standpoint, speaks of these giants with this supreme knowledge. Okay, cool. Awesome fact. Cool story about the Old Testament. What does it have to do with today?
Right.
Jesus says, as it was in the time of Noah, so it'll be in the coming of the Son of Man. And that initially took place at no other portion of Scripture than right in the days of Noah. So my question for you, Tom Horn, is should we be expecting giants to come back in the end days? Or should we, as you talked about this term, and I'd like for you to explain it, could it be reoccurring, not necessarily through giants, but something that you talk about called transhumanism?
Actually, I think it's going to be both. The prophecy that we read the last time I was here out of the Septuagint version of the Bible in chapter 13 of Isaiah, which is talking about the utter destruction of Babylon, which has never happened yet. So almost all Bible scholars see that as a future event. And when that happens, it says that this powerful being is going to say, open the gates. Now notice that. It's not a gate.
Mm-hmm.
Open the gates. This is plural. Ye ruler, I give command, and I bring them. Giants are coming to fulfill my wrath. This is a future event. Now, another book that I'm going to give you while I'm here is this book here, the Apocrypha. Almost all real scholars have a collection of the Apocrypha. This is the first time it's ever been put together in one volume, and there again, it's really expensive. The Apocrypha are books. Some of these books actually are in Orthodox versions of the Bible. Mm-hmm. Some of them used to be in the Bible we use, and then they were taken out by the Catholic Church, like the Book of Enoch. But the Book of Enoch's quoted by the disciples. The Book of Jasher is mentioned 2 different times in the Old Testament. Is it not written in the Book of Jasher? But now we consider those to be apocryphal, outside of the Bible, and yet historic. Meaning that if we went to the library here in town and got a book on George Washington, we would read it not saying it's divine or the Word of God, but it's accurate history, right? And so the apocryphal text, that's their value. They can provide the context of the times, the history, and so on. And the book of Jasher, for instance, also tells this same story. And it says that in the end times, 10% of the giants were reserved for judgment, and they're going to come out of the earth. The book of Jubilees says that. The book of Enoch talks about that. So Isaiah is only quoting his contemporaries. He's only saying what was the general knowledge of the time, right? That this is going to happen in the end of time. 10% of the giants have been reserved to come up out of the belly of the earth in judgment. But here's another thing, and this is going to take you to transhumanism, to your other question. So I believe it's going to be both. There will be these aged, ancient giants. Do you know that Job describes the Raphaim, the spirits of the dead giants, as down beneath the surface of the earth, squirming in anticipation in full battle dress?
Oh, it's almost like you could feel it. It's
Yeah.
Literally.
I know Leviathan's spirit is there.
Well, and Leviathan's one of those that's coming in and out of those gateways.
Oh, he's the twisted serpent.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's around right now, I think.
Yeah.
There's,
Yeah.
you know, everything you talk with some people, they twist it. Anybody who twists everything you say has been infected with a Leviathan, the twisted serpent.
So you're saying that that Leviathan is coming in and out.
Yeah. Well,
Wow.
in fact, I would even go a step further. I would say a lot of what we call cryptids,
Yes.
the Loch Ness Monster,
Right.
Bigfoot, whatever.
Yes.
Some of it's just phooey,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
People making stuff up, some
Yes.
clown in a suit, that
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah,
thing,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
But then you've had a lot of legitimate people, medical doctors, whatever, people that have reputation that are even reluctant to even come forward and say, I saw this, or I saw that, or I took this photograph. And it makes you think that these things are more metaphysical in the sense that they move in and out of this reality.
Oh, yeah.
And, of course, the Bible's our authority, and it tells us that there are spirits there. People can be demonically possessed, but there are some that are bound. And now, and of course, when Jesus returns, one of the last final great battles is doing what? War with the dragon that is in the sea. So that old twisted serpent is even going to be part of these end times battles that are taking place, right? His spirit's going to get stronger and stronger.
So the demonic warfare is actually going to increase the closer we get to these end days.
Yeah, and here's another thing.
And we need to have the power to overcome
Yes.
him then. We need to know that we have power, right?
Yeah, and you mentioned people taking you out of context. Here's another thing that most of the world misses. Most of the Christian church doesn't even think about this, and that is that this end-time battle is also going to pit Christian against Christian.
Exactly. That's
Jesus told his disciples, he said, the day is coming when those who kill you will think that they're doing God service. Imagine how astonishing that is. The people will actually believe by giving consent to your destruction, to your death, that they're anointed by God and they're in the ministry. That's how crazy. That's
it's
how
already
insane.
happening. It's literally been happening.
But I think we drew a line in the sand this week where our government took a position, our Supreme Court took a position, and churches are going to be divided right down through the middle. Churches are not going to want to lose their nonprofit status.
That's right.
Television ministries are not going to want, the conservative Christian crowd over here to tell them what they can or can't broadcast, and it's going to come down to money. But the line was drawn this week, and this war is going to intensify, and it's going to pit what we might call liberal Christianity, right, against those who are truly going to be born again. Thank God that another part of prophecy, though, is, I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and your daughters will prophesy. Yes. And that too is a part of prophecy. What John Shory's doing, that too is a part of prophecy, a revival of the spirit of the prophets, for which you're probably the leader out there right now making an opportunity for these people to speak.
It's so important that we understand what's happening, and we know that greater is he who lives in us than he that lives in the world, that we have power, but we mustn't be ignorant. This is so rare, Jerry Jones. Hi, Jerry.
He's wondering.
No,
he just walked out.
These are the
what are we offering now?
I study. I have Josephus' book. It's a big, thick book, and I find that Christians don't even have Josephus anymore. In the old days, we all used to have Josephus. Sure. And Josephus is a historian, not necessarily a Christian, a Jewish historian. But he said Jesus, and he tells all about Jesus dying and coming back from the grave. He tells us that if this man can't be a man, he has to be God.
Talks about his miracles,
And here you have history book That's one of the greatest Jewish history books, but it elevates Jesus Christ. But this word gate, and I don't want to go off something if you're going somewhere.
So what we talked about is, should we actually expect giants to come back like they were in Genesis in the latter days? And you took us to Isaiah 13 that actually says the giants will come back to fulfill God's wrath. Right. But what about a word you refer to as transhumanism? And that's
as was in the days of Noah,
so it shall be in the coming of the Son of Man.
That's because it says that in the New Testament.
Right.
This is so exciting today. I love to find the truth. And if we don't study every jot and tittle, if we don't understand, Greek, Hebrew, whatever, the back in these Septuagint Bibles and all the things that we can study, it's time for us to have knowledge of what's going on.
That's right.
Because God has left us not alone, but with a sure word.
Yeah.
A sure word.
That's it, right.
Yes.
Amen. So, but can I go with one word? You can go back. You can do whatever you want. But gates of the earth will open up. All we're hearing, was it Dave Wilkerson that talked about the gates? I know the rabbi talked about the judgment comes at the gates. Mm-hmm. And there's so much gate talk in the Bible. This one here I'm wondering about. In the Septuagint Bible, you just read it, the Apostles' Bible, in the end times, the gates of the earth will open and giants will reemerge on earth as part of the end time judgment. It's in this Bible. It's in the Word. Can you explain it one more time? Because I know people get pretty upset over giants, over anything that they think shouldn't be in the Bible.
Right.
So they take it out themselves.
Well, if people do what you ask them to do, get this from you, the Apocrypha. Yeah. It includes Enoch, Jasher, and Jubilees and a bunch of other books, but I listed those three in particular because if you read those three back to back, you will thoroughly understand what is being said in Isaiah. In that the Watchers came down, they created illegal activity where they were messing with the genetics. Remember that when God sent the flood, he sent it for one reason. It says, because all flesh, both man and beast, had been corrupted. These guys were powerful angelic beings. They had participated with God. The Watchers participated with God in creation. They could not do what he did. They couldn't speak, bara, the voice of God. And he calls forth out of nothingness into somethingness whatever he wants. And the atomic structures obey him, come forth together into molecular structures, form different densities. So you have the density of paper, you have the density of skin, you have the density of wood, all made out of spinning electrons, protons, neutrons, all put together. However, God spoke and said, let there be.
Yes.
They couldn't do that.
No.
But they could do what our genetic scientists are doing today. They could come down to the earth and take existing genetic materials and start recombining them in ways that were illegal. Recall that when God created everything, he put an order around everything. This is called the divine order. He said, let each kind reproduce only after its own kind. So a dog gives birth to a dog. A human gives birth to a human. A chestnut tree gives birth to a chestnut tree, right? After their own kind.
Right.
When the Watchers came down, they started blending the genetics of species. In fact, I think when you look at the ancient stories of the Sumerian culture and the Egyptian culture, and you see all these chimeric creatures that are on the walls, I think it's a mute testimony dating back to what happened at that period of time. But here you have one of the oldest books in the world is the book of Jasher. It tells the same story as the book of Enoch. The Watchers came down, they begin mingling, they do all this stuff, they create the giants. But then it includes a verse, Jim, that can only be understood as describing advanced biotechnology. In that it says that after the angels revealed the secrets of heaven to mankind, look what it says they did. Then men began to teach the mixture of animals of one species with the other in order therewith to provoke the Lord. That can only be understood in terms of a modern word, transgenics. When you take the genetic material of one animal and you genetically engineer it into the genetics of another animal and you create a mutation. You create a hybrid form of that being. What in the world is a verse based on advanced biotechnology doing in one of the oldest books in the world, right?
Yes.
And it was after the sons of God came down and taught the secrets of heaven to men, then it says they began mixing one being with another kind of being, and it provoked the Lord. So if you read those 3 books, you start getting the idea of what was going on in terms of their mutations, their genetic research, why the Bible says all flesh, both man and beast, had been corrupted. And everything has to get wiped out on a flood except for Noah, who it says about him was found perfect. Tanium in his generation, his genetics had not been corrupted through interbreeding. So we get down to the very last person whose DNA has not been corrupted, and God saves him, has to wipe out everything else. Back when I was a kid, you'd wonder, why in the world would God be wiping out children and little animals and all the rest of that? Because all flesh had become corrupted through intermarriage, dating back to the descent of the Watchers. Now, that has not happened in history since the time of the flood until today. Now, in genetic laboratories around the world,
Yes.
we are creating humanized animals, animalized humans, and that's why he asked the question about transhumanism, that the way your tax dollars are flowing into the war chest of the U.S. military right now to literally create a new genetic blueprint for humanity, for super soldier technology. It's in this year's presidentially approved budget.
Wow.
Millions of dollars flowing into universities to
Boy.
create a new blueprint of man.
We have so much we could talk about.
Yeah.
I just,
It's
Jerry
mind-boggling.
Jones, I don't know if you're on the floor. This is your set of books right now. I have Exo Vaticana, The Forbidden Gates. That's a new one, isn't it?
Yeah, and
We haven't ever talked about this one
No.
on air.
But, and then Petrus Romanus, The Final Pope is here. That's those. So any of these books, if you want to give a gift of, we always say $20 to help the ministry, on the past of the immortals, you could order those. I just want you to have them available. If you can go down to the store and buy them, you can buy them. I don't care. I just want you to get them. And this is your newer book. We haven't
Yes.
talked about it. We'll have you back for this.
Okay.
But The Forbidden Gates.
It's good.
And
It's
this is
good.
this goes deeper into what we're talking about
Yes,
right now,
right.
doesn't it?
Actually, this goes into the transhumanist questions that he's asking and why I believe it is prophetic.
So I don't know what I could offer these 4 books as a
Well, we could
because
offer.
and what we'll do is today we're still trying to finish. The one thing is the road to Lori's house. It needs another layer of paving. It's $110,000. So we want to keep taking the offerings this week, just the overflow offerings, because the house is paid for,
Yes.
except for that last
Yeah.
road that you said had to be paved, and
Yes.
it was paved, but it was only one layer,
Right.
and the weather really hit it,
Yes.
and we had holes. They patched the holes. Now they just got to do one layer over it, and that's $110,000, and we are done and finished and paid for. But
Yay.
everything from these books.
Why don't we do a $54 offer?
Oh, there you go.
Considering it's the
It's
54th
for
year
our
of ministry.
anniversary.
Yes.
There it is.
That'd
right
be
there.
great. $54 birthday
right
offer,
there. Are you
anniversary offer. And don't forget, if you can get these 2 books,
Yes,
give
the
me those 2.
Septuagint and the Apocryphal books.
And for a gift of $30 each.
Apiece, yes.
And they're heavy. Just, you might get a backache trying to pick it up. They are really heavy.
That's
And,
amazing.
The Septuagint, the Apocrypha, and which is the left out books, I guess. What does that mean? Do you know?
Well, Apocrypha, and those books in particular, are the ones that are not in dispute. There's also pseudepigraphal books. There's a lot of books in history that the authorship of them is somewhat in dispute. We didn't include those. We include the ones that most scholars would use when trying to study the times and the contemporary issues around the writers of the Old Testament.
The people who get upset if you read these books are the ones who don't read the Bible anyway. No, I mean, they don't even read the Bible.
That's great.
And then they get upset over, over anybody, reading history. If you only read it as history or illumination of the text, it's there, and it's the same word from the Bible.
And we on the back of here, we have written a disclaimer on the back that says no other text can claim the same unique authority as the Holy Bible. So we're not.
There's a class of beings mentioned in the Bible who are said to be poised to make their appearance on earth in the latter days. They are supernatural creatures. Tom Horn, welcome to Prophecy Watches.
Hey, Gary, great to be with you again.
And to your left, Chris, how are you? Chris Putnam. Tom and Chris have put together this book that addresses the question that I stated at the beginning of the program today, namely, there's a group of people waiting in the wings, according to the Bible, who will make their appearance on earth, but we are kind of loath to talk about them. Let's begin by talking about the work that you've done in the past that led up to this particular book called On the Path of the Immortals. How did you get here?
Yeah, well, of course, we've done programming in the past with you on the Petros Romanus, the final pope is here, which when we wrote that, we didn't think that was going to lead to another book, right?
Yeah.
And what happened was when we were on talk shows and people could call in, people were calling in, well, you're talking about the Pope, you're talking about the Vatican, but what do you make of everything the Vatican is saying right now about astrobiology, about aliens? Because remember, about 36 months ago, this was a big deal, right? Rome was sending out its astronomers, Jose Gabriel Funes, Corrado Balducci, Guy Consolmagno, the Pope's personal astronomer.
Yeah.
And what were they saying? Would you baptize an alien? And if there are aliens out there, they would be our space brothers, and we would accept them into the faith. And so people were calling, and they were saying, where is the Vatican all of a sudden coming from with all this conversation about aliens? And so what happened was Chris and I determined that if we were going to have an authoritative answer to that question, we couldn't just be a couple of evangelicals that come across on television as if we're taking cheap shots at the Pope's astronomers or taking them out of context. So a lot of people don't know that in southeastern Arizona is the Vatican Advanced Technology Telescope. It's built on the top of Mount Graham, and there's a radio telescope, and then there's the world's largest binocular telescope on the top of Mount Graham. And we thought, you know, if we want to get to the bottom of this, we're going to go to Mount Graham and we're going to talk to the Jesuit astronomers that are working up there on the top of that mountain. But we found out you don't just get in your car and drive up there and say, we're here to see the aliens. I mean,
no. Interesting. Now, let me just stop right here and say, folks, this is where it gets really interesting, because Mount Graham happens to be in the middle, is situated in the middle of a large territory of Indian country, Navajo Hopi Reservation area, and they consider Mount Graham to be if you will, a holy mountain or a place of the supernatural, right?
That's right, and actually, that's key to what led to us writing On the Path of the Immortals, because we go to the top of Mount Graham, we visit with the Jesuit astronomer who's up there. We're asking them all these pertinent questions about, why are you guys talking about baptizing aliens? Where's this all coming from? And that's all in the book Ex Vaticana. People can get that through Prophecy Watchers if they haven't already read that story. And so, and by the way, we also went to the large binocular telescope up there, which has the Lucifer device in it, that they're using to monitor something that is in deep space, that we think is behind why, Father Malachi Martin in 1997, right? He's asked by Art Bell on Coast to Coast AM, why is the Vatican on top of a mountain? Actually, he said, why did they force themselves onto the top of a mountain in Arizona? And what are they doing up there? And Malachi Martin said, well, it's because at the deepest levels of geopolitics inside the Vatican, he said it's because they know what is approaching the earth, and that it will be of the utmost importance in coming years. And of course, we could go into that whole storyline behind that. But so we go up there, we want to know what was Malachi talking about. We come down off the mountain, we've got this giant 600-page book or whatever it is, and we think we got the answers to everything, right?
Sure.
Send the book to the typesetter, it's off on its way to the printer, and then we get contacted by a member of the Apache Nation, and they want us to know why they filed a federal lawsuit against NASA and the Vatican to try to keep them from going onto that mountain. And we had missed the biggest point. The biggest point was Mount Graham is one of the 4 holiest mountains in the world to all American indigenous people. And it is because it is, in their opinion, a portal, a doorway, a stargate, a strategic location on Earth where entities have come in and out of this 3-dimensional reality since the dawn of time. Well, by the way, you got to know, the conspiracy meter really went off in my head then, and I started reevaluating, oh, wait a minute, maybe there's some other reason that NASA and the Vatican were willing to fight in federal court to get on the top of that mountain. Why not just move to another mountain with the same elevation, right?
Now, if you're not interested, you should be. At this point in time, you should be saying, wow, what's next? On the Path of the Immortals by Tom Horn and Chris Putnam. Chris, we don't mean to leave you out over there. I know you're dying to talk about this thing. Chapter 2 of On the Path of the Immortals deals with a really interesting question. Who are the immortals? Now, we're talking to Christians here, and I'm addressing you as a Christian, a believer in the Lord Jesus Christ, someone who reads your Bible. You're trying to understand prophecy. You're looking at the things that are happening in the world today. You may have a lot of questions, particularly about supernatural. Chris, who are the immortals?
Well, the term immortal, I mean, technically it means imperishable, or one who does not die. In the book of Genesis, chapter 3, we learned that death was a curse that man brought on himself through disobedience, through sin. And this is something that didn't happen to these other beings that God has created that we call technically usually angels. The Bible uses the term angels. Sometimes it says hosts. In the Psalms, it says they were created forever and ever, which tells me that they had a beginning, but they're not under the curse of death. Therefore, they are the immortals. Now, the term angel technically means messenger. It's a Greek word, angelos, messenger. In the Hebrew, it would be malak.
So it's more of a role.
It's more of a job description.
A description of what they are.
It's what they do more than what they are. So I don't like using the term angel because some of the beings that we see discussed in Scripture, the seraphim, the cherubim, these don't look like humans at all. They're not the messengers that we see in the Gospels. For instance, when the stone was rolled away and there was a shining man standing there, that looked like a human. But you read the description of a seraphim, and we have a serpentine, reptilian, 6-winged type being.
Yes.
Completely different, something that would be quite fearsome, I think, if you encountered it.
Absolutely. Now, let's talk about aliens for a minute, because I think every school child the world over, if you say the word alien in his or her respective language, they're going to have an instant image pop up into their mind. An alien would be somebody who drives a flying saucer and gets out and says, take me to your leader, and all this and that. Space aliens are in the vernacular. But you're using the term immortal. The Vatican, Tom, has talked about aliens. Would you baptize an alien? Is that an actual book title, I believe? So let's talk about the relationship between the common conception of an alien and what are called in your book the immortals.
I think an interesting point to make in that regard would be instead of the term alien, perhaps extraterrestrial would be more precise, because that means not of this earth. Okay?
Sure.
So these beings that we're talking about, these immortals, they're not of this earth, right? So in a technical sense, they are extraterrestrials. Yet, in the classic sense, most people are thinking of, the little gray aliens that perhaps live on another planet somewhere and that naturally evolved by some naturalistic process. And that's not what we're talking about at all. We're talking about the beings that we see in the Scripture, in the sacred Scripture, that we believe to be the truth. And we're trying to find the underlying reality behind the words in the Scriptures.
Okay. Back to Tom. Yeah. Now we've laid this out. We're talking about immortals. We're talking about aliens. We're talking about the Bible. Living in the time that we do, there's kind of a raging battle going on. I know you're familiar with it. I'm involved with it as someone who teaches Bible prophecy, and that is the supernatural seems to be coming more and more and more into the forefront of our daily lives, and there are a lot of people resisting this. Your book, I think, is aimed directly at breaking the ice there, isn't it?
Yeah, and you know, we do see that. You're on the forefront of it, and you and I both are keenly aware. But isn't it interesting how that most of the resistance is coming from inside old denominationalism? Many people are leaving the church. They tell us that Islam's growing 3 times faster than Christianity now. Why are so many people losing interest in the church while at the same time the world has never been more fascinated in the supernatural? And not just the supernatural. They also have questions about things like aliens. You know, this new movie that just came out, Interstellar, is dealing with the idea of traversable wormholes. And the internet has opened up kind of a data system for the world to be able to fascinate with every kind of possible, you know, particle physics that are going on over at CERN and even at CERN. You know, some of the projects they're doing is because they want to find is there evidence of parallel universes, of parallel realities. And what we're saying as Christians who are fundamentalists but who are also prophecy believers, we're saying that there is indeed a parallel reality. The Bible has talked about it. There are good beings that are there. There are evil beings that are there. But the most overlooked aspect of end times Bible prophecy has to do with the gates. That's why we call this On the Path of the Immortals and start out by talking about doorways of the earth. That was the light that went on. When we came down off of Mount Graham, that was the light that went on. You missed a big part, the Apache said. This is a stargate. This is a doorway. And that's why they are there, which kind of went back to what Malachi Martin said. They are there watching something you can't see from somewhere else. And so what we wanted to know, is that a biblical idea? Can that be supported in the scripture, that there are locations on the earth that are strategic, that are areas where the veil is thinner? Or because we use these terms like stargate, portal, doorway, because we don't know what other word to use.
Well, you know, the idea of such a gate is becoming more and more in the vernacular of people who study the Bible. Enoch spoke of Mount Hermon as a place where the fallen angels came down to earth. You might call it a kind of a gate. The Tower of Babel maybe was a gate of some kind that enabled some kind of traffic between heaven and earth. And then, of course, in Revelation 9, you have something called the bottomless pit. And an angel comes down with a key and opens some kind of a door and releases alien, if you will, spirits out onto the surface of the earth. So it really is a biblical concept.
Well, and it's one that a lot of people have not thought about. That's what I'm saying, is that what this does, it kind of opens your eyes and says, look, stop for a moment and think about how the Bible describes the world itself. The world is described as, in very dynamic terms, as if it's a holding tank, as if it's a prison. And it describes things that are down beneath the surface of the earth. And you're right, the book of Revelation, a star falls from heaven with a key to the bottomless pit. And he opens it up, and what happens? This terrible freak show locust horde comes up out of the earth. These things are in the earth, right?
Would these be the immortals that we're talking about?
It would seem to be. They definitely are fearsome creatures that come up from the earth, and they don't appear to be human.
They are scorpion creatures with lion-like hair.
And they have a king over them who is called Abaddon, who is also called Apollyon. Apollo, you and I have talked a lot about him before. That six-pack version of whatever that special is you guys are talking about has a whole book in there.
Yes.
Talking about Apollyon.
Oh, and by the way, in a few moments, we're going to tell you about how you can obtain the book that Tom just mentioned. But right now, what I want to do and what I'm aiming at is bringing out a truth that is hitting us all in the face these days, and we're looking the other way. Because everything that Tom and Chris have just been talking about is kind of a preface to what they then did. You guys actually went to the people who live in the arena, if you will, the area of Mount Graham, and then I guess, I don't know how many thousand acres we're talking about, but a lot of territory there occupied by Navajo, Hopi Indians who have who knows how old a teaching it is, a traditional teaching about these immortals. And these stories actually jibe with what's in the Bible. Now, this is very intriguing to me. Tell us about your trip to that area.
Yeah, I'll tell you about the trip to the Anasazi, and then he went to the southern side of the ancient Anasazi ruins into Sedona, where down there he actually captured on film what may have been a light being or one of the immortals or who knows what it was, and then got buzzed by a big craft. Well, he can tell you about that.
Wow.
But yeah, so while he's in Sedona, we had to pick and choose. There are so many locations, even in the United States of America, that are connected to this idea of a doorway where anomalous activity has been filmed for a long period of time, but right now where it seems like it's accelerating, it's happening more often, as if we're moving towards an omega point, as we're moving towards something that we're not quite sure about, right? So we wanted to keep this in biblical context, and we also, here's one thing you learn real fast. Even though we were contacted by a member of the Apache tribe, most of these nations will not talk to non-tribal members. They've been burned too many times by New Agers that get their stories and then take them out of context. The Hopi won't talk to you at all. They won't even allow you to record a conversation or even keep notes if they do talk to you. Well, anyway, long story short, it was a miracle. We wound up getting to go to the Navajo Nation in the Four Corners area of the United States, sit down with the Navajo Nation's third-generation medicine man, who's also an academic. He's an author. They use his books inside of their schools, and he let us sit in a traditional hogan and film him for 3 hours. Now, here's one of the highlights of that conversation. That he's telling us, we're asking him, what happened to the Anasazi, right?
The old ones,
yeah.
the ancient Indian tribes that just mysteriously disappeared.
They mysteriously disappeared, and overnight. And so they try to have theories. Where did they go? Well, what happened to them? And there's a traditional story that says that a drought came. It lasted 6-7 years, something like that. So they migrated slowly out of the Four Corners area to some other place so that they could survive, right?
Yeah.
The problem is when archaeology started looking into those cliff dwellings, they found that they had left everything behind. Bags of salt that would have been as valuable as gold. They traded it like money, and they used it for preserving food. They left the salt, they left their weapons, they left tools. They were gone like that. So what happened to the Anasazi? Well, one way that you pronounce their name means the ancient ones, but another way you pronounce the title given to them means an ancient alien enemy. And there are stories preserved of those who fought against giants and whatever. So Dr. Don Mose, the academic, he's sitting there, he's telling us the traditional story. They migrated. When I challenged that story, it's great because we captured all this on film, right? He looks up into the camera and he says, well, I shouldn't tell you this, but he said, if you would have asked my great-great-grandfather, who was also a medicine man, he said, here's the story that he told. And then he begins describing a portal that opened in the Four Corners area of the United States, real early American history. And he describes a reptilian that comes down through this, like the fiery flying seraphim. And they even put a halo around his head to represent that he was something that had come down from heaven. They draw a spiral vortex next to it to emulate some kind of a portal that he came through. And guess what? Not only did he come through, we filmed giant six-toed footprints that are painted right next to the reptilian and the portal in pursuit of much smaller five-toed footprints that are trying to get away from whatever this is. And he tells us a story. Well, then the Apache, they say, yeah, a disc came down at the same time over Mount Graham. It had the creator inside of it. He begins creating all this good stuff, but then a dragon.
Pardon me, a disc?
Yeah.
And maybe a silvery disc?
That's what they say.
A silvery disc?
A silvery disc.
And, hey, come on. Now, suddenly we have the intersection of flying saucers with ancient Indian mythology. Can we deal with that?
Well, the Bible talks about God moving about in a chariot. It's described in Scripture. You know, we don't know what, when we, like UFOs and all that kind of thing, we don't know what that is, but that could be good and evil. It could be angelic type devices. I mean, do you know what it is? I don't know what it is. But the point is, as soon as he left, something else came through the portal at Mount Graham. Well, guess what? Once again, fiery flying seraphim come through, and then the giants follow through, and they start devouring everybody. The Indians run into the mountains and start crying to God, who sends, they say, a flood that covers the face of the earth and wipes out the giants. And the dates that they place behind the petroglyphs and the storyline on this side of the world match exactly the same date in history when Moses on the other side of the world is writing, and there were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that. Same timing, same time frame, same pictographs, just an amazing story.
On the path of the immortals. Now, we haven't touched 3 pages in this book. This thing is packed with this kind of information. And Tom, the way I see it, we have an intersection of the old mythology and the new mythology. The 21st century mythology of UFO aliens coming down from outer space, and the ancient mythology of aliens coming down from some kind of a portal, intersecting with mankind, terrible spiritual warfare going on, human beings being killed, having to flee for their lives from non-human creatures. All of this has been relegated to the dustbin of history, to mythology. Nobody believes mythology, after all. It's just a bunch of made-up stories. But let's go now to Sedona, Arizona. You mentioned Chris went over to Sedona, Arizona. Now, when I think of Sedona, I think of the harmonic convergence. I think of New Agers flocking there to have some kind of a spiritual experience. Tell us about your trip to Sedona. And it was a research trip, right?
Absolutely. And the reasons that you cited, that you think of, the New Age movement, the harmonic convergence,
Right.
which was, what, 1987?
That's right.
And really what that was a worldwide exercise in transcendental meditation, where they were actually trying to contact aliens, many of them.
Bring these people down.
They absolutely did.
Wow.
They held hands around a place called Bell Rock in Sedona, which is one of the vortex areas in Sedona.
And you got a picture of Bell Rock, by the way.
I do. And they actually believed a mothership was going to appear out of that rock in 87, and that, of course, didn't happen. But
well, I don't think so.
Sedona is really the capital of the New Age movement. And around 1981, there was a psychic medium, Paige Bryant, who channeled an entity named Albion. Now, Albion named some certain areas as vortex areas, okay? Now, vortex is kind of a spiral energy, like a tornado or something like that, but they're talking about some sort of spiritual energy, some sort of something that you feel, you get the Sedona feeling when you're there. So there's all these famous vortex areas. New Agers often speak of them in terms of portals to these other realms. One of the famous areas, there's also an area called the Bradshaw Ranch. This is famous in UFO literature as the site of many UFO sightings, and also in paranormal literature as where people see a lot of orbs, these light orbs. Now, I had always been very skeptical of the orb phenomenon, thinking that most of it was camera anomalies, dust, and things like that, and those do cause things that look like that. Now, we set up 2 cameras. That way, if it was a camera anomaly, it would only show on one. Okay? And we did catch some of these orbs on 2 cameras at the same time, even on film, moving about. We even have a clip of that available for the audience. So you can actually see one of these move, and it moves apparently in an evasive manner. And so I went from complete orb skeptic to orb believer. My photographer even saw one with the naked eye. He saw it without even a camera flying around out there near the Bradshaw Ranch area.
Now, this is the kind of thing that the Christians would be specifically warned against. In other words, don't have anything to do with the dark spiritual world, don't have anything to do with anything that smacks of demonology or the supernatural. Stay strictly away from that. Pray for protection from it, if anything. That would be the closest a Christian would get to such a thing. You're on a research trip. What did you come away with?
Well, we came away with that footage, which I think does show that there's something interesting going on that isn't easily explained away. Another thing that happened is that we actually caught a huge V-shaped UFO. And I say UFO, meaning unidentified flying object, because we don't know what it is. I'm not claiming it's any kind of extraterrestrial craft. In fact, my best guess would be maybe it's a top secret government project or something like that, but it's very odd looking. And we didn't even hear it. We didn't even know we had it on film till we got home, and we're going through our photographs, and we said, what is that V thing up in the air? And so we'll make that a photo available as well to your audience. But
you know, I can't tell you, I'm looking at the clock, and we are practically out of time, and we haven't even begun. I mean, this is so exciting, folks, and it is biblical in scope, because the Bible predicts that phenomena of the sort that we're talking about would become more and more pronounced as we approach the last of the last days. And Tom, I think that's really what you're trying to pursue here.
Yeah, in fact, we go beyond saying it's pronounced. We say that the Bible predicts that these gateways of the earth are going to open. Those things that came out of them once before that led to havoc are predicted to come back again. Maybe we'll talk about that in a different show.
Right now, I just want to talk about the book itself, On the Path of the Immortals, yours for $19.95 from the Prophecy Watchers online bookstore. That's prophecywatchers.com. And I was totally intrigued. I got a chance to read the manuscript of this before it was even printed, and I was just pulled along by the intersection between the old mythology and the new mythology. And we are living in this time. It's extremely exciting to me. It's called On the Path of the Immortals. Tom Horn, Chris Putnam, 1995. Now, we do have something called the Immortals Package, which you'll also find on the prophecywatchers.com bookstore page. And that is 6 books that have been written by Tom and or Chris. Exo Vaticana, Petrus Romanus, Zenith 2016, Forbidden Gates, Nephilim Stargates, the Ahriman Gate. 6 books. And we're offering those for $99.95. If you take advantage of the Immortals package, you'll get On the Path of the Immortals absolutely free. It's right there, prophecywatchers.com. Gentlemen, we are down to our last few seconds. I am breathless. I can't wait for the next program. And I hope you'll join us, because we're really going to get into some deep and interesting stuff, all backed by Scripture. Let's, in about 30 seconds, Tom, let's talk about the fact that we're not running wild here. We are keeping the Bible squarely in the forefront of our thinking. Right?
Absolutely. There's multiple examples that are in the book that talk about these gateways of the earth, that talk about the entities that await behind them. But there's also scientific evidence that's come up of late. We can talk about that too.
Scientific evidence in
of a subsurface reality.
And by the way, there's something in Switzerland that we'll talk about, a huge scientific project called CERN. Tom and Chris, next time, this is going to be interesting. I'm Gary Stearman. Keep watching, everybody. We are. Thanks for joining us on Prophecy Watchers. Follow us at facebook.com/Prophecy Watchers. In the meantime, keep watching, everybody, and we'll see you soon. The Bible speaks of immortal beings who are going to force their way onto planet Earth in the latter days. Are we getting close to that period of time? We may be. With us today, once again, Tom Horn, Chris Putnam. Welcome back, guys.
Hey, thanks for having us on.
Well, the last time we talked, we sort of left a lot of things hanging in the air. And by the way, I should mention right at the beginning that we're talking about their book. It's called On the Path of the Immortals. And these immortals, we talked about the immortals with you on our last program, Chris, and you defined who they are, and we can get to maybe a better definition today. The immortals are super beings, if you will, that are mentioned in the Bible. They're mentioned by indigenous tribes of people. They are believed in by people who may or may not even be Christians. And some of them are praying for these super beings to come to planet Earth to sort of take us to the next level of existence, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, you know, like when Chris went into Sedona and he meets up with some of the New Agers down there that are actually trying to call down these light ships and call through portals, these entities. And
who are we calling?
Yeah, we're saying you need to hang that phone up right now. You don't know what you're doing. Well, it's kind of like what's going on over at CERN too, you know. While your shows are playing on television, CERN is speeding up. They're revving up now. The most powerful experiments that have ever been conducted on the face of the planet. They're going to be colliding as many as 600 million per second protons inside that Titanic machine at just under the speed of light, watching them break apart. They want to know about their subatomic particles. These are particle physicists, so they're trying to get really to the bottom line of, you know.
But what are they really trying to do, Tom?
Well, you know, on the back of our book, excuse me while I borrow that, on the back of the book, as I just jump into your space there, Sergio Bertolucci, now this is the director for CERN, right? Here's what he says. He says the Large Hadron Collider could open a doorway to an extra dimension. And out of this door might come something, or we might send something through it. So we know from the horse's mouth, part of what they're trying to do is they're trying to prove some of the what's called string theory and brain world and multiverse, and just this idea that there are other realities that exist right next to us. Now, as Christians and as Bible believers, we would tell them, yeah, you should probably talk to us about this because we have the authoritative book that indeed says there is a parallel reality and there are intelligent beings there, and not all of them might be nice.
And doors can open up.
And doors can be opened. Well, what they're going to do, they're looking for an elusive particle that they think gravity is made out of, called a graviton, right?
Yes.
And some of their former experiments at CERN showed when those particles broke apart, they have particle detectors that film the trails, basically the light coming off of these in a less than a split second. Something strange happened. They were able to follow some of the particles. Some of the particles went somewhere and didn't come back, and they don't know where they went. So they think they're escaping into a parallel reality. Now, there is a documentary that you can watch online, and in the documentary they say that not only could these gravitons be escaping into a parallel reality, but if they are, we might be able to use them as a tool somehow to code a message. And this is what Bertolucci is talking about. You know, we might send a message through to the other side saying, we're here.
You're talking about a multi-billion-dollar operation involving high technology underground in Switzerland, right on the border of France and Switzerland. And it's the same thing that people have done in parlors, in dimmed parlors for years, where they dim the lights, they all gather around a big table and they hold hands and they say, we're going to penetrate to the next dimension, and we're going to pray for some person to come through to us and give us higher knowledge. And from that to CERN is not a very long jump, it occurs to me.
Yeah, and it doesn't make you feel much better to know that they've got the god of destruction, Shiva, right out in the front of the offices, and right under it, it says that Shiva is the omnipresent and all-powerful God. This place has been dedicated in place of Jehovah. It also doesn't make you feel any better to know that St. Poili, where this place is built, in ancient Rome was called Apolliacum, the place of Apollo, the place where the gateway or doorway to the god of destruction in the Bible, the angel of destruction.
The Greeks called him the son of Zeus. He was the god of the sun. And so you'd be calling upon people like this, the old ones, the ancient demigods, if you will. Do you suppose there's something in the heart of man that really wants to get in touch with these people, Chris? Speak to that for a minute.
In the heart of man, God has placed eternity so that we would seek him. And the problem with that is that a lot of people are just looking in the wrong places. I mean, they have the right idea to be seeking, but they're looking in the wrong places.
Right idea, wrong place. In other words, and that's, by the way, is a very good answer, because every human being has a yearning for eternity, for immortality. And there's a right way and a wrong way to go about it. And humanity seems to be choosing the wrong way. And in a sense, that's what On the Path of the Immortals is all about, because this is a documentary, in a way, of what people are doing right now to try to force their way into the other side. My mind runs back to Genesis 11, when they built this tower to find their way to heaven. And I think they were trying to build some kind of a portal, if you will, a connecting gateway to heaven.
Yeah, well, they were. In fact, the Bible, can speak for itself there. They said, let's build a tower whose top will reach into Shamayim, the dwelling place of the watcher angels, the dwelling place of God. And it's God who says they will accomplish what they have imagined to do. So was this some kind of high angelic type technology? We don't know what was in the top of that tower or exactly what was going on there, but all the ancient stories around it say that they were indeed building a place. And it kind of goes back to the first show that we did on this, where we were talking about strategic locations on the earth. They went into the plains of Shinar. Somehow they knew. In fact, when you read about Nimrod in the Greek, or in the Septuagint version of the Bible, and it tells that story, Cush beget Nimrod. We'll read it in the Septuagint. It says, Cush beget Nimrod, and Nimrod began becoming a giant. That's how it reads in the Septuagint version of the Bible.
By the way, the Septuagint version of the Bible is not only a Greek translation of the Old Testament. About a century and a half before Christ, it was in common use among Hebrew scholars. Why? Because they spoke Greek.
Right.
It was considered the language of the intellectual. And the Septuagint, you've got an open copy of it, just really speaks about giants. And when it does, it's not speaking about mythological creatures at all. It's speaking about historical actualities, right?
Yeah, in fact, that's part of the reason why the Septuagint is important, is because it was translated by Hebrew scholars of the day who understood when these words were used what they were talking about. They weren't metaphoric. They weren't talking about men who happened to be 6'1" and therefore, compared to the average guy, he's kind of big, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were talking about the offspring of the B'nai Ha-Elohim. These were the offspring of fallen angels and women, and they were giants. Now, what does that have to do with prophecy? Well, according to prophecy, they're also going to come back. And that's the whole point that we're making here in this book, is that one of the most overlooked aspects, one of the most dynamic aspects of end times Bible prophecy is that there are gates of the earth, there are strategic locations, and prophecy says at the end of time, those doors are going to open. I mean, I guess it never hurts to actually read the scripture, right?
Never hurts.
And here's what it says in Revelation 9. And by the way, Revelation 9 could be really timely right now because of what the Islamic State is doing. They're operating right there in the area of the Euphrates River. They're trying to bring about an end-time caliphate, an end-times war, right? And in the very area where they're operating, Revelation 9 says, and the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star fall from heaven onto the earth, and to him was given the key of the bottomless pit. And he opened the bottomless pit, and there arose a smoke out of the pit as the smoke of a great furnace. He goes on to describe these horrific insectoid type things that are part animal-like. They got teeth like lion, hair like women. They have tails like scorpions, and they have a king over them who is Apollyon, Abaddon, and this is going to come like a blast furnace up out from inside the earth. This is the other thing that this book points out, is that the earth is dynamic. People we don't think about that, right? We get in our car, we drive down to Walmart, we're doing whatever we're doing, not realizing that according to the scripture, beneath the surface of the earth is intelligence.
Yes.
Jesus went down there and came back with keys to some of those gateways, right? Death, hell, and the grave. Jonah went down beneath the surface of the ocean. The Hebrew calls that Baravak, and it says it was a city of gates. And he went through a gate, and guess what? He winds up in Sheol, Hades, right? So the principle of the earth, where in Job, you've talked about this before, where it mentions the Raphaim. What are those? The spirits of the dead giants or whatever, but
Absolutely.
It says they're down there squirming beneath the surface of the earth. And of course, there's also been recent news where now we're getting isotopic signals from beneath the surface of the earth that's saying that there's a old Earth, maybe 4.5 billion years old, that still exists beneath the surface of this current crust of the Earth. There's an ocean beneath the surface of the Earth that has 3 times as much water as all the seas on the surface of the Earth, and they think life could be in it. So what we're saying is the Bible talks about this. And then can I give you just one more?
Sure.
From the Septuagint? Because here's what it also says. And central to Bible prophecy, all of us Bible prophet students talk about how Babylon has never been fully destroyed. It's still an event that is going to happen. Isaiah in the Septuagint says, chapter 13, verse 1, the vision that Isaiah son of Amos saw against Babylon, lift up a standard on the mountain of the plain, exalt the voice to them, beckon with the hand, open the gates, ye ruler. I give command, and I bring them. Giants are coming to fulfill my wrath.
Well, you guys also refer, and this reminds me, having read your book, it reminds me that in one place on the Path of the Immortals, you talk about Babylon, the gateway of the gods. And so that perfectly fits the passage you just read, and a Babylon being is one of those places on Earth where it's possible for interdimensional travel to take place, perhaps. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's a really good explanation for it. And it gets even more interesting. I mean, some people were speculating during the first Gulf War that the real reason that we went in and took over was Saddam Hussein was attempting to reopen that gate. He actually was rebuilding some of those buildings, and perhaps he was. I don't know.
It's fascinating that in Islam there is the belief that there are subterranean personalities who will emerge. I think that they use the metaphor of a well, and one of their leading personalities went down that well many centuries ago and is scheduled to come back up and lead an Islamic revolution to victory at a certain time in the latter days. And it's the idea of a subterranean creature coming up through a well shaft is biblical in scope. And it's not a very pretty picture, the way the Bible talks about it, right?
Yeah.
I think that's one of the really important parts about the book On the Path of the Immortals is, Bible prophecy predicts a war in heaven.
Yeah.
Revelation 12, I think, is a really essential passage to understand, where it talks about Satan being cast to earth. It says, woe to you, inhabitants of the earth, for the devil has been cast down, and he knows his time is short. Now, there's been vigorous debate amongst interpreters about the timing of these things, but I think it's really clear that is the tribulation. That's the end times, that little short time when the devil will be set free upon the earth to execute judgment.
Yeah, let me ask you a question about that, because when the Bible says Satan's come down to earth,
right,
and I've thought about this before, seems like it fits right in this part of the discussion. The Bible refers to down, coming down. Well, Satan would not have to necessarily come down from some high altitude, but rather dimensionally downward, if you will, making a descent into our dimension where he becomes visible. And in fact, it says that he's defeated, he's cast to earth, and he, for some reason, cannot ascend again. He's trapped here, and a great battle ensues, and he comes up the loser. But again, the Bible is speaking clearly of a latter-day phenomenon in which invisible, supernatural beings suddenly come into this plane of existence and they become visible. And I think that's been soft-pedaled throughout the Christian era, maybe because it wasn't relevant until maybe the last of the last days, where we believe we're living right now, and suddenly it becomes relevant to talk about these things. What would you add to that?
In the book of Jude, it quotes the book of Enoch, and it says that he's returning with 10,000 of his holy ones, or 10,000 of his saints. And the idea that I get from there is it's talking about heavenly beings. I think it could include raptured believers as well. But I think that we might be actually fighting beside these immortals in the Battle of Armageddon. And I don't think that it's going to be much of a battle, really, but it's clear that there is going to be some sort of warfare on the earth, and it's going to involve supernatural beings.
This is not mythology. I mean, this is Jude talking, and he's quoting Enoch, and he says, Behold, the Lord cometh with 10,000s, that's like an uncountable number, a huge number, of his saints to execute judgment upon all. And that means there's some kind of a dimensional penetration there. In other words, where are they coming from?
Right.
Well, they're coming from someplace else into this dimension. I happen to believe that I'm going to be with the Lord on that great day and fighting alongside of him, I hope, because I would consider myself one of the saints. But as you were pointing out off the air before we came on today, a saint could be a holy one, could be other than a human being, could be a higher creature, some sort of an angel, could be called a saint that is dedicated to the service of the Lord. Interesting time.
Yeah, and you know, the other thing that we turned up that was redundant, this was the thing that was amazing to me, was like the stories that were told from the Apache to the Navajo to the Hopi. Their stories seemed to tell exactly what was going on in the Middle East that was being recorded in the Bible. The serpentine deceivers that came through that were destructive. They led the people astray. Dr. Mose told us that, that the serpent taught these people how to go down in their kivas, their underground rooms that they typically use for like their own version of a church service or holy things. But he taught them how to use pharmakia and drugs, and they started learning a different kind of sorcery, he said, and they started practicing witchcraft, he said, and that's when they opened these portals that then brought in these terrible destructive things. And again, you know, they wrote all of that down in their own way in their petroglyphs.
He was opposed to that?
He was absolutely opposed to it. He said it was a giant, in the literal sense, mistake. But what? But spirits go where they are invited. So as like you look at the United States of America and look at the way that we've been turning our back on the roots of Christianity, and actually not just turning our back on it, becoming hostile to it.
Absolutely.
And at the same time, you're seeing an increase in this activity around these areas that are called portals, manifestations. What's happening in Siberia? All over the earth, there are strange things that are happening. Scientists don't even know these.
Well, we see it on the internet. A perfectly round hole will suddenly open up in the ground. And it happens so quickly, nobody even saw it happen.
Right. And the scientists don't know.
And they don't know.
They've got engineers, they're trying to go in there, they're trying to figure out the Norwegian spiral. Another thing that we saw in all of these places is the spiral image.
That was the Native American way of talking about a doorway.
Well, it was exactly a doorway or a portal, but yet, and you look in the scripture, Chris shows this several times throughout the book on the path of the immortals. You know, you're caught up into a tornado or a spiral. It's
out of the whirlwind.
Yeah, out of the whirlwind.
Right. Yeah. In fact, that reminds me of Elijah. Because it was a whirlwind,
there you go.
A fiery whirlwind that caught him up to heaven.
That's what they described. That's what they saw.
So
that's what they were seeing over here.
And if I were standing on the ground watching Elijah go away, that's what I would describe.
It might have been very much like like the Norwegian spiral. Just something suddenly appears.
And then you have vortexes, same sort of thing. They talk about in Sedona.
Sure.
Same kind of spiral.
So again, we're seeing a convergence, if you will, to use that old word. We're seeing a convergence of mythology
science.
With science.
Scripture, prophecy.
Scripture.
It's all coming together.
And by the way, when you use that phrase, it's all coming together, that certainly smacks of the latter days, does it not?
It does. And here's a news story. Milky Way could be a galactic transport system. Some of the newest scientific theories right now. Because remember the old days, Einsteinian physics, we would say, if you're sucked into a black hole, you're a goner, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's just going to rip all your atomic structure apart and you're gone. But now they're thinking that that there might be traversable black holes, because if they're spinning, they create a...
The car black hole has an inertial force. The inertia of its rotation counteracts the gravitational force, so it wouldn't tear you to shreds if you went through the black hole. The idea being two black holes connect, the other side's a white hole in the middle. They call it an Einstein-Rosen bridge. It's a wormhole. So it's a traversable pathway, folding space-time, where you could actually move vast distances or perhaps between parallel worlds.
In fact, the new movie Interstellar talks about
exactly
it.
What
basically
that's about.
Uses that idea.
Yeah.
And the Bible, which is God's guidebook to planet Earth speaks volumes about this sort of thing, except that it's been ignored all these years.
Isn't it interesting, they're talking about a spinning black hole, and then we have out of the world wind in Scripture, from thousands of years ago, describing the same sort of thing. I don't think that's an accident.
Well, let me just read a few chapter titles here for those of you who might be interested in the book. By the way, it's called On the Path of the Immortals, and Legends of the Fall, Sedona, Arizona. Another chapter, History, Hopi Blue Star, Plumed Serpents, The End Times, Occult Portals for the Luciferian New Age, Occult Portals. That chapter, really fascinating. The concept of portals and gateways in the Bible, Babylon, Gate of the Gods, the science of portals, and we talked about CERN. That's chapter 9 here, CERN being perhaps a scientifically concocted portal of sorts. Well, you get the idea. This book is talking about what's happening right now, what has happened in the past few thousand years, and what the Bible says about the whole thing. I find it really fascinating.
Another thing that's very interesting about CERN is the history behind CERN, and how you opened, I think, the first show that we did on this talking about how CERN is kind of a new form of Babylon. They're trying to do the same thing. They're trying to open a doorway. And some of the people that work at CERN, am I not right that they invented what we today call the internet? And so it's Babylon in reverse. We're rebuilding Babylon. We're bringing all of the languages, all of the knowledge, everything back together, so that we can work together. Come, let us make a name for ourselves, and let us be as one people and as one tongue, and let's build a stargate. Let's build a doorway to another reality. So,
let's quickly, let me just interject once again, chapter 11 of Genesis, the Tower of Babel. I think when most of us hear the word tower, we think of something 50 stories tall, made out of stone. I don't know how tall they could build them back in those days, but a tower, and we think of physically reaching heaven. Well, a moment's thought reveals that as a useless idea. You can't build a tower to heaven unless you know something about how to build the top of that tower in such a way that it opens some kind of a spiritual doorway. Obviously, they had that technology.
Well, and that too, when we really got into doing this research, because we start at Mount Graham, they're telling us it's a portal, right? We're hearing all this stuff. But we want to find out, what does the Bible have to say about this question? And you start seeing a redundancy. Moses goes up onto the top of Mount Sinai, has to go there to meet with God. When Jesus returns, his feet touch the top of the Mount of Olives, and from there he descends down. The book of Enoch, as you said earlier, the watcher angels come down in the days of Jared, down onto Hermon, come down into the valley of the plain. Years later, in Caesarea Philippi, the Greeks build mystical gateways there in the bottom of Mount Hermon that's dedicated to the god Pan.
Yes.
And this is where Jesus is standing when he says, the gates of hell will not prevail against my church, right?
That's right.
And so we started finding that over and over again. There's Genesis 28. Jacob has his famous dream, but what does he say? People say, well, he says the house of God is here. But if you read the text, he says there is a gate here to the house of God. There is a doorway, a portal.
I have to just interrupt, because did you hear what Tom just said? Our Lord Jesus used the phrase gates of hell. And he was describing precisely what this book is all about, the gates of hell. I mean, it couldn't be any more concise than that. In fact, let me just say that we're offering you this book, On the Path of the Immortals, for $19.95. And you, by the way, you can order it through our online bookstore, prophecywatchers.com. However, we always like to do something a little better. And Tom and, by the way, Chris have collaborated. Tom himself has written a number of very interesting books over the years. Exo Vaticana, Petrus Romanus, Zenith 2016, Forbidden Gates, Nephilim Stargates, the Ahriman Gate. That's 6 books. And we're going to call it the Immortals Package. Those 6 books are yours for $99.95. And if you order those 6 books, the Immortals Package, we're just going to send you this one free. It's called On the Path of the Immortals, an exciting book. It'll challenge you to look more deeply into your own Bible. What can I say? check prophecywatchers.com. Go to the online bookstore to order. Gentlemen, we have a couple minutes left. How do you want to round this out? I'm excited, I got to tell you, because whenever I start thinking about the fact that we're not only in the end times, but maybe the very end of the end times, I get excited.
Yeah, well, what we would want people to know is not to be afraid. This book's not dealing in fear. It's just saying that this is a dynamic part of end times Bible prophecy that nobody else is talking about, and it needs to be understood that it is part of Scripture. We can talk about the Islamic State over in the Euphrates area, but the Bible also has something to say about the Euphrates area. And you mentioned that they have their belief about their Mahdi, who's down inside of the earth, behind a mystical gateway, and that's going to open, and he's going to come up out and be the Messiah.
Right.
Well, the Bible talks about that gate open, but he ain't the Messiah. He's the Antichrist, right?
Whoops, wrong gate.
Yeah, wrong gate.
Chris, some closing thoughts from you.
Well, I think the prophetic significance is obvious. We're talking about the return of these immortal beings. It's really important that people be prepared to have this in their mind. In the book, we talk about strategic locations and perhaps that there's some kind of grid around the world, and that there's these centers that they would call an axis mundi, which is kind of like a word that centers like the spiritual center of the universe is really what that means. But what we found to be true is that the Lord Jesus is the spiritual center of the universe.
Amen.
And so we have a special invitation in there called the Axis Mundi Decision, where we invite the reader to invite him into their heart as well, because that's really the only insurance that you have against these immortals when they return.
And what a great thought to close on. If you are in some doubt about the realities of the Bible, pray to receive Christ, the ultimate immortal, if you will. And through him, you can attain immortality. Gentlemen, thanks so much. It's been great.
Great being with you again.
I'm Gary Stearman. Hey, keep watching, everybody. We are. Thanks for joining us on Prophecy Watchers. You can find us on the web at prophecywatchers.com. In the meantime, keep watching, everybody, and we'll see you soon.
Angels waging war in the unseen realm. Global events fulfilling biblical prophecy. Eternal life. What lies beyond mortality? From analyzing the paranormal from a biblical worldview to the discussion of cutting-edge science and technology. Conspiracy. Discovery. Special investigative reports. Unafraid to explore the challenging issues facing humanity. Welcome to another edition of Skywatch TV. Special Investigative Report.
There is a portal on a sacred mountain in the American Southwest with entities waiting for their opportunity to appear through the portal on the other side. Welcome to Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert. At least that's what the Native Americans believe. And we'll talk to a couple of authors who you are probably aware of, internationally renowned authors of the books Exo Vaticanus and Petrus Romanus, The Final Pope is Here. Their latest investigation into a really remarkable phenomenon and belief system of the Native Americans has resulted in the forthcoming book, On the Path of the Immortals. I'm talking, of course, about Tom Horn and Chris Putnam. Gentlemen, welcome to Skywatch TV.
Hey, great to be with you again, Derek.
I'm trying to condense all this down into a couple of pithy sentences to open the program to attract the interest of the viewers, and it's difficult to do. There's a lot here, and we'll try to get through as much as we can in the course of this half hour. But first things first, what is it that led you to go back to the site of where you did much of the research for Exo Vaticana, the Mount Graham Observatory in Arizona?
Yeah, well, you know, like we were talking about before the show, the whole thing actually had a kind of preternatural feel to it from the time that Chris Putnam contacted me via email. We didn't even really know each other, asking me if he could use a quote about the Pope that I had written 3 or 4 years earlier and hadn't thought about since. And remember that, and me saying, wow, the timing is incredible, because my son and I had just been in the other room at the same time he was writing the email saying, isn't it strange that nobody has written a thorough examination of the ancient prophecy of the popes, a 900-plus-year-old
prophecy is about to come to an end. And no matter what you make of it, you believe in it, you don't believe in it, whatever, it's still, right, it's got historic value. And of course, there also always seemed to be those priests, those cardinals that were putting some kind of stock in it. Even one pope who went out of his way to have a documentary produced to show that he was the fulfillment of his line in the prophecy. So we were just very curious about that. And, you know, one thing led to the other. Chris and I decided to work on that book together. And the rest, as they say, is history. It became a best-selling book. But what happened then was, as he and I were doing television, and Chris wound up in some History Channel documentaries, and the world was very intrigued with what we were talking about. But over and over, on shows where you could call in and ask questions, people would call in and say, yeah, but what do you make of the Vatican out there now talking so much about aliens and astrobiology, and their leading astronomers are out there saying, I would baptize an alien, and these would be our space brothers. And people were very intrigued with that about 24 or 36 months ago. And we knew that in order to not come across as just a couple of evangelicals, right, who might be taking cheap shots at the church's astronomers, that we really had to go to the horse's mouth, which meant, if possible, we were going to have to go to Mount Graham in Arizona, where a lot of people don't know that the Vatican has an advanced telescope 70 miles from Tucson in Arizona on the top of that mountain. We were going to have to go there and try to interview the Vatican's astronomers, the Jesuits, and see if we could get to the bottom of why they were suddenly talking about all this stuff.
So that produced the book Exo Vaticana, which of course followed up the Petrus Hermanus book. What has the Vatican been saying, Chris, about extraterrestrials, and what are they looking for with their observatory at Mount Graham?
Yeah, really interesting. Since Exo Vaticana came out, I cataloged 4 of their astronomers who had mentioned baptizing extraterrestrials, and going back to 1992. And, you know, really kind of an interesting statement. You think maybe it's tongue-in-cheek, they're just joking, whatnot. But then last year, Pope Francis comes out as the first pope to ever mention baptizing an extraterrestrial. And now that one of the leading astronomers of the VORG, the Vatican Observatory Research Group, Guy Consolmagno, is going on a speaking tour to most major universities. The title of his talk, Would You Baptize an Extraterrestrial? Along with a book of the same title. So they're really pushing this idea into the culture that not only do they exist, but apparently they are eligible for baptism.
Now, why are they doing this? I mean, through science fiction movies, the pop culture has been getting this idea that we may be visited at some point. You know, you begin with the UFO phenomenon in the late 1940s, and spawned a whole series of science fiction movies. I know our friend Gary Stearman has talked about the day the Earth stood still and the profound impact it had on him and his career, his studies. Why is the Vatican now, at this point in history, being so proactive in addressing the possibility of alien contact?
Well, first of all, just on the surface, you know, they had a lot to apologize about the way they treated some scientists through history who made discoveries, and, you know, and so, you know, what was it, some years ago, they published a paper in which they apologized for some of the stuff they had said about Galileo and just things like that. So I think they've been trying to kind of change their persona in the public and make it appear as if they're certainly, you know, more scientific, they're up to date, they're not anti-scientific. So I think there's some of that. But I also think that if you go all the way back to what Malachi Martin said about why they're up on that mountain studying deep space, Art Bell asked him that in 1997, and his answer was way more cryptic. It actually implied that they were aware of something that they weren't making public knowledge, in that he said they know what is approaching the Earth and that it will be of the utmost importance in coming years. And, you know, he put about a 10-year time frame on that, and almost 10 years to the date, the Vatican calls for an astrobiology study week at the Vatican. They invite astronomers from all over the world. But what was the question they were asking at that study week? It was, what would the impact be given official disclosure or the discovery of advanced extraterrestrial intelligence? What would the impact on faith be, on religion be? And 90 days later, of course, then you had the oldest scientific body in the world, the Royal Academy, coming together in Britain, essentially asking the same questions. And it was actually on the heels of those two meetings that the media was asking, why is the Vatican talking about this? And that's when Jose Funes came out and said, we'll baptize an alien. Now, there's some very interesting stuff that Chris Putnam did a great deal of research into, and it's in the second book, Exo Vaticana, which we wrote after we came down off the top of Mount Graham, that investigates what Funes was saying, what some of these other guys were saying. But you notice that there's been a change. In other words, they started saying, I would baptize an alien. These would be our brethren. Then they ramped it up a little bit, and they said, actually, the heresy would be not to believe in life on other planets because it puts limits on God's creative ability. And then they ratcheted it up a little bit more, and they started saying, well, actually, when they come, it's more likely they're going to be baptizing us into their understanding of the gospel instead of us baptizing them, because we know about ourselves that we are fallen, right? And but we don't assume that necessarily about them. And if they're not fallen, then they're closer to God than we are, and they may have a better understanding of and revelation of the gospel. So they're going to be coming here to correct us. And some of their Opus Dei level writers, Father Tanzelaniti, who we quote in our book, talking about how a new source of information impacting the gospel from an extraterrestrial source might be made available in the future. And once it's verified, how in the world do you verify something from outer space as being okay with God? I'm not sure how that works, but I guess maybe they're closer to God than we are in some ways, right? And it's going to require us to change, he said, maybe everything we have ever thought we've known about the gospel. So to answer your question, why are they out there talking about it? It almost feels as if they think they know something that the rest of us do not know. And that could take you to, Monsignor Corrado Balducci before he died, saying the Vatican knows that not only do they know that the aliens exist, but some of them are already here. They're on Earth, and the Vatican's aware of it. And now keep in mind, he was no Johnny-come-lately. He was an exorcist for the church, and actually he was the Vatican's official spokesperson on the subject of UFOs and aliens. And just before he died, he went on Italian television, which you can watch on YouTube channels. He was in a documentary film saying that they're using their embassies around the world, the Vatican is, to gather intelligence on the alien agenda. And then, of course, that might have been an oops moment because he got sick right after that and died. But so they almost operate as if they think they know something, and maybe they're moving towards a moment in time, official disclosure, right? A moment in time when they're going to make the rest of the world aware of it. Now, before we get off track, though, about how we got on this book, On the Path of the Immortals, we did go to Mount Graham. Chris and I did. Joe Artis went as our cameraman. He was up there, and people can see film of us on YouTube going up and down all these elevators. We did meet with the Vatican's astronomer at VAT. We clumb all over that. We went to the radio telescope, and then the large binocular telescope that's up on the top of that mountain. That's where the Lucifer device is at, right? Which the Vatican, of course, also has access to using.
Right.
But it wasn't until we came off the mountain that we then really understood something that had happened, and that was why the Apache in particular, but other indigenous peoples, had joined environmentalists in Arizona to file a lawsuit in federal court to try to keep the Vatican and NASA from building an observatory on that mountain. Takes it back to your opening comment. Is there a mountain in southeastern Arizona that is a portal? Well, we found out that that's exactly what they believe.
And we're going to talk about that in just a second. But first, we'd like to give you a little taste of what Tom Horn and Chris Putnam found when they went back to the mountain. On the Path of the Immortals is the forthcoming book. Watch this.
Now we're on our way to the petroglyphs. There are some strange images that are there.
I saw it with the naked eye. Did you see it? The orb. I saw an orb with the naked eye.
What is that?
In 2012, they shocked the world when they predicted Pope Benedict's resignation 1 year in advance. In 2013, they uncovered the mysteries of Mount Graham, the Lucifer device, and the Vatican's secret plan for the arrival of an alien savior. For the last 24 months, Tom Horn and Chris Putnam have been working behind the scenes on their most guarded project and greatest discovery yet. Mount Graham in Arizona is said to be a portal, and the Jesuits admit they are monitoring something there that is approaching the Earth. But as the Vatican knows and the authors just uncovered, this mountain is not the only gateway to another dimension. Now, in their new book, On the Path of the Immortals, Tom Horn and Chris Putnam set out with cameras and field investigators to document the most astonishing evidence of those behind the veil. Armed with inside intelligence from the native peoples, they unearth chilling evidence of what the Bible says about sacred locations and the giant beings that await their time from within.
They claimed that they could actually conjure light ships down, UFOs, aliens.
So what would have caused these ancient Pueblo Anastasi Indians to have departed this area with such great haste?
We don't know why they never finished completion of the Sun Temple.
Many of them escaped right through some of these mountains, some of these old Anasazi ruins.
Travel with internationally acclaimed investigative authors of Petrus Romanus and Exo Vaticana to learn the truth behind a secret so fantastic that it took 2 years and thousands of miles of research to document what has been kept hidden from the public by elitists and intellectuals who are planning mankind's assimilation under a coming savior.
Here's the 6-ton giant our Indian guide told us about. And there's the fallen reptilian with the halo above his head that came through the portal.
One whom the prophet Daniel foresaw as an alien god. On the Path of the Immortals.
What did they find at the top of the mountain? We're talking to Tom Horn and Chris Putnam, co-authors of the forthcoming book On the Path of the Immortals. And we left off with the Vatican and its observatory on the top of Mount Graham. And, Chris, the Apache Nation filed a lawsuit to stop the Vatican from building there. Why?
Well, there's a lot of reasons in the press. I mean, one of the things that we made a lot of jokes about was the endangered red squirrel. There's allegedly a red squirrel that lives up there on Mount Graham that doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. Apparently, they spent $70,000 for rope bridges so the squirrels don't get run over as you go up the mountain. It gets to be a little ridiculous, but it's called a sky island ecosystem, that mountain, okay? Meaning you have nothing but desert, scrub brush, cactus, that kind of thing. But as you go up that mountain, it becomes like a plush forest. It's just amazing, the difference. So it's a completely different environment the higher you go. But when you get up there, it's like a different world. It really is. And so the idea that these Native Americans thought this was a sacred site, it's not a stretch at all, because it's just completely different from the rest of the area. And when we got back, Tom got some emails with photos of people who had taken pictures of strange entities that seemed to be coming through this portal on top of Mount Graham.
Well, and we found out that Mount Graham is one of 4 of the most holiest mountains in the world for all American indigenous people. So you have to wonder why the Vatican and NASA would be willing to fight in federal court to build on the top of one of the holiest mountains when there's a lot of other mountains. And I'm sure they could have found the same kind of environmental circumstances and elevation and whatever on some other mountain. Why did they want that one in particular? And the conspiracy red light went off in my head when we were contacted after we got down off of the mountain, and we were told that the main reason they didn't want them up there is because Mount Graham is, for the indigenous people, what we would call in our tongue a stargate. It's a portal. It's a sacred location. There's actually she's a Mayan, I believe,
and she is a professor that just put out a book on sky people, and we've been corresponding a little bit with her, and she's very much aware of Mount Graham as a place where the sky people have been moving in and out of our reality since the beginning of time. Well, when we found that out, that was when the light went on. It was like, wait a minute, maybe there's an idea here that is so esoteric, so kind of beyond anything that we had been thinking about up until that point in time, that it puts a whole new spin about why that mountain in particular had to be the one that the Vatican, who obviously also has an interest in mystical things, right, that had to be the place they were going to go.
And also, in Ex Vaticana, you'll find out that there are laws about, building on protected wilderness sites. The U.S. Forestry Service has all kinds of regulations, and you have to go through Congress. You have to go through a process. Well, apparently, the Vatican didn't have to do that. Now, it's really suspicious. Now, I don't have any direct evidence of this, but 6 months after the Pope visited Arizona, Senator John McCain bypassed Congress, bypassed the Forestry Service, and got a special permit to build that observatory with no voting, no oversight.
And reportedly had a very confrontational meeting with a couple of naturalists who were concerned about the impact. And confrontational is a nice way to put it.
Well, and so the thing was, we were ready, though. Our book was heading for the typesetter. It was through editing. I mean, we were finishing up. We didn't have time to do anything more than drop just a few hints in the book Ex Vaticana about what we had just learned. And so since Ex Vaticana came out, the last 2 years, we picked up the research again. We wanted to find out more about what the indigenous people believe, the Apache. It took us back to the ancient Anasazi Indians and what happened to them, and why did these well, first of all, why were they even building dwellings on the side of sheer cliffs? Right, what were they trying to, protect themselves from? One thing led to the other, and as the shows that we're doing go on, people will learn that Chris just got back from a trip with a crew to Sedona, which is kind of the southern tip of the ancient Anasazi dwelling places, while I went to the Four Corners with a different film crew, and some of the stuff that we found was just extraordinary. This rabbit hole just kind of kept getting deeper and deeper and deeper, and then, of course, what he can tell about is things we didn't expect. We didn't think we'd go where they tell us the portals are and then actually film things that come through portals, but it appears that did happen and that we caught film of it.
Well, yeah, Chris, talk about that. You went from being a disbeliever in the phenomenon of capturing orbs on film, and that those orbs may have some supernatural significance. What is it that changed your mind?
Well, in the process of researching my book, The Supernatural Worldview, I studied at the Ryan Research Center, which is what's left of the Duke Parapsychology Lab in Durham, North Carolina. And one of the guys I studied with, he says, he gets all these photographs of orbs, the people say are ghosts, and, 90% of them are just dust or, camera anomalies, light reflecting inside of a camera, things like that. So that's pretty much what I thought they were. And then I read about the Bradshaw Ranch right outside of Sedona, which is a famous area known to be a portal. There's several books about that available. So I read those books, and so I said, we're going to go there and check this out. Didn't really expect to see any orbs, but, thought I would check it out. So the way to verify it's not a camera anomaly is to use multiple cameras.
Right.
Okay, so we had a video camera and real high-quality Canon cameras, not cheap cameras, on tripods, so there's no movement, with flash, without flash, with a professional photographer, and we caught orbs flying around without flash on video and still photography at the same time. And didn't expect that at all, and it really did change my mind.
And I watched part of this film, and to me it's strange in that it's almost as if it's alert that you're there. It flies down. It's doing, acrobatics above your head. And then it literally goes.
It just kind of fades in.
And it just like mist just going apart. And getting it from 2 camera angles was what really impressed me. And I was glad they set it up that way. So what is it is a different kind of a question. But the fact that these locations, Chris got some, they call them geomagnetic maps. And some of the stuff that you had studied before you went there that was talking about these different I'll let you explain it.
Well, John Keel is one of the early writers about paranormal phenomena. He wrote Operation Trojan Horse about UFOs, possibly.
The Mothman Prophecies was based on his work, right?
And so John Keel's somebody I studied because he's a critical thinker. He believes in this stuff, but he's not just gullible, right? And one of the things that he had written about, he called them windows instead of portals, but he believed that in every state there were several of these windows that allowed these UFOs and entities to come and go. And he associated it with areas of high magnetic anomaly. And so you can get from the government the geographical map of magnetic anomalies. Well, if you look at it, Sedona, Arizona is probably the most, like on the color scale, it's pink. In our book, it's black and white, so it's not quite as clear, but it was so pink it went off the chart. Right there in Sedona, right where we were. So it really is a magnetic anomaly area.
So that you have a certain level of kind of scientific evidence that something is different about this area as it might be compared to other areas. And yet this goes all the way back into early American Indian history where they didn't have the kind of tools you would need to monitor magnetic differences in the earth.
And with just a few minutes left, and I think this will probably set up our discussion for our next program, Tom, tell us a little bit about what you learned about the beliefs of the ancient Native Americans from that area, their creation legend and what they believe may have come through back in the day.
Well, first of all, Mount Graham in Arizona, you can read the Apache creation myth yourself online, and they talk about how in the time before time, the Creator came down. Now, their story is interesting, and ufologists love it because they say a giant silvery disc came down over the mountain, right? And in it, they said, set a bearded man. That was the Creator. And they say he began creating all that there was, and he's good, and he's creating all these good things on the earth. Not long after, the portal opens again, and they say another man comes through it, but they say this wasn't really a man. They say he was a dragon. He was a fallen seraphim. He was a reptilian with a halo around his head, is how they depict him in the petroglyphs that we filmed, right? He comes through and he begins deceiving all of the world. Then right after, giants start coming through the portals, giants, and they're flooding out across the Arizona Badlands, right? And they're cannibalizing the Jindupids, the peaceful Indian farmers who run into the clefts of the rocks, and they begin crying out to God to save them, and then God sends a flood that comes over the earth that wipes out all of the giants. So the amazing part about this that we also found redundant was you have a consistent storyline that's being interpreted by different people through their own worldviews, but all the principles are the same. The Creator, the dragon who comes down, the giants. Now, there at Mount Graham, they also talk about, after the giants, between then and now, they talk about these owl-like beings. And when they draw them, they look like they're drawing the alien grays. And they say they're coming in and through those portals, and their medicine men say these are bad medicine to totally be avoided. In fact, where you were at the Superstitious Mountains, that's why they're named that, because that whole area through there was kind of a place where sometimes it was plagued, if you will, with these owl-like people who would come through there who were to be avoided. But yeah, we found that kind of consistency, and in the next show I can maybe mention what we found when we went into the Four Corners area with a film crew, actually met with a third generation, the Navajo Nation's medicine man, and some of the stuff he told us was very eye-opening.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. We'll also talk about the concept of portals and how we can reconcile this with what we know from Scripture, and whether this is a biblical concept. We'd like to make you aware and make this available to you. Actually, the research that Tom and Chris did for the book, On the Path of the Immortals, call the number on your screen or visit skywatchtv.com for the special On the Path of the Immortals package. Not only will you get this book, but you get the two previous books in the series, which would be Exo Vaticana and Petros Hermanus, The Final Pope is Here. In addition to that, we will add a book that is a great primer, a conservative theological view of the possibility of life in outer space, life in other worlds. The book, What Dwells Beyond by Jeffrey Martis, again, conservative theologically, but very out of the box in terms of its thinking. In addition to the 4 books, 2 DVDs, The Secret Vatican and Alien Antichrist Connection, and the special investigative report for On the Path of the Immortals, all of that together over a $120 value for just $39.95. Again, available through the telephone number on your screen or at skywatchtv.com. Gentlemen, just about a minute or so left, actually less than a minute. If you had to pick one thing, Chris, I'll throw this to you. What was the most surprising thing that you discovered during the research for the book?
Well, Derek, I would have to say it is the UFO photo that we ended up with. And, it's online now, and people are probably aware of it, but it's a triangle UFO. I don't know what it is. UFO means unidentified, but we didn't even see it. It flew over so quietly that my wife got it by accident. We got home, we're reviewing the photos, and it's just huge triangular craft. It looks like way up in the distance. And so that was just kind of shocking.
We have had it analyzed, so we'll talk about that.
Yeah. With more on the next program. Who are the Immortals and what are they waiting for? For Skywatch TV, I'm Derek Gilbert.
Angels waging war in the unseen realm. Global events fulfilling biblical prophecy. Eternal life. What lies beyond mortality? From analyzing the paranormal from a biblical worldview to the discussion of cutting-edge science and technology. Conspiracy. Discovery. Special investigative reports. Unafraid to explore the challenging issues facing humanity. Welcome to another edition of Skywatch TV. Special Investigative Report.
Are there locations on Earth where the veil is thinned between this world and the next, allowing for the passage of supernatural entities? Perhaps more importantly, who are these entities and what do they want? Welcome to Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert. Our guests are the co-authors of a new book. They are the internationally acclaimed authors of the bestsellers Exo Vaticana and Petrus Romanus, The Final Pope is Here. The new book, On the Path of the Immortals. We welcome back to Skywatch TV Tom Horn and Chris Putnam. Gentlemen.
Hey, Derek.
Fascinating discussion on our last program, and there were so many questions left unanswered. Glad that you were able to stick around for another program here. First of all, who are the Immortals?
That's a really important question, and it's probably the one that's on everyone's mind when they look at the book. Who are the Immortals? Well, the word angel is what we usually use when we talk about supernatural beings, from God. It's a word that means messenger. Okay, in Hebrew it's malach, it means messenger. In Greek it's angelos, means messenger, but we use that word for beings like seraphim, who aren't messengers. I mean, they're in the throne room of God, right? But they're not messengers.
Right.
So it's a very imprecise term to use angel to cover all this host of beings, like the wheels in Ezekiel's vision.
Yeah, was it Oraphim or
Yeah, those weren't messengers necessarily, were they? No. I mean, so it's a really imprecise term. But if you read in the Psalms, it says that God created them, but they don't die. They're not mortal like us. They didn't sin, so they're not under the curse of death, right? So they're immortal. And that's a much more descriptive and accurate term when the word angel is more of a job description. So like the angels that come and give a message, or, that's their job. A cherubim, he's not a messenger. They were sent to guard the Garden of Eden to keep Adam and Eve out when they got kicked out, right? They're fierce. They're like lions, they're huge. These are not messengers. So, the word angel is just a very imprecise term, and immortals is a much more descriptive and accurate term, I thought.
Well, what do we know about them from Scripture? I mean, you've named off several classes of angels: the messenger angels, the malachim, the cherubim, the seraphim, the very mysterious wheels that Ezekiel described, the oraphim. What do we know about them? Do they have physicality? Are they material or immaterial?
That's been somewhat of a debate. The church has typically said they're immaterial spirits, right? But when we see them on earth, they appeal like men. I mean, the book of Hebrews said many have entertained angels unaware, which, you know, you couldn't do that if you thought they were immaterial.
Yeah. Abraham prepared a meal for
and they ate food.
Right.
So typically theologians will say they assume a physical body when they come to earth. But, I mean, that's an assumption. I mean, we don't know that. I mean, that's just kind of what we think. I think a better explanation is that they come from a different dimension. And that explains why they seem to be able to disappear and appear.
Yeah, we talked about that when we had Josh Peck in here discussing his book on cherubim, chariots, and quantum creation. Where for a two-dimensional being, if you looked at something flat, and that it you know moved up into the third dimension like it was folding up, it would just appear to disappear from the perspective of the two-dimensional being.
I use the analogy of, so if you have a piece of paper and you took a pencil and you stuck it through the paper, right? What would the people that lived in the two-dimensional world see? They would see a small circle get bigger, it would stay the same, and then it would disappear. That's all they would see. They had no idea that it actually looks like this.
So similarly, a multidimensional being, to our three-dimensional perspective, would appear to defy the laws of physics, appear, disappear at will.
And so, you know, I think that has a better explanation than just the fact that maybe they're just invisible spirits. Perhaps they are physical, and we just don't understand their physicality.
Well, and you know, one of the things that I've thought for many, many years is that maybe that also explains things like the Loch Ness Monster and Bigfoot and these cryptids and stuff that, you know, many, many reputable eyewitnesses have said they saw it, sometimes even smelt terrible smells around these creatures or whatever, and then all of a sudden they're gone. We've hunted them, we can't seem to trap one. Well, maybe they're moving in and out of these doorways. And we use all these terms generically. Stargate, portal, doorway, opening. It all kind of means the same thing, though, right?
Scripture, or at least let me back up. Theologians for years have assumed, or at least taught, that angels are typically male. Is that the case? I mean, are they all male?
Well, you know, most of the examples we see of messenger angels are male. And so the assumption is that they're all male. Well, in the book of Zechariah chapter 5, we have an instance of two females with wings of storks picking up a basket with another female called Wickedness and carrying it. Now, what is a flying woman with wings? Sounds like an angel to me. I mean,
and oddly, you know, that's the only example in Scripture where we see winged beings that we could interpret as angels. All the other angels that we appear just look like men.
Just look like men. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't think that we have enough information to make an authoritative statement that they're all male. Because of that counterexample, I don't see how we can do it.
So, in the book On the Path of the Immortals, what types of mortals did your research focus on?
The immortals that we're most interested in are the ones that are connected to biblical prophecy. Of course, you know, that's our forte. That's really the genre that we speak to the most. And in the book of Revelation, chapter 12, there is a war, an angelic war. You know, Michael and his angels fights the great red dragon, Satan, and his angels. This huge war, and at the end of the war, the devil and his angels are cast to earth. Now, being believers in futurist prophecy, we believe that battle could be ongoing right now or very soon. So we expect that in the relatively near future, the devil and his angels will be cast to earth. So that's going to become a very important issue for those of us who are here when it happens. So, you know, those are the ones that we're really focusing on. We really like to prepare people for a high level of weirdness that could be occurring.
Well, and also in addition to that, to bring it back down to the Native Americans, why we were in the Four Corners, why we were in Sedona, is that there is a rich history in the Americas, but this is also true around the world. There's Baalbek. There's places all over the world with anomalous megalithic structures that seem to date back to a time when something was happening on the earth, and then God essentially cured it with the flood. And then there were the reappearance of some of these gigantic creatures, but not in the same number as they were before. But what many don't know is that this is actually part of prophecy. The book of Enoch is the one that people mostly refer to. It's extra biblical in the sense that it doesn't belong in most Bibles that evangelicals would use, although it was read by all of the church fathers. It's quoted by the disciples in the New Testament canon that we do have, and it still is part of the canon of some Orthodox versions of the Bible. And it very specifically repeats something that Isaiah talks about, where it says that in the end time, doorways of the earth are going to open, gateways are going to open, and through that gateway is going to be a return of the giants. Now, Isaiah says that if you read it in the Septuagint, open the gates, ye ruler. I give command and I bring them. Giants are coming to fulfill my wrath. But Enoch very much ties them to those giants that were judged at the time that the watchers were judged. It says the watchers and the giants, they're bound beneath the surface of the earth. Oh, and by the way, this is pretty interesting. 70 generations, Enoch says, will pass from the time of the flood, and 70 generations later is when those gates are going to open. The watchers are going to be drug out and cast into a lake of fire, but the giants are going to return to the surface of the earth in judgment. That's repeated in Jubilees, which is still a sacred book to the Jews, and also to some Orthodox Christians. So there's a great deal of ancient prophecy that says that among these immortals, when they've come down from heaven, the ground's going to open and some of their offspring is going to come up out of the earth in judgment. Now, when we went to the Four Corners, you can see a testament that was left behind. Some of these petroglyphs were drawn 1,000 years before Jesus Christ walked in flesh upon the earth, and they suddenly stopped and disappeared at exactly the same time that the Bible says that there was war in the Middle East against giants between David and his mighty men, and all these wars were being fought. That was exactly the same time that here in the United States, here in the Four Corners, guess what they were drawing in their petroglyphs? They draw the spiral vortex, which is an international symbol. It's all around the world that implies the opening of a doorway. Remember in Norway last year or year before? The spiral. And we to this day don't really know what we were
talked about that with Josh Peck.
We didn't even know what we're looking at. But so they drew these ancient right next to it. They draw a reptile with a halo around his head, which is also kind of an international symbol depicting something that came down from heaven, right? And then right next to that, guess what they drew? And we filmed this. They draw these giant six-toed footprints that are in pursuit of these little tiny five-toed footprints. They draw all this in the same petroglyph. And that too, not just here in the Four Corners, but all across the U.S., you see the same story. Now, how that all came together for us was we got a very, very rare opportunity for the white man, and that was we got to sit down with the third generation medicine man for the Navajo Nation. He's an oral historian. He was actually a PhD that taught at the university level. He's retired now. We went into a traditional hogan, and for almost 3 hours, we filmed him telling all of the stories, right? Now, I only want to give you one illustration, though, because he starts telling the traditional story of the Anasazi, the cliff dwellers. And we've got pictures in the books, about some of the cliffs, and people can go there and look. Some of the state parks in the Four Corners, you can go right up and see these, these cliff dwellings that were built. So we're asking him, why did the Anasazi suddenly disappear? And we had done research into this, that there are questions that have never been answered. Like they say, well, there was a drought, so they slowly migrated out of the area. But the problem with that theory is when you go into those cliff dwellings, they left in a flash. They left salt, all their big bags full of salt that would have been more important to them than gold for preserving foods. They left their clothing. They left the things they would carry their babies in. They just were gone suddenly, right? So there's those kind of issues. Well, I asked Dr. Mose. He's sitting there in a hogan. He's singing to us in the Navajo tongue. He's telling us the stories, right? And he's talking about how they, a drought came and they all migrated away, but eventually they became the Hopi and whatever. And when I raised a question about that, he looks right into the camera and he smiles. And he says, well,
I shouldn't tell you this, but. And then he says, if my great-grandfather were telling you this story, this is what he would say. And he talks about the opening of a portal in the Four Corners area through which comes this giant reptilian that they draw pictures of everywhere. After him comes the giants, and they all start cannibalizing and destroying, but they also teach the they come under mind control, he says. And the Indians start using their kivas for black magic and cannibalism. They open portals, and demons are coming up through it into the world. And that's what happened to them. They got wiped out by a deceiving dragon, he says.
And it's a fascinating story, and we'll continue this discussion. Want to find out, are portals biblical? Do we see examples in Scripture of the idea of portals through which supernatural beings can move? We'll talk more with Tom Horn and Chris Putnam about the new book, the forthcoming book, On the Path of the Immortals, next.
Now we're on our way to the petroglyphs. There are some strange images that are there.
Yeah. I saw it with the naked eye. Yeah. Did you see it? The orb. I saw an orb with the naked eye.
What is that?
In 2012, they shocked the world when they predicted Pope Benedict's resignation 1 year in advance. In 2013, they uncovered the mysteries of Mount Graham, the Lucifer device, and the Vatican's secret plan for the arrival of an alien savior. For the last 24 months, Tom Horn and Chris Putnam have been working behind the scenes on their most guarded project and greatest discovery yet. Mount Graham in Arizona is said to be a portal, and the Jesuits admit they are monitoring something there that is approaching the Earth. But as the Vatican knows and the authors just uncovered, this mountain is not the only gateway to another dimension. Now, in their new book, On the Path of the Immortals, Tom Horn and Chris Putnam set out with cameras and field investigators to document the most astonishing evidence of those behind the veil. Armed with inside intelligence from the native peoples, they unearth chilling evidence of what the Bible says about sacred locations and the giant beings that await their time from within.
They claimed that they could actually conjure light ships down, UFOs, aliens.
So what would have caused these ancient Pueblo Anasazi Indians to have departed this area with such great haste?
We don't know why they never finished completion of the Sun Temple.
Many of them escaped right through some of these mountains, some of these old Anasazi ruins.
Travel with internationally acclaimed investigative authors of Petrus Romanus and Exo Vaticana to learn the truth behind a secret so fantastic that it took 2 years and thousands of miles of research to document what has been kept hidden from the public by elitists and intellectuals who are planning mankind's assimilation under a coming savior.
Here's the six-toed giant our Indian guide told us about. And there's the fallen reptilian with the halo above his head that came through the portal.
One whom the prophet Daniel foresaw as an alien god. On the Path of the Immortals.
Are portals biblical? If so, what moves through them, and are there portals that will open in the last days? Welcome back to Skywatch TV. We're talking with Tom Horn and Chris Putnam, co-authors of the forthcoming book, On the Path of the Immortals. Portals, the idea that there are special places on Earth through which beings can move, are they scriptural?
Tom mentioned earlier Isaiah chapter 13, where it said, open the gate to you rulers, right? In the King James translation, giants are coming to fulfill my wrath. Well, gates, is that a portal? Possibly. The thing that's interesting to me, we're talking about the Septuagint version of the Bible, right? This is the Greek translation that was done between 300 BC and maybe 100 AD. The Masoretic text, which most of our Bibles are based on, the Old Testament, the oldest copy of that we have is 1000 AD. So, I mean, really not even that old comparatively. So I would say the Septuagint is probably a lot truer to the ancient beliefs of the Israelites than the Masoretic. And in fact, some Christians would say that some of the Jews modified the Masoretic to remove references to Jesus being the Messiah because they were, 1,000 years later. The thing that's really interesting about Isaiah 13 is that it predicts the return of the Nephilim and judgment at the end times. Okay, so I mean, a lot of critics of Chuck Missler, our friend, who has a video called "Return of the Nephilim," you know, they act like that we're making up some mythology, you know, to create hysteria or something. But this is very biblical.
Well, it's very biblical, and so let me just consider for a moment this idea that there are mountainous ranges that could be areas where doorways open, whether that's a biblical proposition or not. Keep in mind that whenever Moses would meet with God, he had to go up into Mount Sinai specifically, and that's where he would meet with God. When Jesus returns, it says his feet will touch the top of the Mount of Olives, and then he will descend. The book of Enoch, what happens? 200 powerful angels come down onto the top of Mount Hermon, and from Mount Hermon they come down into the valley of the plain, and there years later the Greeks build mystical gateways, because this was part of their system, into the base of Mount Hermon in Caesarea Philippi, and they build, in fact, there was a mask found recently of the horned demon god Pan, right?
Not far from there, right?
Not far from there, but that's the very location in the New Testament where Jesus says to his disciples, the gates of hell will not prevail against my church. And then Jonah. What happens with Jonah? You just came from Branson, where you watched the theatrical musical of the story of Jonah. He gets swallowed by a giant fish, but read that in the Hebrew. It says he goes down into the bottom of the sea to a city of gates. It's called Baravach. And he goes through the gates, and he winds up in Sheol Hades through these gates. The New Testament, Jesus says, as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the earth. So he goes down, but what does it say? He gets the keys to death, hell, and the grave. He comes back through the portal, if you will. Genesis 28. Now we're talking about Jacob. He has a vision, and what does he see? A gateway, a doorway. In fact, he sees angels ascending and descending on a ladder or a staircase, or however you would want to interpret that. But when you look at that in the Hebrew, he doesn't just say this is the house of God. He says there is a gate here to the house of God. There is a gateway. You go to Genesis 10. Cush begets Nimrod. What happens? Nimrod begins becoming a Gibborim, right? And immediately he goes to the plains of Shinar, to a specific place to build a tower whose top is going to penetrate the location of the watcher angels.
The God gate.
And it's, the Sumerians call it Edamananki, right? The gate to God. So there is a lot, even in the Bible, if a person will take the time to look at it, this idea is consistent through the Scripture, but it's this prophetic side that says that at the end of time, these gates are going to open again, and these immortals and their offspring, that's what this book is saying. It's saying that there is way more here than the average church is even aware of. And when you know what Dr. Mose told me, he's a Navajo. He's not a Christian, but he's very sensitive to Christianity. And among the tribal elders in the Navajo Nation, there are some born-again Christians. I was asking him, why is it so easy for the indigenous people to become Christians and for that not to even be an issue among the elders in the nations? And he said, well, it was because when the missionaries came here and they started telling us their stories of the giants and of the flood, and he said, we told them, we already know these stories. We've known them from the beginning, right? Because this was a universal reality. The fact that doorways opened, that giants came through, that there was a creator, that there was a flood, this happened all around the world. So they painted on walls in the Four Corners area here. At the same time, David and his mighty men were fighting giants in the Middle East.
Wow. And we see, of course, in Revelation 9, the angel who falls from heaven with a key to the pit and opens up the pit. You've got areas around the world. You mentioned Mount Hermon and the area near there, Bashan, which was known as the place of the serpent, not just by the ancient Hebrews, but by the Ugaritic culture, which was the ancient Syrians, basically, next door, where today, essentially, that's the Golan Heights, where you've got a lot of blood being spilled on both sides. And, if we're to believe reports coming out of the Middle East where Iranian forces are partnering with some of the rebels against the Assad government there and taking up positions across from Israel. So back to what the Vatican's interest in all of this, in Mount Graham being one of these holy sites, why did they want so badly to have an observatory pointed up on that particular spot?
Well, again, Malachi Martin says they were monitoring something, but Chris, tell them about the Vatican's church built into the side of the same mystical areas there in Sedona.
Okay, in Sedona, Arizona, one of the the famous things that all the New Agers go to are these vortex sites. You know, like Cathedral Rock is one of them. I mean, they're all over. There's one, Airport Mesa, it's called. And these are supposedly sites that have a lot of earth energy, whatever that is, however you want to parse that. But apparently, you know, there's a lot of mystical energy that you meditate, and it kind of energizes your mind, gives you visions, gives you spiritual insight. Well, interestingly, the Vatican built a chapel. It's called the Chapel of the Holy Cross. It's one of the vortex sites in Arizona, and they built it probably 50 years before the New Age movement started. And it's right up there. I went up there. I did a little commentary up there. It's probably the one that all the New Agers say is the premier location for soul projection. If you want
soul projection, what is that?
It means that if you can sit up there and, you know, cross-legged, meditate, whatever, that you can leave your body and go to any of the other vortex sites.
Okay.
And, I mean, they're all over the Sedona area. There's a whole list of them.
Huh.
Bell Rock is the real famous one in the 1980s. I think it was 1987. There was a thing called the harmonic convergence, where people all around the world meditated, supposedly to bring in the New Age. At Bell Rock, the belief was a giant UFO mothership was going to emerge from the rock and fly up. Of course, that didn't happen. But this is the same area that the Vatican has got their chapel, and they were there way ahead of time. And it's really interesting. We talked about Chardon a little bit earlier. Some people call him the father of the New Age movement.
Jesuit priest Pierre Teilhard de Chardin.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I find it very intriguing that 50 years before the New Age movement really came into force, that they had a presence right in the capital.
Is it similar to the practice through the years of finding a site where there had been a pagan temple and putting a church on top of it to sort of?
Well, I don't know that there was ever a pagan temple there, but they have their
taking possession in a sense of a certain location.
They have their
by putting a
process,
church on
enculturation, what they call it. But yeah, so but again, it goes back to this question we said in yesterday's or last week's program, that they seem to think they know something. But it concerns me that they may have kind of a Mephistophelian deal going on here, that somehow maybe they're not even aware that they've made a deal with the devil, because again, you go back to Geraldo Balducci, who was their official spokesperson, saying the Vatican's not telling you everything. He's out there, and they've never corrected him. They've never produced anything that says he was making this up, it isn't real. He said they're using their embassies around the world right now to gather intelligence on the alien agenda, and they're already working with a presence that they think is what, like the pre-runners or whatever of an invasion of the earth.
The renowned Mexican ufologist Jaime Maussan,
yes,
was intimately close with Geraldo Balducci, and Balducci told him, he said, pay attention to Pope Benedict's homily. If he changes the language to say universal church rather than world church in a few statements, that means he's acknowledging the alien presence. Okay, he watched that speech the next week, and he said universal church over and over and over, and he took that as a sign that he had become aware that the aliens were actually here.
One final thing, I know we're going to run out of time here, but the way this book ends is it ends talking about probably what are the two largest portals, stargates in the world that tie Washington, D.C. with the Vatican. And that's Washington, D.C. has a stargate. It's an ancient one. It's based on Egyptology, but the whole purpose of which is to open a doorway so that Osiris can rise from the underworld, who the Greeks would call Apollo, who the Bible calls the Antichrist.
Right.
But you have exactly the same pattern there in St. Peter's Square, where you have the obelisk facing the dome. The whole purpose of that is to open a doorway for the return. And you have the prophecy on the Great Seal saying it's going to happen, but inside the dome there at the Vatican, you have the Cumae Sibyl among the Old Testament prophets, who was the Sibyl that prophesied the second coming of Apollo.
It's in the book, On the Path of the Immortals, and we're going to offer this to you, the special On the Path of the Immortals package, available through the phone number on your screen or at skywatchtv.com. Along with the first two books in this series, Petrus Romanus, The Final Pope is Here, and Exo Vaticana, both by Tom Horn and Chris Putnam. We'll also toss in another book, which is an excellent primer on What Dwells Beyond. Jeffrey Martis, a look at the possibility of extraterrestrial life from a conservative theological perspective. And the DVD, The Secret Vatican and Alien Antichrist Connection, and the special investigative report on the Path of the Immortals, over $120 value, yours for $39.95. Chris Putnam, Tom Horn, fascinating discussion. Look forward to talking with you again.
Thank you very much.
For Skywatch TV, I'm Derek Gilbert.
Angels waging war in the unseen realm. Global events fulfilling biblical prophecy. Eternal life. What lies beyond mortality? From analyzing the paranormal from a biblical worldview to the discussion of cutting-edge science and technology. Conspiracy. Discovery. Special investigative reports. Unafraid to explore the challenging issues facing humanity. Welcome to another edition of Skywatch TV. Special Investigative Report.
There's a piece of verse that goes something like this. By the pricking in my thumbs, something wicked this way comes. And that seems to be true. The question we'll ask tonight is, what do the Native Americans seem to know about this something wicked coming this way? Welcome to Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert. Our guest today, part of an investigative team that went out with Tom Horn to do research for the forthcoming book co-written by Tom and Chris Putnam, On the Path of the Immortals. It is our pleasure to welcome to the Skywatch TV studios investigators Allie Anderson and Carl Olofsson. Hello. Welcome.
Great to be here. Thank you for having us.
The area that you went to research with Tom, where was it specifically?
The Four Corners area, where Utah, Colorado, Arizona, and New Mexico meet. And it's the hub of the Navajo Nation. It's actually where they have their capital, where they hold their legislation.
Okay. Now, why specifically that part of the country?
Why not? It's the best part to go to. We learned in the Exo Vaticana series that sometimes it's good to get out from behind the screen and go to the source for the knowledge. You can only read about so much, and only so much gets released. When you actually go to the source, see the people, see the actual sites, and learn firsthand what is there, what wasn't there, it really tells a much, much more complete story than what we get out of the books that we're allowed to be allowed to read and see.
So specifically, what type of information were you trying to dig up during the research?
Lots of information, but it came down to we were seeing parallels between biblical history and the oral tradition given by the native Navajos. Just in the oral tradition that we read and learned about before we went on that trip, there was giants, there was six-fingered giants, there was cannibalism, there was a flood. The parallels, there was too many parallels for this to be just written off. There's something there, and we needed to dig a little deeper, and that's why you go to the source. So we went to the Four Corners areas to get interviews, but also see the sites, see the petroglyphs, get firsthand knowledge of what was occurring there. And that trip took a totally different direction than we previously anticipated.
How so?
Originally, I happened to be working with a missionary who had worked in the area. And we were working on a concrete job together, and men do as men do, and, you talk. But with, being Skywatch personnel, and I've got a missionary who'd worked in the field there, we got into talking about stargates, gods, the oral traditions. And one of the things that came out was he had stated that they had an oral tradition and that's what had happened, is we talked about Mount Graham being a sacred site. And he'd said, yeah, they have an oral tradition of the gods coming down onto the mountains. And it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. So we start talking back and forth.
Very similar to the story from the Book of Enoch about the Watchers descending on Mount Hermon.
Oh, yeah. And so I talked with him more about it, and he said, hey, if you want, I could put you in contact with one of the tribal elders who happened to be, used to be one of the code talkers, and he's now a converted Christian, and I'm sure he'd talk with you. And it's like, how do you not follow that up? I mean, this is a dead ringer. I've got the perfect in. So I start setting that up. This should be a no-brainer, knock it out of the park, 2-3 calls, no problem. And I called, and I could not nail down this interview. It just was not happening. But by then, I'd spoken with Tom about it. He was chomping at the bit. Everything was ready. Everything was a go. I just had to nail down this interview, and I could not do it. So it went from trying to get tribal elders to I started speaking with college professors. And so I'm trying to get a college professor to get me an interview. I've got their times that they're available. And one of them comes back with just this cryptic message of, if you want to speak with us, you need to find out what your people have done to my people. And I'm like, okay. And he just left it at that. So I did research on it, and then I found out that the U.S. government had awarded them $554 million in settlement. And so all the tribal elders, it really is, they have political offices. Their meetings just look like, you're watching Congress on television, and they're in delegation. So that just wasn't going to pan out. I never did get word back from the professor of the Diné College. So it's like, I'm pulling at threads here. And so I nailed down an interview with Miss Navajo Nation, which is kind of like Miss America, except they really have to butcher a sheep and stuff like this. It's 3 days of competition where they have to tell the oral tradition stories in the Diné language. They have to, butcher a sheep. They have to do the dances. And then in the end, the woman who wins actually becomes the cultural representative for the Navajo Nation. So I was like, okay, this will work. And she was going to tell us, their oral history, to us in both Diné and in English. So we drive all the way across the country, get over there, and at like 8:52 the night before, we get a cancellation for the interview. And I was like, what? And it was interesting. As a backup, I had seen a book by an author on the Navajo Nation named Don Mose Jr., and he'd written this fantastic book where you read their oral tradition in English, and he had the artwork done by his one of his students, Charles Yanito. And once you finish the book in English, you flip it over, and you can read the whole book, pictures and illustrations and everything, in Navajo. So we're on the road, and we're traveling from place to place, already hitting the sites that we'd already booked. And I'm trying to nail down an interview. And so I called Don Mose, and I actually got the Navajo Cultural Center was his contact. And I contacted them. He called me, boom, right away. And he says, yeah, I'll give you guys an interview. So that cancellation of the big interview I had, I ended up turning into the best interview of the trip. It was just off the charts.
Now, we'll talk about that in a little more depth here in a couple of minutes. We'll keep people stringing along here as we get into the interview. But I want to talk to you, Allie. I understand you're pursuing a license as a private investigator.
Yes. When I was a little girl, I played spy girl and read the Nancy Drew stories and did all of that. As I got older, I pursued other things and went about my life, and then through a series of events that I couldn't have orchestrated on my own, I found myself in a place where I was given an opportunity to go back to school and obtain my certification to become an investigator, and I'm currently working on getting my license in Missouri.
So that's going to help in your role as an investigator for some of these special reports that we'll be producing for Skywatch TV.
Sure. I've actually recently pulled some documentation on some excavations that have been happening from the 70s up to now that will come into play as we look into more of some of the evidence about the Anasazi. And it's been quite interesting to read about, and finding some of that documentation and things like that, learning about how to go about that.
So, the one field work is one thing where you're going out and you're taking pictures on site and stuff, but your work then would be involved in doing some digging into historical records, land records, historical accounts and things like that?
Yeah, some of the documentation and things like that. The internet is a great tool, but sometimes as you go into it, you're reading articles other people have written, and sometimes it's good to dig deeper, find that initial documentation. Sometimes the numbers are different, or things can come up differently. So I'm in the process of looking into all of that right now too. So that's been fun to do.
And sometimes what people tell you when you actually dig into the documentation turns out perhaps not to be quite as accurate as they would have you believe.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What were some of the surprising things that you have been finding as you've been digging into the documentation? Anything that really surprised you or jumped out, or just that you thought was really intriguing? Some potential new leads for investigations?
It's interesting because face-to-face, people do warm up and they tell you things they don't want to say officially online, things like that. In the beginning, we were told that the word Anasazi meant ancient ones. And then we heard ancient enemy. As we asked about that, we heard ancient alien enemy. some people said, oh, that just means that it was people that came from somewhere else. Some people said it meant something entirely different. So that was an interesting thing to go in person and talk to people and find that the story can change when you're face to face with someone as they warm up to you and decide to disclose a little more. And in the documentation that I found, looking into the Anasazi, finding that the reasons that they say they evacuated, some of those reasons become questionable, and new things surface that make you really question the reasons that are given in the first place, which are some of the things I've been reading about. So
where do you dig for documentation and information like that? I mean, again, the internet is a great thing, but for me, if it goes much beyond Wikipedia, I start struggling. Where do you look for? What kind of sources might an investigator use to try to pull out the real truth?
There are lots of sources. It's too much to try to list here and now.
And besides, you'd have to kill us if you told us. So.
Exactly, exactly. But, county records, public records, things like that.
So the work of a private investigator is not so much car chases and gunplay, it's digging through records and sifting through information.
Yeah, you have to like the library a lot. It's much less guns and shoot 'em outs and a lot more just sitting in the library. It's much quieter than it's represented to be on TV.
Well, we want to talk to you about your library, and of course that's the point of this discussion of the forthcoming book, On the Path of the Immortals, Tom Horn and Chris Putnam's latest, their follow-up to Exo Vaticana and Petrus Romanus, the final pope is here. We're going to show you a little tease of what Carl and Allie and Tom Horn, Chris Putnam discovered as they were researching the book right now.
Now we're on our way to the petroglyphs. There are some strange images that are there.
Yeah, I saw it with the naked eye. Did you see it? The orb. I saw an orb with the naked eye.
What is that? In 2012, they shocked the world when they predicted Pope Benedict's resignation 1 year in advance. In 2013, they uncovered the mysteries of Mount Graham, the Lucifer device, and the Vatican's secret plan for the arrival of an alien savior. For the last 24 months, Tom Horn and Chris Putnam have been working behind the scenes on their most guarded project and greatest discovery yet. Mount Graham in Arizona is said to be a portal, and the Jesuits admit they are monitoring something there that is approaching the Earth. But as the Vatican knows and the authors just uncovered, this mountain is not the only gateway to another dimension. Now, in their new book, On the Path of the Immortals, Tom Horn and Chris Putnam set out with cameras and field investigators to document the most astonishing evidence of those behind the veil. Armed with inside intelligence from the native peoples, they unearth chilling evidence of what the Bible says about sacred locations and the giant beings that await their time from within.
They claimed that they could actually conjure light ships down, UFOs, aliens.
So what would have caused these ancient Pueblo Anasazi Indians to have departed this area with such great haste?
We don't know why they never finished completion of the Sun Temple.
Many of them escaped right through some of these mountains, some of these old Anasazi ruins.
Travel with internationally acclaimed investigative authors of Petrus Romanus and Exo Vaticana to learn the truth behind a secret so fantastic that it took 2 years and thousands of miles of research to document what has been kept hidden from the public by elitists and intellectuals who are planning mankind's assimilation under a coming savior.
Here's the six-toed giant our Indian guide told us about. And there's the fallen reptilian with the halo above his head that came through the portal.
One whom the prophet Daniel foresaw as an alien god. On the Path of the Immortals.
We're talking about the book On the Path of the Immortals, the new release from Tom Horn and Chris Putnam, and discussing the the background, the backstory, if you will, behind the book, the research that went into the book from the people that did the heavy lifting, Carl Olofsson and Allie Anderson, investigators who will be doing some special projects with Skywatch TV as we go forward and bring you further special investigations. In other words, something a little more than just a book release, but to try to go a little deeper, get out into the field and find some additional information. Carl, you were telling us before about the interview with the author Don Mose Jr.,
Yes.
which turned out to be quite a bit more than what you had originally thought.
Oh, yes.
What set the scene for us? When you arrived, was it just a setting like this, some comfy chairs and coffee?
No.
What was the interview like?
He tells us to meet us at a high school, and so we went to the wrong high school, then we got to the right high school, and he says, meet me at the Hogan. And I'd already known a Hogan is the female tribal hut. It's a mud and wood hut that the female side, and it's not all for females, but the female side of the ceremonies. They have male side of ceremonies and female side of the ceremonies. And sometimes the males participate in the Hogan. And so he takes us into the, we see this Hogan, and it's legit. This is the real deal. This isn't, some Quonset hut thing. It's, mud, cedar, just a hole in the center for light. And we go in, and I mean, he's already had a fire lit. You smell all this cedar around you. It's already warm inside. When, we come in from 32 degrees, and we walk in, and it's warm inside. I mean, you don't have to wear a coat or anything. So it was very inviting, and he starts right off the get-go, starts telling the stories. And when the stories start, it's very much what you'd read in the books. Very kind of, Native American, politically correct, giving the stories of a giant as a representation of addiction. It's what you would pick up at any book. Mm-hmm. But I'd spoken with him a couple of times over the phone, and I think when we met and he saw my sincerity of, I'd done enough digging into his information, into the tribal information, that I knew the stories. I knew some of the information. I knew the parallels between them. And
not just those stories, but the stories and the biblical accounts that relate to what you mentioned earlier about the flood, the giants who came, the beings who came down and landed on the mountain and things like that.
Yeah, and at one point in time, it was about the third Native American story or oral tradition that completely paralleled the Bible, and I said, the flood, just before he was about to finish it. And he looked over at me, and he put his hand on my shoulder, and he said, you're finally starting to learn. You're finally starting to learn. And he said it in such a way I was almost waiting for him to say, grasshopper. But that is where there was a big change in our discussion and the stories he was telling. And there was a second turning point where Tom had asked him about the Sipapu in the kivas. And you saw him look up at Tom, and he paused.
Now, the Sipapu are what?
A Sipapu is...
And I guess we should back up and describe what a kiva is as well.
Yeah, we'd have to back up to the kiva. So if we back up to the kiva, it's another ceremonial gathering place. And they'll say gathering place, but archaeologists, when they went in the kivas and they excavated them, they didn't find, just hangout kind of stuff. There were ceremonial knives, there were ceremonial ladles and or spoons, and then that brings us to the Sipapu, where they would have a fire, and then just above in front of the fire there would be a shaman. And the shaman is who would be conducting the ceremony, and the Sipapu is a small hole, maybe a 3-inch hole, just off-center, within the center of the kiva. And that is where the shaman would commune with the other world. It was their portal to the other world, whether spirits were coming and going, or whether the shaman himself was going into another world. We don't exactly know that, but we do know that that was their portal into the other realm, is the Sipapu.
Okay.
And so when Tom asked about the Sipapu, I kind of looked up at him and smiled, and all the gears started going. That's when, the trust was there, the information was already there, and now we're going to spill the beans. Then he started really telling us the story, of the giants, them going into the kiva to survive the flood. And, their flood story, it is a close parallel. And they just describe it a little bit differently as the birth of the worlds. You had the blue world and the water world and their different survival. And it's coming up to their fifth world. And that is, how they are going to survive the end times. And our previous guide had spoken very explicitly about it.
Now, the fifth world kiva that they have, has this already been constructed?
They say it's there.
Did they indicate where it was?
He was very cagey about that. In additional research, we have geographical. It's almost like you're given a map of a geological triangulation, as it would be if you're trying to find the Garden of Eden again. You need to find the right rivers, find the right mountain range, find the right canyon, and X marks the spot. That's what it's like for us, but they actually know where it is. They are having ceremonies there, and they are saying it's ready. And the whole of the Navajo Nation, the tribes will go there to survive the fifth world.
The question that comes to my mind, if you're saying tribes, it's not just the Navajo. They're talking about all the Native American tribes. How big must this thing be?
Well, if you take your Cherokee, and this is of just their registered participants, there's actually more than that. But of the people who are actually in registry as part of the nation, you have just your Cherokee is 300,000, just the Navajo is an additional 300,000. You include your Zuni, your Ute, your Pueblo, you're pushing 1 million people.
How could this have been built without the rest of us knowing about this?
I don't know. Have you ever heard of Denver, Colorado's airport?
Yeah, been there.
I don't have an answer for that.
Yeah.
And do understand, it's on a reservation. They have their own police. They have their places that we can go.
They are technically sovereign nations inside the United States.
That's absolutely correct.
Right.
So if they were just doing a construction project, I mean, they could probably do it without a whole lot of people noticing, unless you get on Google Earth, then it's going to be a lot harder to hide. But what I wonder is, was it already there? Is this an ancient cavern or cavern system? Or what I really wonder is, do they just go into a kiva the same size I went to, and the Sipapu, they just walk through a door and they end up somewhere else?
Again, Sipapu being essentially a portal into another realm.
Yeah. I mean, we have different ways we could go with that, but I do not have a solid answer.
Now, Allie, on the trailer that we saw for On the Path of the Immortals, there's a clip there of you making a reference to a petroglyph of a giant six-toed footprint. What was the significance of that, and what did you take away from that as its meaning?
Well, the petroglyphs are, in so many words, they're basically a storyboard left for the people that come behind you in a certain region to see the story of those who were there before. It might indicate where there's water, or what types of animals are available to be hunted. It could indicate a lot of things like that. So to look at this and see silhouettes of deer, and then right in the middle of it to have a small footprint with 5 distinct toes, and a large footprint with 6 distinct toes, 12 feet up, where they had to climb to get up there and etch this into this stone. This was a story. These were messages sent to people who came through there behind them for a reason. And so anything like that is significant.
We have a reference in Scripture, of course, of the giants who opposed David in his wars against the Philistines, having 6 toes, 6 fingers in each hand. So perhaps the significance, a link in the petroglyph, the story told by the petroglyph, to the giants of the Old Testament.
They had a lot of stories about giants in their lore as well, so that's very possible. They also mentioned to us that there was a fallen reptilian entity that caused the ancient Anasazi to wander. They had lost their mind and wandered. And right in the middle of all of these etchings on this stone, here's this reptilian creature with a bulbous head. Again, something that's just very random in the middle of all these
images
that are indigenous. You would imagine to see them there. And then all of a sudden, here's this bulbous-headed reptilian creature right in the middle.
Okay.
So definitely significance to why that was placed there.
You talked about the Anasazi earlier. What was it that's so mysterious about the Anasazi, and where did they go?
Well, that's the
mystery,
million-dollar question.
But going there, and even she had said it earlier, and you'll hear guides say this, you'll read it in text, them speaking in evacuation. But the Commonwealth appropriate answer is that they had a 100-year drought, and these people slowly left the area. When you go there and you see it, you see the structures, you learn what they left behind, you see what it was they left. It was an evacuation. This was not a slowly leaving of the area. For me, the smallest things actually become the most important things for this story. And this is true. I mean, they really left it. You go there yourself, you will see it. The guides will tell you it. It will be in the documentation. Which even the kiva, they left their ceremonial knife. They left the spoons in there. But in the homes, in the actual residences, they left corn. They left seeds of squash and melons. The biggest one for me was they left a bag of salt.
Salt?
Salt.
That's a key. That's essential.
Yeah, you get down to primitive living, salt was
essential.
So important. Yeah, I mean, salt, selenium. I mean, it was, you could be paid in, Roman soldiers were paid in salt. It was so valuable.
Right.
And for native tribes, when they don't have access to a desert, to an ocean, to make their own salt, we're talking, this is very important. And they left the salt. That stuff, I mean, if you're going on a trip and you got to go and you just have to leave, you're going to grab that. It wasn't grabbed, it was left. Something happened. This
and
was
happened
not,
quick.
yeah, something happened fast. This wasn't a slowly we're being starved off the land event.
And the question is something else coming? And is this why they've prepared the fifth kiva? These are questions addressed in the new book, On the Path of the Immortals, Tom Horn and Chris Putnam's latest, and we'd like to make it available for you or to you as part of a special package. The On the Path of the Immortals package, you'll see a telephone number on your screen here in a moment. You can also go to skywatchtv.com. On the Path of the Immortals, the first two books in the series, Petrus Romanus and Exo Vaticana, along with another book that's an excellent research reference tool about the possibility of life existing outside of, off planet Earth, extraterrestrial life, What Dwells Beyond by Jeffrey Martis. Those plus a DVD, Tom Horn presentation, The Secret Vatican and Alien Antichrist Connection, and the special investigative report in which Allie and Carl took part. Total value of the package, over $120, yours for $39.95. Again, call the number on your screen or visit skywatchtv.com. Carl Olofsson, Allie Anderson, a pleasure having you here today. Really look forward to seeing the finished production. For Skywatch TV, I'm Derek Gilbert. We'd like to thank you for joining us for the special 5-part investigative report based on the forthcoming book by Tom Horn and Chris Putnam, On the Path of the Immortals. This is the kind of thing that we hope to do quite often in the future, at least 3 or 4 times a year on Skywatch TV, digging a little deeper into a specific topic and trying to bring you information that you're not finding anywhere else on the web or on television. Future projects include Inhuman the Movie, a look at the transhumanist movement and how some at the leading edge of cutting-edge science are looking at technology as the means to apotheosis, the means to immortality. We're also looking at an investigation into the book written by Donna Howell, Redeemed Unredeemable. How far does God's grace extend? Does forgiveness even extend to some of the worst and most violent people in the history of the United States? That's the kind of thing you can expect to see in the future from Skywatch TV. Keep watching. I'm Derek Gilbert, and this is Skywatch TV.
I have the privilege of introducing a dear friend, and I've got all this propaganda here. He's a internationally recognized lecturer, radio host, best-selling author. His columnist, well-known columnist, whose articles have been referred to by writers in the LA Times Syndicate, MSNBC, Christianity Today, New Man Magazine, WorldNet Daily, Newsmax, and goes on and on and on of people that have used him as an authority. But let me tell you, he and Chris Putnam undertook a book called that dealt with the prophecy of the popes, and they published that in I believe it was March or April of 2012. And they, among other things, predicted that the sitting pope at the time would abdicate. And a year later, in February of 2013, the pope, for the first time in 600 years, abdicated, which of course put Tom Horn and Chris Putnam on the headlines. Okay, and so that, do you think that'd be pretty good? No, they had a book coming out last month or a few months ago now that I haven't talked to him about his ability to pick good titles. The title of his second book was called Exo-Vaticana. And I've read the book and I respect it highly. I still don't understand why it was named that way. But the point I'm getting at is that book, as many of you may know, I have had a very early and continuing interest in an area that has to be the most difficult area to research on the landscape, the area called UFOs. It's very difficult to research because most of the information there is nonsense and foolishness, some well-intended, some malicious. It's a very, very difficult area to take seriously. And yet, I've discovered that they did a book, he and Chris Putnam, that is unquestionably the most scholarly, most thorough, most competent development of that very difficult area. And among other things, it predicts it reveals that, of all things, the Vatican is openly preparing to receive an alien visitor. Now, if that doesn't disturb you, it should. You weren't listening, okay? So, Tom, much to my delight, requested that I do the introduction to that, which gave me a preview glimpse of the chapters, and I was stunned with the depth of scholarship and the thoroughness that they've done, so I was pleased to be part of that. So it's become one of my most treasured volumes in my library, Exo-Vaticana by Tom Horn and Chris Putnam. Now, he's done a number of other books he's well known for, of course. Apollyon Rising 2012. If you're interested in the occult, the Freemasons, that sort of thing, there's lots of nonsense around. It's a great book on that and related subjects. What he doesn't have on the list here, he has published a book called Zenith 2016, which is Apollyon Rising brought up to date. So he modernized it, cleaned it up, added some things. And that's also become one of my favorite sources in an area that's very difficult to get competent insights into. The Freemasons being just an example of that. So you're going to hear from one of the guys that I respect more. I can't think of anyone I respect more highly in the publishing field, in the Christian publishing field, than Tom Horn. So that's as candidly and as strongly as I can express it. And there you are. That's as good as it gets, Tom. It's a privilege having you with us, my friend.
Bless you.
God bless you, God bless you, my friend.
Well, I was hiding back there hoping that he would keep on going on about all that stuff. I was really enjoying that. Can I get a copy of those notes? I might...
I could probably never do it again.
Well, greetings, everybody. Are you enjoying the Strategic Perspectives 2013? I almost said 2012. I'm still hung up in the past, ain't I? Old preachers can't ever get out of the past, can't ever stop preaching the old sermons. I do want to say one thing. Last night, Peter Flint gave you that piece of artwork. He said it was one of 14. And I don't know how I felt about that. But if he's got 13 left over, I would think one maybe ought to make its way towards Missouri. Don't you think so? Put the heat on him. I mean, I'm just saying. Otherwise, maybe a Finn could come your direction for your coffee. We'll just talk about that a little bit later. Oh, you're the crowd, and I'm supposed to be talking to you.
I am glad to be here, and I was invited to come here today to talk to you, of all things, about the prophecy of the popes and how in the world did Chris Putnam and I predict a year in advance, not only that Pope Benedict would step down, but by the way, we got it actually to the month, and we didn't even know we did. We said in the book, if you read it, which came out before his resignation, we suggested that he was going to step down in April of 2012, citing health reasons, and be the first pope to do so, as you say, in 600 years. When April came and went, we thought, well, we missed the date, but the book's still important. But then when he did resign this year in February, the El Observatorio Romano, which is the official mouthpiece for the Vatican, gave an interview to the New York Times in which they said, well, really, he retired when he returned at the end of March 2012. He did it internally, made it official in April to the Curia, and we had actually got the month right. But there's another story if you read the book, because 61 years ago, a Catholic mystic prophesied exactly when Gloria Olivae, Pope Benedict, number 111 on the prophecy of the popes, would step down. 61 years in advance, he said it'll happen in April of 2012. So if you read the book, you'll go through a lot of that, and you'll find out that there are other mysteries that we only hint at, that Putnam and I came across, for instance, having to do with the conclave itself, that process by which, that medieval process by which the cardinals go there to St. Peter's Square, sequester themselves into the Sistine Chapel, and they go through that very ancient ritual of electing a pope. And during this last election, there were a lot of questions, people out there asking questions, how does that process work? And you had comedian Craig Ferguson, the talk show host guy. He was on TV, and he was saying, now how does this process work? He says, I know, they have these little papers, right? And they roll them up, and then they vote, and they tear them up. And then they throw them in that thing that they've temporarily hooked up, that stove with the temporary stovepipe that's going up out of the top of the Sistine Chapel. And they mix chemicals with it. And he said, now if the smoke comes up and it's black, they haven't yet elected a pope. If the smoke comes out and it's white, they have elected a pope. But Ferguson said, what would we make of it if all of a sudden green smoke started coming up out of the Sistine Chapel? And Putnam and I put our heads together on that, rolled up little pieces of paper, green smoke. We determined that if that happened, that Willie Nelson had snuck into the Sistine Chapel, and they need to get him out of there, right? Well, okay, that's not what I'm here to talk about, but we did come across other mysteries, I'm just saying, and maybe at some point we'll talk about some of that nonsense too. Okay, to get started, I want to blame you folks for the excursion that I've been on for the last 24 months. Or at least those of you who were here 2 years ago when I spoke on transhumanism. How many were here 2 years ago? So some of you were. Well, I blame you for what I've had to go through for the last 24 months. Want to know why? Because anytime you get in an auditorium filled with spirit-filled people, you're going to start getting inspired, right? That's the problem. Here I was, minding my own business, standing back there with my son. You can see him standing there, Joe Artis, the wild man of the Ozarks. And we were talking about how it was unusual that you have a 900-year-old medieval prophecy that's about to come to its end, and nobody had written a thorough investigation into the prophecy of the popes. Do you believe in it? You not believe in it? What does it mean? Who does believe in it that's in the Vatican? Why did some popes go out of their way to show themselves as being the fulfillment of it? And all of that. So we're back there minding our own business, but the radiation coming off of you folks is inspiring me. And did that ever get me in trouble? So all of a sudden, I didn't have any more sense than to think, well, okay then, if nobody's written it, I'm a publisher, maybe I have an insight on writing this book and doing the investigation. So I go up here in my beautiful room to write down some notes on how I would go about investigating the prophecy of the popes. But because I'm on the road, my cell phone's turned off, I'm thinking, now if somebody's trying to get an emergency contact through to me, they might have sent me an email. So I opened up my email, believe it or not, and here is an email from a guy by the name of Chris Putnam.
Now, at that time, I didn't know Chris. We'd never spoke. I didn't know anything about him. Somebody, I think, had told me that he had a blog site, but that was all I knew. Here's this email from Chris Putnam, and I opened the email, and can you believe he wants to talk to me about the prophecy of the popes? And to make a long story short, I can't give it to you blow by blow, but that set in motion what we believe to be a whole series of preternatural events leading up to the actual and accurate prediction. And I am not a prophet. This was all based on systematized approach, which you can read about if you have or will read that book. Oh, this film just came out. Joseph Farah produced this movie you see there on the screen, The Last Pope. This was produced by the same film company that made the Isaiah 9:10 judgment, which has been the #1 selling Christian faith film for a year and a half based on the Harbinger stuff that our friend Jonathan Kahn did. So that just came out, and it's based upon this story. What happened? How did we get involved with it? They go all over the world. Jerome Corsi goes over to the Vatican, talks with Vatican historians. Then they go to Ireland. They talk with the leaders of the church, the historians over there, about Malachi Morguer. And as I'm going along here and I say that name, Malachi Morguer, it dawns on me that a whole lot of you may not even know what I'm talking about with the prophecy of the Pope. So, very quickly, in 1139, there was a Catholic bishop. He was a very popular bishop. I got to stay right here. Boy, do I have a bad habit of walking away from the pulpit. And they got on me about it last time, and they warned me again. They said, there'll be a couple of blondes down there. They're incognito. You all know which ones they are. But if you walk away from the pulpit, they will mace you back into the position. It's hard to speak when you're living under such terrorism. Don't we have laws against this kind of stuff? For crying out loud. But so now it's in my head, right? I'm trying to think about what I want to talk about, but I start to go this way, and I can hear in the back of my mind, recalculating. Turn left at the crack. Do a U-turn, recalculating. 1139, a priest by the name of Malachi Morguer, an Irish bishop, very popular. He served in an area that was called Armagh, which is now known as Northern Ireland. This was a priest who was accredited with having the gift of healing and also having the gift of prophecy. But in 1139, he is summoned to Rome by the then Pope, Pope Innocent II. And like every priest in his day, of course, you know, he wanted to go to Rome. He wanted to see the Vatican City. He dreamed of meeting the Pope. And so he gets together his entourage and their beasts of burden and their carts and all of that. And they begin this 9-month arduous journey across Europe. And as they're going, they see the conditions of the world. The pain, the suffering, the plagues of the 11th century that are devastating so many townships and people, the wantonness, the hunger. And all of this is weighing really heavy on Malachi's mind. He was already a priest of the people anyway, if you know what I mean. And then 9 months later, now it's 1140, and he arrives in the Vatican City. And he is put off immediately by what he finds there. This is a time, by the way, in history that is known as the pornocracy. It was a time where the Pope and those around him and the Vatican, they embellished all of this privilege and finery and wine and pomp and circumstance and food and all of the splendor. And Malachi comes riding in with his donkey pulling some cart, and he has just seen what's going on across the then known world, and he is really offset by what he finds there. So he conducts his business with Benedict II, or with Pope Benedict, time traveling here again, sorry. He conducts his business with Innocent II and gives an update on his diocese, and then he can't wait to get out of the city. And this is where things get interesting. Because according to history and tradition, as Malachi is coming up out of the Seven Hill City, all of a sudden something happens to him. First of all, he utters one line in Latin that is essentially a judgment upon the papacy. And the flavor of this judgment is that God is only going to allow this to go so long. That then is followed by a series of 112 lines that he writes down in Latin, each one of these symbolic of each pope that would arrive in succession, with the Pope following Innocent II, which is Celestine II, all the way down to the final Pope, and that is the Pope, he says, line number 112, that is the Pope that will reside in Rome when the church and the world enter into the Great Tribulation period, ending with the destruction of Rome and the return of what he calls the great and terrible judge, that is Jesus Christ, who's going to judge his people, including this religious system that he had found at that moment to be so offensive. Now, that's what Chris Putnam and I started investigating, but it led to places that we would have never thought we were going to go. Bottom line this, it remained in the Vatican archives, the prophecy did, for about 400 years. We don't even know how it got into the Vatican archives, but somehow it did. And it was hidden there like so many other things have been hidden inside those secret archives. You know, the Vatican, they basically wrote the rules for Central Intelligence and the FBI. Much of what they developed in terms of concealing documentation is what we adopted into our intelligence agencies later on. But in 1595, a Benedictine historian by the name of Arnold de Wyan publishes the prophecy of the popes. He takes it out of the archives, puts it in his 1,700-page book, Lignum Vitae, and it comes out, and it's now in the public forum. And here is the mystery. From that day and forward, the prophecy of the popes actually has seemed to increase in terms of its accuracy. If it had been a fraud concocted in 1590s and they made the first part of it look like it was really real, right? Then you would expect that from that time forward, now that we can watch it, it would fall apart, but it hasn't. It's actually become more accurate, and this has implied something. It has implied that it is time to take a drink of this water. In addition to that, it has implied to some people that the prophecy of the popes was either, one, divinely inspired, or number two, demonically inspired, and it is some part of a great deception, or number three, and this is the one that I tend to kind of lean toward 60-40, is that for whatever reason this document has held a place of importance in the mind of the cardinal electors. And they have only been electing popes that could be seen in one way or another as fulfilling their line in the prophecy, and therefore it has become a self-fulfilling prophecy, whether or not it was ever originally given by God or the devil. For instance, take just the last three popes as an example. Pope number 110. His line in the prophecy was, De labora solis, or from the Latin to the English, he will come through the labor of the sun. And this was the line for Pope John Paul II, who was born during a partial solar eclipse, and then years later actually died and was buried through a very rare hybrid eclipse, and so he literally entered the world and exited the world through the labor of the sun. Then came line number 111, Gloria Olivae. This was the line for Benedict, and this was the one that says he will be the glory of the olives. And this was interesting because in the lead up to the election of Benedict, there were a lot of the watchers of the prophecy, right? They were saying this guy is going to be a Benedictine priest because their symbol is the olive branch and their priests are known as the Olivetans. Therefore, the glory of the olives, he's going to be a Benedictine priest. Well, then the conclave came and they elected a German cardinal by the name of Ratzinger, who was not a Benedictine, and everybody was thinking, uh-oh, something just suddenly really fell apart in the prophecy of the popes. Then, a few hours later, Benedict walks out there into the well where the Pope stands in St. Peter's Square, and he announces two things. Number one, that he had been born on the feast day of St. Benedict, the founder of the Benedictine order, and secondly, that he was taking, therefore, as his name, Benedict XVI, in an astonishing fulfillment of this line number 111 of the prophecy of the popes. But it also, of course, indicates he may have selected that name because what? Some kind of backroom deal? You have to make yourself to appear to be a fulfillment of the prophecy? I don't know, but it does bring us then
into the final line, line number 112, which is the line for Pope Francis I, and the question, does George Bergoglio fulfill the final line in the prophecy? And here is what the prophecy says. This is the most expressive line in the prophecy of the popes, and it says this: in the extreme persecution of the Holy Roman Church, there will sit Peter the Roman, who will pasture his sheep in many tribulations, and when those things are finished, the city of 7 hills will be destroyed, and the dreadful judge will judge his people, the end. That is the final line in the prophecy, a 900-year-old prophecy, and it is the line for Pope Francis. Now, the question then is, does Bergoglio fulfill this line? First of all, part of it we're going to have to wait and see. Because if he is the Pope residing at the Vatican as the Great Tribulation unfolds around us, we're all going to know that in a very short period of time, I suspect. But the second thing was this line, Peter the Roman. Because of that line, some of the people who were watching the prophecy, not the scholars who always had a different view on this, but many of the people in the public, they thought, okay, it's got to be a guy, right, who's going to have some part of his name is Peter. And if he's an Italian, or in the old language, a Roman, we're going to literally have a guy named Peter the Roman who becomes the next pope. And so people were watching that. They thought the current Secretary of State, Tarcisio Pietro Peter Bertone, who was an Italian, they thought, wow, if he becomes the Pope, I mean, run for the hills, right? Start crying for the rocks to fall on us because the man is here. And people were excited about it. Now, Chris Putnam and I are on TV shows a year in advance that you can watch on YouTube, in which we said it would be a mistake to lock yourself into that opinion for a couple of reasons. Number one, let me go back to this previous slide. It comes from understanding how the prophecy of the popes work, in that the prophecy never did pick a person's Christian name or a name that they were born with. In other words, John Paul II was not born De Labora Solis. Benedict was not born Gloria Olivae. The lines in the prophecy always tell us something about the character of the Pope, how he wants to model his pastorship or his papacy in Rome. And for that reason, many Catholic scholars especially had always said the final Pope will not have the name Peter. The title Peter the Roman is symbolic. And in fact, what several of them believed was he's called Peter because he is the consummation of the Petrine office, the office of Peter as it is known in Rome. See, if you understand Catholic belief, and some of you I'm sure are Catholic or were raised Catholic, but they believe that their very first pope was the Apostle Peter from the New Testament, and it is upon his throne that every pope in succession provides an unbroken line of leadership for Roman Catholicism, and therefore every pope is known. In fact, George Bergoglio is a Jesuit, and the Jesuits always refer to every pope as the latest Peter in the line. So many Catholic scholars believe that this is simply talking about the consummation of the office, the final line, the final Peter, if you will. But then the term the Roman becomes really interesting. Is it because he is of Italian descent? Both his mother and father are full-blooded Italians, so in that sense you could refer to them as Roman. But Catholic scholars wrote as many as decades ago that what it actually implies is that this will be a guy who will refascinate the world with the office of the papacy, who will refascinate the world with Roman Catholicism. And folks, if this guy has done anything, it has fascinated the world with the office of the Pope. However, having said that, it's spooky how Bergoglio has gone out of his way to attach himself to the literal title, Peter the Roman, and to wrap himself in the final line of that language. First of all, because he took as his namesake Francesco, or Francis as he's more commonly called today, of Assisi. That is his namesake. But Francis was born Giovanni and later changed his name to Francesco di Pietro, Peter de Bernardone, and as an Italian his name literally translates Peter the Roman. When he chose him as his namesake, you could have knocked me and Chris Putnam over with a feather that he went out of his way to do that, but it gets even more intriguing. Know this,
Pope Francis is selling himself as a humble man, and he may be a humble man, but that does not mean he is an ignorant man. He is a Jesuit. He has advanced degrees in science, in history. He is very familiar that he is the final line in the prophecy of the popes. He knows that. He also knows, however, that Francis of Assisi was a mystic like Malachi Morgare. In fact, Francis of Assisi only lived 50 years after the prophecy of the popes was given. There's some evidence he was familiar with it, but even if he wasn't, Francis of Assisi prophesied too about the final pope. And do you want to know what he said about the final pope? Here's an excerpt from his prophecy. He says he will be raised to the pontificate, who by his cunning will endeavor to draw many into error and death. For in those days Jesus Christ will send them not a true pastor, but a destroyer. Why in the world would Bergoglio name himself after a guy whose name means Peter the Roman and whose prophecy implies the very last line, 112, that this guy will be a deceiver who is going to lead the world into destruction, but it keeps getting even better. 3 weeks ago, Bergoglio wrapped himself in it again. He names a guy that we actually thought might be the final pope, a cardinal who is an Italian, a Roman, by the name of Pietro Parolin, a guy whose name means Peter the Roman, was just named as the new Secretary of State for the Vatican. And this is interesting because for those of you who might be watching this via live stream who are Catholics, those who are here who are Catholics and know history, and I know there are some here that know it a lot better than I do. John Loeffler is in the building, right? And also those who have paid attention to this history, you are familiar that in the background of Catholicism, some of the ancient prophecies, more than one, foresaw the end times. And what did they see? They saw that something is going to happen to the rightful pope. That he is what? One says maybe he's going to die or be killed. Another says maybe he's going to be arrested. But something happens that moves the pope out of office, and then an anti-pope rises up under him, and that guy is the one that's really the bad one. Well, by doing what he just did with Pietro Parolin, George Bergoglio just put into place something that if something should happen to him and his Carmelingo, the Secretary of State would step up into the office of the Pope, a man whose name literally means Peter the Roman. Now, I can't tell you that that's going to happen. I don't hope something happens to Pope Francis other than maybe getting saved. But there's some very weird stuff going on. Okay, I got to go what is it here? I've got 30 minutes left. As a Jesuit, Francis may be linked to something even more intriguing and that could connect him to end times prophecy as depicted in Chuck Missler's masterpiece, Alien Encounters, and the far humbler and recent Exo Vaticana, which basically stole Chuck's ideas and reframed them in our own language. But that is the subject, astrobiology. I say this because, since publishing Petrus Romanus and Exo Vaticana, we learned that the new pope has a relationship with the members of the VORG, the Vatican Observatory Research Group. First of all, as a young adult, he earned a master's degree in chemistry from the University of Buenos Aires and had scientific ambitions prior to entering the Jesuit order, including studies in astrobiology, life on other planets. Secondly, when the current leader of the VORG, Jose Gabriel Funes, also from Argentina, entered the Jesuit order, one of his 3 examiners was Bergoglio. So now we have a relationship between George Bergoglio, Pope Francis, and the astronomers who, you're going to find out some of the spooky stuff they're talking about here in a little bit. And thirdly, in a recent interview with the Catholic press, Funes says that this first Jesuit pope is soon going to turn his attention to issues like astrobiology, exactly as we predicted in the final chapter of Exo Vaticana. And folks, that is where stuff now finally starts getting very, very interesting, because of a couple of things that another famous Jesuit by the name of Malachi Martin had to say before he died.
How many of you are familiar with Malachi Martin? Most of you are not. Very quickly, this guy was no Johnny-come-lately. He was an insider of insiders at the Vatican. He was a Jesuit. He worked for 3 popes. He was a formidable polyglot. He could speak 17 languages, translated numerous ancient and extinct languages. In fact, he worked for the Vatican in the Holy See, transcribing the Dead Sea Scrolls, part of which was being talked about last night, his work on those documents for the Vatican. He was a personal friend of Augustine B., who is one of the most famous Jesuits in history. He had access to the deepest secrets, including the final mysteries of Fatima, which he certainly implied were not released in 2000 when the Vatican said that they were. But in any case, he was a personal friend of the Pope's. At one point, he asked the Pope if he could have leave of his priestly duties. He moved to New York City, where he became a multi-time, best-selling New York Times writer of fiction and nonfiction, or his fiction he called faction, fiction based on fact. And if part of his fiction is based on fact, we only have, well, let's just say there was some very, very scary, naughty stuff going on in the Vatican. And long before the news hit the fan about pedophilism, Malachi was out there saying that it was happening, and he was being mocked by many of the other priests, but much of what he said came out later on down the line to indeed be a fact. But 2 of the things that he said that I want to focus on. Number 1, he wrote this book right here, The Jesuits, The Society of Jesus and the Betrayal of the Roman Catholic Church. If you haven't read it, get it and read it, because you will see that exactly what he predicted was happening, but that he hoped would not happen, indeed is and has happened. And what he says in this book is that there was a secret war that was going on between the Jesuits and the other priesthood for the control of the Roman Catholic Church and the Vatican in particular. The Vatican, folks, is not like any other Christian denomination. There are 90 ambassadors at any time parked there at the Vatican City. It has relationships, political and otherwise, with most of the major nations around the world. And according to Malachi, the Jesuits wanted to seize control of the Vatican. For what purpose? He said they want to use it as a machine that will give assistance to the rise of the new world order. And furthermore, he said they want to use it. They want to work in tandem with the coming of the Antichrist for the implementation of the objectives of the Antichrist. And Brother Malachi must be rolling over in his grave today. Or excuse me, he must be rolling over in purgatory. Because the first ever Jesuit was just elected as the Pope, and this war he was so concerned about evidently has just been won. But there's a more intriguing thing that he had to talk about, and that was what he said was going on with those Jesuits on the top of a mountain in southeastern Arizona. How many of you were aware that an hour away from Tucson, Arizona, there is an advanced telescope and an observatory group that literally forced their way onto the top of that mountain in Arizona, and part of it is owned by the Vatican? And when Art Bell in 1997 was interviewing Malachi Martin on the late night talk show Coast to Coast AM, he asked him, he said, Father, why did the Vatican force themselves onto a top of a mountain in Arizona, and why is the Vatican so heavily invested in the study of deep space? And at the time, Malachi Martin's answer ignited a firestorm. Chuck, I know you'll remember what he said. He said, they're there on the top of that mountain observing the space. He said, because at the highest levels of Vatican governance and geopolitics, he said, they know what is approaching the earth, and that it will be of the utmost importance in coming years. Now, he put about a decade time frame on that, and almost to the date, a decade later, in 2009, the Vatican abruptly called for an astrobiology study week.
They had the Pontifical Academy of Sciences, the scientists for the Vatican, bring together 30 of the most powerful astronomers in the world, geologists, theoretical physicists, but they also brought in theologians. And that whole week, guess what they discussed? They discussed what will the impact be on faith, on religion, given the disclosure or the discovery of advanced extraterrestrial intelligence in the universe. 90 days later, the Royal Society, the oldest scientific body in the world, convened a meeting in the UK, January 2010, in which they invited experts from all over the world. And by the way, I even have their little thing right here in front of me for the discussion. This is what they brought them together for. And imagine this scientific body is 350 years old. They've never done this before, but 90 days after the Vatican, they came together to discuss, quote, the detection of extraterrestrial life and the consequences for science and society. And at the time, Lord Martin Rees, who was the head of the Royal Society and also the Astronomer Royal, the astronomer to the Queen, he said, sorry, I went a little, I almost said gay on you there for a minute, but Homeland Security is on the way to the door. Shut us down. Hate speech. Now, what that did to my brain, I may never recover from. To discuss the detection of alien intelligence. Well, of course, following those two back-to-back meetings, media around the world were in a frenzy. They wanted to talk to some of those people. Why is the Vatican asking what the impact is going to be on faith and religion given the detection of extraterrestrial intelligence? And why are all of the members of the oldest science body in the world coming together to talk about the detection? And so the Vatican sent out Gabriel Jose Funes, the head of the Vatican Observatory Research Group, who immediately started lobbing these little softballs out there to the media. Oh, well, it's just in case, you know, the Vatican's made some mistakes in the past. We don't think we want any more, you know, issues with trampling on scientific thought and blah, 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 blah. But then he starts saying some important things. As in, he says, however, the extraterrestrial is our brother. And furthermore, he said, it is not only not incompatible with Christianity to believe in extraterrestrial intelligence, but he said, if you do not believe in extraterrestrial intelligence, that is the heresy, because, he said, it puts limits on God's creative ability. And that began what has been a slow process over the last 3 years of what is kind of a developing scheme, if you will, in theological arguments at the Vatican. But keep this in mind, some of these are Opus Dei level theologians who write theology for the Pope's University in Rome. And when you see some of the stuff they're writing right now, it'll put cold chills down your spine. But then he said something I had to just take, I thought, now how could he possibly know this, Chuck? He says that extraterrestrial intelligence discovery will not challenge the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. How could you know that? Right? Unless you've made some kind of Mephistophelian bargain, some Faustian deal with some power that you happen to think is an extraterrestrial intelligence, how could you already know it's not going to challenge the authority of the Roman Catholic Church? That is a very mysterious statement, but maybe he knew a little something about what another priest was saying. And this guy was no Johnny-come-lately either, Monsignor Caroldo Balducci. He was the official spokesperson for the Vatican on the subject of UFOs and aliens. And he died about 3 years ago under mysterious circumstances. Just before he died, he was out there on Italian television. He partook in a documentary that was made here in the U.S. And guess what he was saying? He was saying the aliens exist and they are here now. As an exorcist for the church, he said they're not angels and they're not demons. These are advanced people, if you will, and they are morally superior to us. This is an argument that they continue to make, and they're becoming more and more adamant about it, that what we know about ourselves is that we are fallen, right? But we could not necessarily assume the same thing about our space brethren. And if they're unfallen, they're closer to God than we are. Therefore, they have a better understanding of the gospel and of the Godhead and of the nature of God. And when they started out 3 years ago, Funes was saying, I'd like to baptize an alien into the Catholic faith. Well, that's not what they're saying today. What they're saying is they are coming here and they're going to baptize us into their faith, and it is going to require us to make changes to our knowledge, to our understanding of the gospel. In fact, some of their deepest theologians have said perhaps everything we think we know about the gospel is going to have to be thrown out. But guess what else Balducci said? He said not only is the Vatican aware of the alien presence that's already on earth now, and this just before he died, he said they are using their embassies from around the world to gather information on the alien presence and their agenda. Might have been an oops moment because he didn't live much longer after that, but the Vatican has never came out and retracted those statements. They've never taken objection to them. They have simply left them out there. Got to go very quickly. In more recent years, I took another drink of water. In more recent years, the Jesuits associated with Mount Graham have become even more outspoken on the alien reality and agenda, as I was just talking about. Now, how Chris Putnam and I became aware of this. So we're out there and we're doing shows on Petrus Romanus. And inevitably, when we were on these talk shows, the radio call-in talk shows, people would be calling in and they'd be asking us, oh yeah, okay, but what do you make of the Vatican ET connection? And because we wanted to be able to provide a qualified answer and not just come across, you know, as a couple of evangelicals out there taking these Catholic guys, taking their words out of context, we wanted to go to the horse's mouth. Or we wanted to go to the Catholic horse's mouth. You know there's Catholic horses, don't you? There is. New York, other places, they have them great big churches, and every year they bring in all the animals. How many of you know what I'm saying is true? And they sanctify them and they dedicate them to the Catholic faith. Now, just to be sure, so that we don't get a conspiracy started after this, some of you know that my wife has 28 horses. But we have had every one of them certified evangelical. Not caught one of them praying with a rosary. Yeah, I'm sorry. We wanted to go to the horse's mouth, and we knew, brother, that this was like a dream, right? The best way to do this would be if somehow, some way, we could get up to the top of Mount Graham in Arizona and talk to the astronomers there. Now that was a big maybe, right? You don't just drive up to the top of Mount Graham and jump out and say, I'm here to see the aliens. It's fenced off way down off the mountain, signs in all kinds of languages talking about the horrific things that will happen to you if you climb over the fence and try to go up there. So I found out that if I was going to have any chance, I had to negotiate this through the Arizona State University. That's a story all by itself, but I was successful in doing that. And if you read the book Exo Vaticana, the young people have told me, man, they just love that first chapter. They say it's like an Indiana Jones scene, right? How we went up that mountain. But I don't have time to tell you that story. Just in the back of your mind as I'm talking, just be humming, dun, 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 dun. But that's where we went, to the top of the mountain. And when we got up there, now I have to say, I was very impressed with the Jesuit who was on duty that day. He's not the one we had been hoping to talk to, but he was a Jesuit astronomer. We later did talk to the one we wanted to talk to, but he was an astronomer and very cordial. I mean, this guy could give evangelicals lessons on how to behave in a Christ-like manner. Very warm, very cordial, answered all of our questions, took us and showed us the very humble areas where the astronomers sleep when they're there and the places where they eat. But then finally, of course, we went up we went up the stairway and we wind up there with the Vatican's astronomical or advanced technology telescope. And they allowed us to do all kinds of crazy stuff. We clomb all over the telescope, went up above it, went down below it. Down below, there's an area chained off
they unchained it so we could stand on that platform. And then once I got up there, I saw all these electrical warnings around me with crossbones, and I thought, now I know why you let us stand on the platform. We're not falling for it. So we got off the platform. But we went, but that guy confirmed for us everything that we had been asking, and we were really straightforward. By the way, the wild man was our cameraman that day, and we have that Jesuit on film talking about some of this astonishing belief system, and we may make a documentary called Exo Vaticana the movie, because we got even more astonishing film when we came down off of that mountain, and maybe that'll happen and maybe it won't. But anyway, we talked to him, but he did confirm that. He, like some of the other astronomers up there, we were surprised when he just started saying, talking about the number of UFOs that they constantly see above that mountain and in deep space using those telescopes. We hadn't even asked the question. He just started talking about it. We found that to be extraordinary. But he also said this, which was key to us. He said, these days the Vatican only uses their advanced telescope for one reason, and that is to monitor exo-worlds where they believe that there may be the conditions for life, including the possibility of advanced intelligence. So we found that to be very confirming. Anyway, let me make I'm going to make the story faster. We left there. We walked up the hill about a city block to the radio telescope. There's 3 telescopes on the top of Mount Graham. So we went to the radio telescope. Nobody was on duty that day, but our guide had keys, took us in, opened all the doors, turned on all the lights. We got to see that gigantic telescope. We went into the control room. We saw the screens were sitting there lit up with images of deep space. But because we couldn't talk to any technicians or astronomers, we left there. We went out. We walked 2 more city blocks up to the top of the mountain, and that's where sits the large binocular telescope. It is the largest telescope in the world. It makes images of deep space that are better than the Hubble telescope. It's got these giant twin mirrors, and that place was packed. People in the lunchroom, people walking all over the place, a whole bunch of astronomers from Germany making adjustments to the large telescope. I don't even know how many stories high this thing is. We kept riding elevators to different floors. We're just going up, 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 up. And each stage of the way, the systems engineer who they gave us, and by the way, he spent the entire day with us. We were his only mission the whole day. We were just surprised by that. Very educated guy, lead engineer for the Large Binocular Telescope. But if you watch the book trailer for Exo Vaticana, you'll see a scene in there where we are way up on this platform, way up over the top of the Large Binocular Telescope looking down, and you'll see the systems engineer take a laser pointer, and he points down between the 2 twin mirrors. He points down to this red device, this big red device in the middle, and he says, this is the Lucifer device. And yes, that is exactly what it really is called. It's an acronym, L-U-C-I-F-E-R. It is a piece of infrared technology that they, the Catholics, whoever else want to be able to use that device, that they use that infrared, can see deeper into space. It can see fainter objects. It can see into areas of the light spectrum that other telescopes and your natural eyesight cannot see into. In fact, if you go to YouTube and type in infrared UFO, you'll see some of the most astonishing deep space UFOs ever captured on film that were picked up with infrared when other telescopes looking at the same part of space at the same time didn't see anything whatsoever. They're invisible to the human eye, but they can see them with the Lucifer device. Okay, now, so we did all that, and now we're going to come down off the mountain. And brother, do we got so many notes. We're thinking, where is Chuck Missler when you need him? We gotta put all this stuff together, right? But we didn't know we had only started the learning process. We come down off the mountain. We knew that the indigenous people, especially the Apache Indians, but all of the Indian tribes in Arizona, had been opposed to the Vatican going up onto the top of that mountain to build a telescope. In fact, they had joined environmentalists, or got environmentalists to join them, and they filed a lawsuit to try to stop them from going up there. But somebody from the Vatican must have been really deep in the back pocket of the governor,
because they did an end run around environmental law and basically by fiat declared they were going to allow the Vatican to join NASA to go up there. And by the way, at the time, dear sister, look at that. It's a little portable Catholic blessing cloths. Yeah, oh yeah, I guess you're probably getting tired of that, huh? Look at this guy with the face thing, man. Really? Yeah, but you're not standing up here under all these hot lights. Don't give me some kind of problem about the way I look. Now, see, I won't be able to say anything bad about the Catholics because I just got the Catholic cloth. Put it on, just put it up there and leave it up there. I can play dominoes better than you. Well, hey, what we found out was astonishing. And Chuck, I don't know if you even knew this, but we found, because what we thought was, okay, the Indians are fighting the cowboys there, the Catholic cowboys. They don't want them to go up onto the top of that mountain, probably because it's sacred ground, right? Like their elders lived and died there for hundreds of years and hunted on the mountain, and probably some of their bones are on the mountain, and it's sacred ground. And no, that was not the deal. Now, that might be true, but that's not why they did not want them up there. The Apache Indian did not want the Catholic Church going up there because Mount Graham is one of 4 of the most holiest mountains in the world to all American Indians, and it is because that mountain for them is what we would call in modern lingo a stargate. It is a portal. They believe that the top of that mountain represents a gateway through which other dimensional entities enter into and exit from this world. Now we were wondering in real conspiratorial tones why the Vatican. Of all mountains, why did they fight to get to the top of that mountain? Once we came into that history, everything started kind of slowly changing in our suspicions about why they wanted to go up there. Oh, and let me add one more thing. For those who may think that that is just an Apache Indian idea, this idea that there could be specific locations on Earth that are areas, let's say, that are specifically gateways. They are geographic locations where doorways can open and close. Now, I'm not dogmatic about this, but I will tell you there is a lot of reasons, in my opinion, and I'm not the theologian Missler is, and you got to know if I'm wrong later, he's just going to slap me upside the head and say, boy, don't ever do that again. There are a lot of reasons in the Bible to believe there could be something to this. Note that Moses had to go to the top of Mount Sinai there to meet with God. Note that when Jesus returns, his feet touches the top of the Mount of Olives, and he descends down from that point. Note in the apocryphal book of Enoch, which is still in some versions of the Bible, that in the days of Jared, Noah's great-grandfather, 200 powerful angels known as the Watchers came down onto Mount Hermon, and from the top of Hermon walked down into the valley of the plain. And that the language around that mountain means the forbidden place. And years later, Jesus is talking to his disciples and in Caesarea Philippi, and I think he turns and he looks towards Mount Hermon because he's right in that area, and that is where the Greeks at that time had built this dedicatory, if you will, to the horned demon Pan. And Jesus, that's right where he says, the gates of hell shall not prevail against my church. Now leap forward, Genesis 28, Jacob's ladder. And what happens with Jacob in his night vision of his ladder? He wakes up the next morning. He has seen angels ascending and descending from a very specific location, and it scares the thunder out of him. He gets the oil out and starts anointing the whole place. But what does Genesis 28 says that he says? He says, there is a gate here to the house of God. An opening where he saw angels ascending and descending. You could get an even more interesting feasibility from Genesis chapter 10. Cush begat Nimrod, and Nimrod began to be a mighty. And this is the Hebrew word Gibborim, who many people believe are the offspring of the Watchers and the Nephilim. It literally can read in the Hebrew, Nimrod began to be a Gibborim, or a mighty man. Now,
again, I'm not dogmatic, but if that implies something began happening to him, his genetics began changing, or somehow he begins becoming an offspring of the Watchers and Angels, well, then maybe his eyes were open, because in the very next chapter, what does he do? It says that he goes to build a tower whose top will reach into Shamayim, the dwelling place of God. And many ancient Jewish writers of that legend say that he literally could see into the throne room of God and went there to build a tower to lead the armies of the earth up to challenge God. And God came down and saw what they were going to do and said, it will not be restrained from them what they have imagined to do. And what did they imagine to do? To build a tower whose top would reach into Shamayim. Okay, now I might be making a lot out of nothing, and it could be that none of that implies that there are specific locations on the earth that are entry and exit ways, but that is definitely what the Apache Indian believe about Mount Graham. And furthermore, when you look into their creation mythos, you know what they saw? They speak, this is the ancient creation theory from the Apache Indians. They say in the time before time, a large silvery disc descended down over the mountain. And in the disc was a bearded man. He was the creator. And they say he began to create everything that is upon the earth. Soon after, they say, another man came through the portal, but they say he wasn't really a man. They say he was a dragon, and he began to deceive the populations of the world. Then they say other weird owl-like men started coming through the portal. And when you look at their drawings, it looks like the alien grays are coming through something. Then they say giants, Nephilim, start coming through the portal. And they start spreading out across the ancient Arizona Badlands. And they're killing the Indians, and they're raping and pillaging. And the Indians run into the tunnel, the caves, and they start crying to God, whoever God is, save us. And in their legend, it says that the sun god destroyed the giants and saved them. And that's why down there around Phoenix, it's called the Valley of the Sun. Now, of course, the sun also shines there, because I grew up there, and it'll cook your kitten in a little while, right? But it really goes back to that Indian folklore. So do the superstitious mountains. Superstitious mountains are named the way they are because of what they saw. What am I doing? The microphone. It always does. I have the strangest ears. They probably were wonderful when I was born.
There we go.
And then I got ran over by a car. I did. And it tore them off. And they sewed them back on. Stupid sewers. And ever since then, nobody can keep a headset on me. Really. And pretty soon I'm usually just pulling it off and I'm holding it like this as I'm walking around talking. A Spock, I'm not. I don't have the right ears for doing this kind of business. Well, in any case, that is what they believe about Mount Graham, and that's why they didn't want them going up there. I'm almost out of time, so let me do this real quickly. After our visit to that, another thing that was really important was I got a hold of Brother Guy Consolmagno. Now, Consolmagno is a very important astronomer for the church, one of their leading astronomers. He splits his time between Mount Graham in Arizona and the Pope's summer residence in Gandolfo, Italy, where they also have a telescope there that the Pope can use. He's the keeper of the Vatican's collection of meteorites and other things that have fallen down from the earth. You often see pictures of Brother Guy Consolmagno with the Pope. But I wanted to talk to him because of this book right here, Intelligent Life in the Universe. The subtitle, Catholic Belief and the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligent Life by Brother Guy Consolmagno. I wanted to read this book because when it was first published a few years ago, it was instantly pulled from the market by the Catholic Church. They published it with their Catholic-owned Catholic Truth Society publishing house. I made an order. I never got my order. I kept making orders. I couldn't get any orders. Before I know it, they've put it out of print, and it even appeared that they had went about and made a concerted effort to get every copy that had been sold and to pull it from the market. I wanted to know why that was the case. So when I came down off the mountain, I contacted Brother Guy Consmanalgo through the observatory website, told him that we had just been to Mount Graham, we had missed him there and had hoped to talk to him there. Wanted to know if he'd be willing to allow us to interview him, which he did 4 times from Rome via the internet. But in that very first email, and it was a good thing, time for the Catholic cloth, it was a good thing that I asked him in the first interchange, because I don't think I'd have got it later on. I asked him, is there any way I can get a copy of Intelligent Life in the Universe, which you wrote, either just a used copy or the PDF, and he sent me the PDF. And guess what? We make the PDF of the book available free on that DVD they got back there on that table. And if you get that DVD, by the way, it's got tens of thousands of pages of information. It's got 20-some hours of interviews. When the Royal Society was meeting over there, I decided that our Royal Society would meet over here. And we did 20 hours of interviews. We interviewed Chuck Missler. We interviewed the former leader of the military of defense for the government of Britain, Nick Pope. We got one of the last interviews with Jesse Marcel Jr. before he died a few weeks ago about what actually happened there in Roswell. 20 hours. It's all on their free MP3 format. You can put it in your little device, listen to it as you drive. But this book is in there. And what does this book say? Well, when I asked Brother Consul Magno about what these churchmen were saying, that the aliens are coming, and it's going to require us to have to change our understanding of the gospel, he quoted from his own book. These are in this book. He quoted from his own book. Oh, I asked him, I said, where would I find an example that advanced extraterrestrials might come to the earth sharing the secrets of heaven? And he said, well, Tom, it's happened once before. And I said, where? He said, haven't you read Genesis 6? Now think about that. He's using a story to imply our space brothers were once here. They're coming back. They're going to correct our version of the gospel. And he is using as a sample of that who we would call fallen angels. And in fact, they did come to the earth once before, and they did share the secrets of heaven. They shared the secrets of genetic manipulation. And the Bible tells us in Genesis that eventually all flesh, both man and beast, had been corrupted, and it led to the fiat of the flood and God having to purify the world. They shared the secrets of metallurgy. They taught men how to make superior weapons so they could more efficiently kill one another. They taught the secrets, it says, of potions and allures. And some of the ancient texts say they taught women how to make lures so that they could lure both men and angels into their bedrooms. So, yeah, they came down, but these are the last guys on earth, right, that I would get all choked up about, that I would consider to be my space brothers, and they're coming back again. So when I question him about that, he quotes John 10:16. He makes the same point in the book, and he says, Tom, have you not read, and other sheep I have, which are not of this fold, them also I must bring, and they shall hear my voice. See? They listen to God better than we do. And there shall be one fold. They're coming with me. And when we come, there will be one shepherd, and we're all going to become one fold. But he then uses this to again quote from his own book, in that he says, perhaps it is not so far-fetched to see the second person of the Trinity, the Word, talking about Jesus, who was present in the beginning, John 1:1, coming to lay down his life and to take it up again, John 10:18. Look at this. Not only as the Son of Man. Now he's talking about aliens here. That's all we're talking about. As the Son of Man, but also as a child of these other races. And here's the email I sent back to him. I said, Brother Cosmonalgo, really? Do Vatican scholars actually believe that Jesus might have been the star child of an alien race? Do you and other Jesuits secretly hold that the virgin birth was in reality an abduction scenario in which Mary was impregnated by E.T., giving birth to the hybrid Jesus? And he would not answer that question, but in fact, that is exactly what he says. Well, bottom line, during our investigation, we compiled... What? Oh. It might have been painted by a famous Franciscan, but probably not. We compiled it. If you read the book, you'll see an extraordinary number of additional documents written by Jesuits and Opus Dei level church theologians that are now arguing in favor of, number one, advanced ETIs exist and are more likely superior than men. Number two, therefore, they will be evangelizing us. Number three, we are going to need to change our theology. Here's a quick example. Can I have 5 extra minutes? A quick example, Father Giuseppe Tenzellaniti, an Opus Dei theologian of the Pontifical University of the Holy Cross in Rome, in other words, the Pope's university, argues how such and this entire paper, which is a very large theological dissertation by him, is also on the free DVD. But he makes this argument how a contact with spiritual ETs is not going to immediately oblige the Christians to renounce their faith in God simply on the basis of the reception of new, unexpected information of a religious character from extraterrestrial civilizations, but that such a renunciation could come soon after as the new religious content originating from outside the earth is confirmed as reasonable and credible. How in the world would you confirm alien information as reasonable and credible? Again, it goes back to, I think they have a deal with somebody. But in any case, once the trustworthiness of the information has been verified, the believer would have to reconcile such new information with the truth that he or she already knows and believes on the basis of the revelation of the one and triune God, conducting a rereading of the gospel inclusive of the new data. Well, I think the Bible has some intriguing things to say about all this too. Very quickly, the Antichrist will appear with all lying signs and wonders, 2 Thessalonians 2:9. Secondly, his coming will be marked by fearful sights and great signs from heaven, Luke 21:11. Also, don't forget the Bible tells us that men's heart will fail them for fear for seeing those things that are coming upon the earth. Thirdly, the Antichrist and false prophet will be aligned with the powers of the air and able to call down fire from heaven. Fourthly, and this is one of the more intriguing ones, is Daniel, who says that the Antichrist will champion worship of a strange alien god. Daniel 11:38 through 39, in his estate shall he honor the God of forces, and a God whom his fathers knew not shall he honor with gold and silver and with precious stones and pleasant things. Thus shall he do in the most strongholds with a strange god. And the Hebrew language here, Chris Putnam would verify, the Hebrew text there can literally be translated an alien god. Well, as a result of these verses and ongoing investigation into Petrus Romanus and Exa Vaticana, I have come to suspect one thing and to believe 3 others. Number one, I suspect that a form of great deception is at our doorstep, and the world's most politically powerful church seems to be playing into the hands of evil supernaturalism. It is obvious now that the Vatican is preparing for, even perhaps monitoring from Mount Graham, the approaching of an alien savior. I suspect that. But I believe that much of the UFO and especially alien abduction phenomenon is demonic, part of a great setup, the likes of which the world is unprepared for, and that could overwhelm the average person's senses in the not-too-distant future. You'll notice there it says, read short statement I prepared. I'm not going to read it. Number 3, but great deception is coming. And ye, brethren, are not in darkness, that day should overtake you as a thief. Somebody say amen. And finally, I believe the entire world is soon going to witness the power of Christ over the deceptive ones as it describes the near future seen in Revelation 9:11-21. And I saw heaven opened, and behold, a white horse, and he that sat on him was called Faithful and True. And in righteousness he doth judge and make war. His eyes was a flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns. And he had a name written that no man knew but he himself. And he was clothed with a vesture dipped in blood. And his name is called the Word of God. And the armies which were in heaven followed upon him in white horses. Nita, make sure they're evangelical. You can read the rest for yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for allowing me to come here today and to talk to you once again.
Well, I think, Tom, one of the most important things, I'm going to get Chris's take on this, too. I think, Chris, I'm going to turn it right over to you right now, because the church is the professing world of, let's say, evangelic Christians is totally unaware and totally not capable at this point of dealing with the implications of what's coming upon the earth, the gates of hell opening. So what's your take on this at this point? Because, again, you get a lot of flack. It seems like we could be the three Flack brothers, and the point being is that we're ducking we're ducking incoming, but the point is that as the denial and the ignorance go hand in hand, Siamese twins of self-destruction, the point being is that the evil ones are in their world of total supernaturalism. So, as you're doing this, Chris, as you're co-researching with Tom, as you're a student of the Scripture and the original languages, give us your take, because, again, whether people want to deny it or not, when this thing opens and when it hits, they're not going to be able to basically run to the average pulpit personality.
Absolutely. It seems like as the world out there, the secular, non-believing world, so-called, is awakening to the reality of these things, and we see, competing shows about supernatural things, ghost hunting, UFOs, all over the television. So the secular world's waking up. A lot of the church has been lured kind of into a sleep where they're not paying attention and sort of just brushing all these things aside. And that's the thing we're trying to do, is wake up the church to see that these things are really happening, and that the increase in the interest in the supernatural and all the recent events that we're seeing reported are indicative that the hour is late and time is short. This time that people have been expecting for the last 2,000 years is coming upon us quicker than many might think.
Well, and I think that, Tom, as just to bring you up to date, I was in the TV studio today with Tim and Alberino, who got back from Peru and Bolivia, and Vinny, our cameraman. We were doing some editing, which should be up, Lord willing, at least a 3 or 4 minute trailer that is so exciting. But you know what's a fascinating thing, Tom, Chris, Doug, and Joe, is that when they were in Bolivia at some of the most well-known sites of ancient portals, now they are encountering armed guards, roped off areas, and monuments, if you will, megaliths being moved from one location to another to hide the difference between pre-flood architecture, let's just call it the architecture of the giants, and post-flood architecture. And what's really fascinating is when Bolivia's armament around the what they call their sacred sites, it's ticked up beyond anything even the locals who provide tourist places to eat and sleep, like hotels and stuff, they're amazed at the activity that's going on. So it seems like the governments of the world are getting really agitated, and it seems like whether it's Native Americans talking about their portals opening, or the South Americans, or the Asians, or the Romanians, wherever you're going now, people who live in areas that were designated as energy, if you will, call them vortexes, call them doors, call them whatever, the thing that's happening is that they're like a bunch of different lights turning on across the globe, and what's going to come through those is not going to be nice. Tom, do you want to direct your thoughts to that?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a couple of things, that I would say. One, you said that, the church is unaware of what is coming, and I think you're being nice. The church is
the kinder and gentler Steve.
That's the kinder and gentler Steve coming through there. Look, I think, and I've been saying this over and over on television, I think this whole idea of the earth being dynamic, being the receptacle of intelligent and powerful beings that are inside of it. People drive to Walmart in their car, and they're not even thinking about the fact they're driving over a shell that, according to the earth, holds very powerful beings that are beneath it, but also the fact that this is a part of end times biblical prophecy. And I think it's the most overlooked aspect. Look, if you listen to all of the prophecy shows right now, the stuff they're talking about is real, and it is important. We're talking about, the Islamic nation. We're talking about Israel being a cauldron. We're talking about the growing persecution of Christians around the world. We're talking about the fact that there are those that want to build the third temple, that the red heifer's been found, and so on. So all of that is really important. But how many leaders in prophecy circles do you have out there right now that are saying, oh, and one other thing, folks, the Bible says that the gates of the earth are getting ready to open, and out of it are going to flood upon the surface of the earth very terrible things. You better know who you are in God. So there's a scary side of this, and then there's a blessed side of it, because when you read about this star that comes down from heaven, he's got a key to the bottomless pit. He comes down to the earth. He opens up this doorway, and up out of the earth come forth these horrendous locusts that begin torturing and tormenting humanity. And yet God instructs those beings not to touch those who have the seal of God on their forehead. So if you know who you are in God, then obviously it still might be kind of unnerving to see it happening, but you know that he's going to take care of you. If you don't know who you are in God, you need to listen up, because this is a very dynamic aspect of end times prophecy. The second thing, and I can already hear it happening, there are going to be those that are out there that, put themselves forward as leaders in Christianity, and they're going to say, well, there goes Tom Horn and Steve Quayle and the Hagmans and Chris Putnam again, blah, blah, blah. There's nothing to it. It's never going to happen. It's not even biblical. They're using resources to talk. But the Native American Indians, who cares what the Native American Indians believe? But the point that we make in the book On the Path of the Immortals, it's probably the best study on this that's ever been published, is that this is also a very biblical concept, that locations on the earth, and often related to mountainous locations, are doorways. You could literally go down the list and talk about Moses having to go up to the top of Sinai there to meet with God. Jesus, when he comes back, it says his feet will touch the top of the Mount of Olives, and then from thence he will descend down to the earth. You could talk about the book of Enoch, which is still in some Orthodox versions of the Bible, is quoted in the New Testament by more than one disciple and was read by all of the disciples, and furthermore was read and quoted by all of the early church fathers. But be that what it is, you can take the book of Enoch, and it talks about 200 powerful angels. What does it say? They come down onto the top of Mount Hermon, and that's the gateway through which they come through Hermon down to the Valley of the Plains, and there they begin their illegal activity of manipulating the genetics of animals and humans. Right there, by the way, at the base of Mount Hermon in Caesarea Philippi is where the Greeks years later built magical gateways, doorways into the side of the mountain, and they built alcoves there that were like dedicatories to the horned demon god Pan. But that's where Jesus is standing years later when he says, the gates of hell will not prevail against my church. And then he goes on to talk about as Jonah was in the belly of the earth. But read the story of Jonah. How did he get into the belly of the earth? It says he got swallowed by a fish. He was taken down to the bottom of the ocean, and it says he arrived at an underwater city, which in the Hebrew is called Baravak, and it is translated a city of gates. And he goes through a gate in the bottom of the sea, and where does he wind up? In Sheol Hades. And there's no doubt about where he was, because he says the Lord delivered him out of the belly of hell, Sheol Hades. And then Jesus says, as Jonah was in the belly of the earth for 3 days and 3 nights, so shall also be the Son of Man. And then in the death, burial, and resurrection, he goes down into the earth, and guess what? When he comes up out of the earth, he has keys in his hand. So now we know that not only are there gateways, there's also keys. And in this case, he had the keys to the gates of death, hell, and the grave. And this story goes on and on. We talk about a bunch of this, by the way, in the book On the Path of the Immortals. Look at number 16. What happens to Korah and his family when they challenge Moses and Aaron and the priesthood, and the gate of the earth, the mouth of the earth, literally opens up and swallows them, and it says it took them down alive, down inside of Sheol Hades. Genesis 28 and Jacob's ladder. He doesn't say this is the house of God. He says there is a gate here to the house of God. Genesis 10:8, Cush begets Nimrod. He begins to be, which sometime tonight we can also talk about, because Nimrod is an example of how sometimes the portal is actually a person. They begin to become something that allows something to come through them into this reality. But then the very next chapter, he builds the Tower of Babel. And once again, the Sumerians call this Edamananki, the gate to God. And Chris did word studies on this from the Hebrew and showed that in the Hebrew Old Testament, it also means, literally, the gate to God, the gate to the house of God. So I don't want to just go on, but the point is, this is a very biblical concept. And then, of course, the prophetic side of it, to continue in Scripture in the New Testament, what happens? Right there where ISIS is right now. Everybody's talking about an Islamic Antichrist, and that book is really popular right now, and good for Joel Rosenberg for bringing, the ideas around that to the public mind, so a lot of people can kind of know where the Islamic nation is coming from. But what nobody is talking about is right where their territory is right now is the Euphrates River area. And what does the book of Revelation say? Revelation 9, when all this stuff starts hitting the fan, it says powerful angels come up out of the Euphrates River. They're behind these mystical doorways, gateways. The Islamic people say, the Sunni and the Shia, the Shia believe that the Mahdi is already here, and he's hiding behind a mystical gateway in that region, and that when the time is right, the gate's going to open, and he's going to come up out of the earth once again. Revelation, the doors of the earth are open, and very dynamic things start happening. So again, I'm dominating the conversation. I'm sorry, I kind of get excited. But so the 2 points I would say is, one, it's the most overlooked aspect of end times prophecy, and secondly, it's very biblical. So we ought to be talking about it.
Well, and a lot of the critics, I just saw a new one that was taking me on over taking the gates of hell out of context in Matthew 24 as in the days of Noah. When you just do a word study on gates, hell, the grave, Jesus descended before he ascended. When he says he gives us the keys to the kingdom, I think that most people see. Here's the thing, Tom, and you know this, Doug and Joe and Chris, that I've tried to reiterate so many times over 25 years. Jesus' words are so multidimensional and so succinctly simple, yet so wonderfully complex. That's not an oxymoron. Yet we don't believe the words of Jesus. See, here's the bottom line. I love what the followers of Jesus were in the beginning. They were called the followers of Jesus, followers of his way, before they were called Christians at Antioch, right, Chris?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So now let's talk about the word study you've done on gates, because I'll tell you this. If now I got to be kinder and gentler tonight. If someone who has no clue of original language challenges somebody like you that has studies it for so long and it is what it is, just as Tom brought up, tell us about the gates, because the point being is that you got 90% of the people out there that don't believe we know what we're talking about, and they're soon to be consumed and destroyed unless the grace of God covers them. Go ahead, Chris. What about the gates?
Well, sure. Well, thanks a lot, Steve. Throughout the Bible, you see all kinds of language about the gates of heaven and things of that nature. The gate is it's a really strong symbol in biblical languages, like the gates of the city, things like that nature. But then you have really gates that sound like things like what we're talking about. We're talking about things like wormholes and interdimensional type of travel. Jacob's dream. Some people would call it Jacob's ladder or Jacob's staircase. He sees angels ascending and descending, and many people think that these were the divine council, the representative of the angels who were over the other nations as Jacob was traveling. There's all kinds of different interpretations within Judaism, but this idea of a portal, of this ladder between heaven and earth, between dimensions, is absolutely a biblical idea. And it's also, what was going on when Nimrod was attempting to build the Tower of Babel. And we have an extensive discussion of the Tower of Babel in our book that with some unprecedented information that many of the readers are probably not even familiar with. I know in my research, I was surprised to discover that King Nebuchadnezzar actually tried to rebuild the Tower of Babel before God struck him and cursed him, and he was like an animal, and many people think that Daniel took care of him during that time. But I actually found that the archaeologists uncovered this stele where Nebuchadnezzar was boasting about rebuilding the Tower of Babel, and that was his ambition, and that he was going to do it. But another thing the thing that we discovered is we don't really believe that tower, was something that was going to be high enough in that its altitude, would actually allow people to contact the heavens, because, we have buildings that reach as high as into the sky today that would probably make that pale in comparison. So that really wasn't, the ambition. It was a portal. It was to make something that was like a gate that would reach into the heavenly realms, and God absolutely did not want to allow it. Now today, we see multiple types of technology competing to do this sort of thing, and I know that we've talked extensively about what's going on out at CERN and places like that, and we believe that there really could be an effort to undo the Tower of Babel, and I think we're seeing that, just in culture at large, in that everyone's becoming as one increasingly. Everyone speaks the same language, and we're all connected on the internet. It's really hard to say that, what God cursed at Babel has largely been undone, and I think that also points to the lateness of the hour. And how much further will God allow it to go before He intervenes? I just can't see going much further. We have all kinds of bizarre genetic experiments going on. The Chinese are openly boasting now about their abilities to edit the embryo. So pretty soon we're going to have designer children coming along the line if the Lord tarries. I suspect He won't tarry much longer with just the level of the violation of His created order that we're seeing. It's just getting to the point where His offense, it's just so offensive and blasphemous to God what we're doing to creation that it's hard to imagine it going much further, Steve. It really is.
And
hey, Tom. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. And then after you finish what you're going to say next, I want to come back and immediately deal with what you were told by the gentleman you interviewed down there on film, basically about the giants and stuff, because this is critical. The gates are related to the fallen angels, but also their progeny, and their progeny were trying to get away from the judgment that the book of Enoch declares is going to come upon the earth. So go ahead, finish what you're saying, and then I want you to jump right into that, if you would.
Yeah, I mean, so I was just going to kind of follow up with something that Chris was saying, was that in addition to the fact that the concept of gates of the earth, that the fact that is a biblical narrative, and also that the earth is a holding tank. That's talked about a lot in the Scriptures. There's all kinds of stuff in the Scripture we can go into if you want that describe these dynamic realities inside the surface of the earth, and also even some additional scientific discoveries that have been made. But there is also a supernatural, an esoteric, or a demonic side of this, and this was one of the other things that we were told. In fact, I was contacted by a man whose mother is a member of the Apache tribe, and she actually lives at the base of Mount Graham, and she has had fixed cameras on the mountain. She's been doing this for years. She has they've sent me boxfuls of video, and I've had Joe slowly going through all of these video, and there were a few whoa moments where Joe got a hold of me and he said, Dad, there is some really scary stuff in some of this film. He said that this mountain seems to sometimes just come alive. It's like sprites. It's like spirits that are coming in and out of the mountain itself. And then some of this stuff is spooky. It's got faces. It looks like alien grays. Very scary stuff. Well, anyway, I don't yet have permission to make that stuff public. Joe's watched parts of it. I've watched parts of it. But my point about it was this, is that the people that live in these areas where there are reportedly, here in the United States, where there are reportedly gateways that also opened at the same time they were opening in the Middle East. And that'll kind of go to the question you just asked me, Steve, in a moment about what we learned from Dr. Mose, the third-generation medicine man for the Navajo Nation. But what we were learning is that activity in these areas seems to be increasing kind of dramatically right now. And so that was part of the reason why we sent Chris, took a film crew, and he went to the Sedona area, and, you know, just to get B-roll and to go down there and talk to the people that live in the area that believe that there are portals and gateways. And a huge part of our book wound up being written about the Sedona area, which is kind of the southern end, if you will, of the Anasazi Trail, which is very central to the research that we were doing in the book. But I'll let him tell the story, because when he went down there with a film crew, he didn't just get B-roll; he got more than that.
Well, Chris, do you want to talk about what you got when you went down there? Because again, I mean, you posted some of it on YouTube, but what's happening? This is what I think is critical. You guys are in Arizona. Timothy Alvarino and the crew is over in Sardinia. They come back, you know, for about a month. Then they head down to Peru. All of this stuff is going on. And again, Tom, I hope people understand this, because I think this shows the most amazing symphony of God's direction that I've ever personally experienced. There is no need for us to call each other, because we just obey the Lord. And you know, critics can go basically to Sheol and have some fun. The bottom line is that they don't get what's going on, because, you know, I find that most of all they're afraid of this stuff. So, Chris, go into the detail of what you found, because you were in Sedona, and Sedona is considered a vortex. There are places on this earth that are known to be areas of, if you will, dimensional transition or transmission points.
Absolutely. Steve, you know, if you get on the internet and you start looking for, you know, things like interdimensional gateways, vortex areas, Sedona just pops up over and over and over again. So it just seemed like a natural starting place to go right where everyone's saying that they're experiencing this stuff. And you know, a lot of it's new age kind of material, and I had to sift through a lot of demonic nonsense, really, to sift through to where I could find something that was worth looking at. But one of the places that kept popping up over and over again was an area known as the Bradshaw Ranch. And it's getting to be, you know, the kind of place that it's just like the same reputation as the Skinwalker Ranch and places like that. These areas are getting to be well known, and there's several of them, and they're listed in our book as well. But this one, you know, I kept finding it in the UFO sources I would look at and things like that, where just articles mentioning this ranch. And so we went out there to a high point in the desert that kind of overlooks that ranch area, and I set up some professional cameras. I took a professional cameraman with me, and my wife went, and we all went out there. We had a guide, you know, driving the Jeep and all this stuff, and we caught some stuff that I really didn't expect to see. I'd never really been a believer in this thing they call the orb phenomenon, these balls of light that people catch on camera. A lot of times, you know, dust particles and things of that nature will appear that way, and that's a very real camera phenomenon. Things that cameras have inner reflections sometimes. Cheaply made cameras have reflections inside of them that'll create the same sort of light phenomenon. But we took really high quality Canons and, you know, had them on stands and at least on a monopole or something like that, so we could get, you know, good quality photography. And we had a video camera going at the same time we were doing the still photographs to try to catch these orb things. Well, if you get it on two cameras at the same time, it's not going to be a dust particle lodged on one camera or something of that nature, or some kind of reflection, you know, inherent to the design of the camera itself. And not only did we get that, we got them on video. My photographer saw an orb with the naked eye without even using a camera at all. So it definitely isn't merely a camera phenomenon. And, you know, we got a bunch of those things. And we got one moving in a really fast motion, and it seems to change direction in an evasive way and go the other way, and then just kind of like dematerializes and vanishes. I don't really know what to make of that. It's the first time I've ever seen anything like that on video. So, yeah, that is actually up on Facebook at the Path of the Immortals Facebook page, and people will just go there and like that. They can watch that video of the moving orb. And, you know, one of the things that people talk about in Sedona as well is there's all kinds of UFO lore about the military having an underground base in the desert there. And, you know, I didn't verify for sure if that's the case, but there's enough talk about it that I think something is going on. And it kind of reminds me a lot of the things that you have said, Steve, because people have said that there are guys with weird uniforms, like United Nations uniforms and things like that coming out of there that they haven't seen before. And there's something even going on with some people believe that aliens are actually in contact with this government base. And so there are plenty of books where people are claiming that aliens are interacting with the government and this base out in Sedona. Now, I didn't get any firsthand knowledge of any of that, but I had read about it before I went there. And we weren't expecting this, but I was out taking a photograph with my photographer one night, and my wife was just out shooting shots, seeing if she could see orbs or anything like that in the photographs. And we captured a massive V-shaped UFO way up in the distance in the sky by accident. We didn't even see this thing until we got home and were viewing our photographs, and there it was, way in the distance in the sky. But that's on the internet as well, and I don't know what that is. I've had 3 different experts that examine it, and I've got a range of opinions. Some, like Richard Shaw, who does Marzulli stuff, thinks that it could be like a bunch of different craft flying in a V formation. But other people,
hey, Chris,
yeah.
Let me interrupt you. Those things are being seen by too many people. If you TR3 as in Tango Romeo 3, R as in Romeo Bravo. I mean, the amount of information, I'm just correcting you because I don't care what so-and-so thinks, and I don't mean this to sound arrogant, but the TR3 and the TR4, those are some of our most sophisticated stuff. The reason that people see the triangle and all of a sudden they see a ball, and then that thing, the triangle morphs into a ball, a giant orb, and then it disappears. Well, the bottom line is we have the technology and have had the technology to jump space. So, it's not a bunch of things. Now, personally, there's so much stuff on the internet that you can see, but it's fascinating that when you're dealing with the triangular shape, and the government does have a secret base there. I sent to Tom, you remember this, I believe you have it, Native American Sacred Sites and the Department of the Defense. Do you remember when I sent that to you?
Yeah, well, you reminded me of it, and I haven't read it yet.
Okay, well, it's massive, but the gist of it is, and this will play, where you're describing, Chris, that you and your wife and your cameraman were, you're in the heart of this whole area. And what was fascinating, and I'm not trying to take away from you, I'm just trying to say what speculation is. My source for that information is 4-star active generals, plural, in special ops, and also some of the scientists that worked on it, okay? So, I mean, I'm talking about guys that were aeronautical engineers, and a couple of them have passed now. Thank God they were Christians. But the point being is that, the speculation, take it away. But what's fascinating, and I will make this statement, almost every single military underground site, as well as above ground site, is always built or always contained by the military in order to, they'll put it as a testing ground, or they'll do anything. In essence, they don't want the public in these areas for the very reason that you and your wife and your cameraman saw these things, and people are seeing it all over. So anyway, I just wanted to straighten that out. Go ahead, sir.
Absolutely. And it's really odd that the government bought this Bradshaw Ranch area. A lot of people might not know, but there's a famous Hollywood stuntman named Bob Bradshaw that had this ranch area, and they even had a western town that they used in a lot of the old western movies. So it actually has a rich history. It's in a lot of commercials, a lot of old movies. Even Elvis made a movie at this ranch. So it's a kind of a famous area. But then the government bought it out, ostensibly, really for the Forest Service, so they were going to make it part of the public park system. That's what they said when they bought it. But guess what? It's still got chains around it and a fence saying "Do not enter," or you're going to be shot. So why is the Forestry Service acquiring land in the Arizona desert and then closing it off to the public, where you're not supposed to go on there anymore? And then at the same time, the UFO community and everybody else is talking about that there's an interdimensional portal there, and that all kinds of entities are coming through. And people are seeing all kinds of entities there in Sedona, Arizona coming through. Even some people have even reported seeing dinosaurs. Now, I don't really know what to make of that story, but that is one of the stories that's come through that very area where we were. Now, I didn't see anything like that, but we did catch a lot of those orbs, and we caught a huge UFO on camera. So that's just verified to me because I have it on film. And it will be available through Skywatch TV, and the photographs are absolutely published in the book as well.
Well, Tom, go ahead now if you would, because again, time goes so fast, you guys, when we're on the radio together. So I want to the reason I want to get into this immediately is because for years, modern anthropology, modern archaeology denied that cannibalism existed in the Southwest. Obviously, they found out differently. But as you were being, how should I say this, informed by the third generation gentleman, what's his last name?
Mose, M-O-S-E.
Yeah. Okay, Mose, I mean, it was paralleling the same stuff that was out there. What I'm saying is, it's like two railroad tracks going into the horizon, where the horizon becomes, just at a vanishing point. But now, on the horizon, and then as you get closer to the horizon, when you see a fixed object, that object's coming to focus. You're on the, one side or the other. You're on the right track. I'm on the left track. We're both on the railroad track. Chris is the tie between the tracks. So what we're doing is we're headed into what used to be the unknown. But what's fascinating to me, and this is critical, there is, and I got into it with a gentleman on my email, there is no antiquity that records giants that were not cannibals that I have found. The only exception was one that was in the British Isles that was supposedly a friendly giant, and that's more in a limerick realm than it is in the real realm. So the point being is that will you take us to what Dr. Mose said?
Yeah.
Because I think it's important.
Yeah, absolutely, because the history of what happened here in the United States of America, from the area where Chris went, the whole Sedona area to Mount Graham, central to the Apache, the Hopi, the Navajo, all the way up to the ancient Anasazi. The story is that these guys came and they were absolutely cannibalistic. So if you go down where Chris was, he went to Mount Graham again, then he went over to Sedona. He was covering that whole side of the U.S. while I was up in the Four Corners area. And you look at what is the history, what is the story that is told there from the Apache. So Mount Graham, it's one of the four holiest mountains. So what happens? Well, in the time before time, they say that a large silvery disc came down over the top of the mountain. Now, ufologists like to jump on that and say, it's an ancient astronaut theory, dream come true, we were created by aliens. But actually, and we're not going to get into this tonight, but when you study the scripture, what they call the Oraphim and whatever, and you look at Ezekiel's wheel in the middle of the wheel, God actually moves about on both clouds and also in the chariot is carried about by the chariot, the Oraphim. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Chris Putnam can correct me, but the point is, these are angels that appear in kind of a circular fashion, and God rides upon the angelic machinery is a bad word, but you know what I'm saying. He rides upon the device, the chariot.
Well, the chariot. It's a chariot. Tom, it's a chariot.
So this this is what the Apache saw. They saw the same thing that Ezekiel saw. They saw this giant wheel that comes down over the top of the mountain. They say that in it is seated a bearded man. They respectfully call him the creator of everything that is good. They say he begins creating everything that is good upon the earth. Then, not long after that, the portal opens again over the top of the mountain. They say another man comes through. Now get this. They say he's not really a man. He is reptilian. He is serpentine. He's exactly what Chris Putnam does a marvelous job in the book On the Path of the Immortals, explaining the fiery flying seraphim who are part of these fallen watchers that came down to the earth, are also part of the army of Lucifer. So but Lucifer himself is described in reptilian terms. So this reptilian, according to the Apache and the Hopi and the Navajo, comes through this portal, and he begins deceiving all of the Native American peoples. He starts teaching them witchcraft, pharmakia. They go down into their kivas, and where at one time these were like their own little devotional church-like settings, he starts teaching them there how to use the sipapu, the Hopi call it. A doorway is installed in the bottom of their kiva to open a mystical doorway into the bowels of the earth itself, and they start practicing sorcery. And Dr. Mose tells us that they went on from practicing sorcery to practicing cannibalism. But guess what? They finally are successful. They open a door, and guess what happens? Giants come up through these doorways of the earth. They start sweeping across the Arizona Badlands. This is all part of the Apache creation story that you can even go to Wikipedia and read about it. They start sweeping across the Arizona Badlands. They're cannibalizing the Indians. They refer to those first early Indians as the Jindupids, which they say were just peaceful farmers that were living in the Arizona area. They're cannibalizing them. They're grabbing them and snatching them up like they're little chocolate bars or whatever, biting their heads off, throwing their bodies all about. And the early Indians, they run into the crevices of the mountains. They start crying out to that first god, that benevolent creator that they were aware of. They call him the sun god, and he sends a flood, a universal flood that covers over all the face of the earth, that wipes out all of the giants. And then, after that, they live in peace for a period of time, and then all of a sudden these giants start coming back. Now, they're not in the same number as they were once before, but they start coming back. Now, why is that important? Because the dating of that period of time in which the petroglyphs are being written down by the ancient Anasazi and the ancient Jindupids and Indians across America is exactly the same period in history here, at least 1,000 years or more before Jesus Christ walked on the earth in a body and flesh. They're over here talking about portals that opened, giants that came through. They're cannibalistic. They're wiping out everybody. They cry out to God. God sends a flood. That's happening over here, being written on stone in petroglyphs at exactly the same time that Moses is in the Middle East saying, and there were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that. And so what you have is a harmony, a historical correlation. On both sides of the world, exactly the same story is being told. These reptilian beings came through, and then giants came through, and then God wipes them out in a flood. The story is almost identical. I want to say something really quick, too, about what you were saying, Steve. I guess, are we getting ready to go to a break?
No, we got 5 minutes.
Okay. Something that you were saying that has to do with what Timothy was finding, because in these areas where these legends exist that tell these stories, these doorways open, it's those specific areas. It's not other areas. You don't find the Vatican or NASA or military presences going to places where the portals don't exist. It's like Chris was saying a moment ago. They're buying up this land. They're closing the public's access to be able to go into that land. They're literally covering up something that is in those areas, but it's in those areas where you're seeing these very strange and bizarre manifestations. You was talking about Timothy Alberino and the recent trip that he took to Peru, and how he noticed that there was a vastly increased presence there of the military, of the government. Well, when you were talking a moment ago, I was sitting here making some notes. This reminds me of something I'll tell you about when we come back from the break that happened when I was on Coast to Coast AM questioning why we had gone into Iraq, Babylon, and something very interesting that transpired between the Iraq Babylonian Museum and a contact that was made to me.
Well, I think, excuse me, I think the point that's going to grab everybody is that we're, how do I say this? We've been led to believe so many wrong things about history. For instance, you just talked about the lizard-like creatures, the serpentine creatures. Tim Alberino, ladies and gentlemen, you can go on my website, and you need to see this. This isn't a pitch. This is something that you can inform yourself. Did a marvelous analysis on how America got its name. It isn't America, and it was not named for Amerigo Vespucci, who basically just took that name. That wasn't even his birth name, but Amaruca, A-M-E-R-U-C-A, means land of the plumed serpent, land of the feathered serpent. So the point that's fascinating is what's in a name? Everything. Years ago, it was stated that the tomb of Gilgamesh had been found. And not only the tomb of Gilgamesh, but Gilgamesh's remains had been found. Gilgamesh is the oldest epic in the world, half god, half man, and guess what? He goes into the depths of hell. I was told by a general, very active, very famous, I will not drop names, if people think that, I tell everybody, Tom, Chris, take it to the Lord in prayer. But the reason for the Iraqi war, the one that most people were familiar with, obviously, and the Congress was told, that was superficial. The real story, and Tom, I'm going to give it right back to you, is what they were looking for. They were looking for a certain piece, if you will, the key, maybe one of the literal keys that would grant to them the technology of the ancients, and it was a fight behind the scenes between the special forces community of major countries to get a hold of some of these artifacts. Now, that sounds like something out of Hollywood, but remember this, Hollywood gets its cues from the intelligence community, and the reason they leak this information into the mainstream via science fiction is to pre-program you to the point where you dismiss it as just, quote, fiction, but then it's deep in your subconscious when they're ready to release the truth. They trigger and I don't understand all of the mind control techniques, but consider it a reserve data drop of information that they bring forth at the appropriate time and know how to activate the belief section or the beliefs section of your brain. So, Tom, go ahead and share on Iraq, because I think that's fascinating. I was privy in the background, Doug, meaning in real time, to what was going on to that. That may sound mysterious, but I'm not trying to be baiting anybody, but I was. And the fact that the fight and the war was on for those artifacts and for DNA. And I think this is where it's going to get really fascinating. So go ahead, Tom, and take it to what you were going to say before we went to the break.
Why were we going into Iraq? And so I'm glad you asked me to say this, Doug, because I actually had a real experience around this. And here's the thing. Steve's mentioning that they went there to find a key. They went there to find something related to portals, mystical doorways. So the idea that the United States had invaded Iraq to capture something that Saddam Hussein had uncovered during his reconstruction of ancient Babylon. People don't know the depth of the literally hundreds of millions of dollars that he was spending in excavation, what he was looking for, the fact that he intended to rebuild ancient Babylon. But the fact that he found things that the world is not aware of sounds too strange to be true. But so I was on Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. This was right during the Gulf War. And so the big question on everybody's mind at that time was, why did the United States go in to Iraq? Why was George Bush so stubbornly resolved to take the United States into Iraq, ancient Babylon, even though Iraq had not been connected with any good intelligence to the events of September 11, 2001? And so I went on coast to coast. I'm talking about something else, but this question comes up, and something very strange happened. George asked me why I thought that the United States had gone into Iraq. And so I was making these various points. I was saying that some people believed that the invasion had something to do with creating a strategic placement of U.S. military resources against what the administration saw as a growing threat from Islamic radicals, which we can see in the Islamic nation today. Some people said, that that's why we went there. I said that other people believed that it was an effort to seize and maintain control of Iraq oil reserves, and of course the Bush family are heavily invested in oil, so that might have been a reason. I pointed out that there were those who believed that 911 was actually either a convenient or an orchestrated false flag. A lot of people out there were saying that would allow the Bush administration to extend like a global domination project presence. But so I was just throwing out all these various ideas, and I'm on here, and I'm it's late night, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, Then I suggest that there's another reason, more esoteric, and it had to do with biblical sites in Babylon, which had been uncovered during Saddam Hussein's reconstruction of the ancient city, and that he may have uncovered something that the U.S. administration wanted. They went there to capture it. And so we went on and we did our show. I finished the show with Nori. It's probably 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning my time, and I'm going to go to bed, but I'm sitting in my office, so I go to check my email before I go to bed, and here I have an email, and this person is saying that they are, now get this, they're saying they are the curator of the National Museum of Iraq, the Baghdad Museum that contains all these relics from the Babylonian Mesopotamian civilization, saying that they had been listening to the radio show, and they wanted to tell me something. So I opened the email. This person claims that my last idea, the fact that the U.S. had gone there to capture something that Saddam Hussein had uncovered in all of his excavation work, that was spot on. So here's the deal. The emailer, they give me a temporary password to the museum's digital back door because they want me to see what they're calling proof that what I had said was not, in fact, a conspiracy, that, in fact, it was true. So the first thing I do is I verify the email, that it's actually from, the IraqMuseum.com, and it was. Then I go to make sure that the hidden back page is actually an extension. I actually went to Google or Yahoo, and I looked up the museum, went to it, and then used the extension to make sure that I wasn't, somebody wasn't pulling some kind of an elaborate trick on me. And I confirmed that in fact was true. And it pops up this little thing on the page. It wants me to enter in my temporary password and log in, which I do, which this person gave me. And I got to tell you, I could not believe. This page opens up, and there are literally hundreds and hundreds of step-by-step images of the first day of the invasion of U.S. forces, the very first day of the Iraq invasion. Where do we go? We went directly to the museum, the Baghdad Museum. And these images, if somebody's got a camera, right, and they are just literally clicking pictures, or it was video and then they saved them as images. I'm low-tech. I don't know how nothing works. But literally step-by-step images of the first day of invasion showing a large U.S. military personnel presence, the U.S. ambassador, and they are there at the museum. There's this woman that's got traditional head covering. And if anybody's listening to this program tonight and they work at the Baghdad Museum, you know what I'm saying is absolutely the truth, and you have the images, and you could make them available to the public now if you wanted to. This woman with this headdress, with this traditional head covering, she greets the U.S. presence and the U.S. ambassador, and she leads this delegation of soldiers. They're all carrying weapons, and they're all in their garb, and there's a lot of them. And there's a whole bunch of Iraqis that are just following them around because they don't know what's going on. And she takes them into the museum, but then she takes them to a back door in the museum where the public's not allowed to go. This door has a great big lock on it. She unlocks. And these armed soldiers and the ambassador follows her down a very steep stairway, and they go down underneath the Baghdad Museum. And there is a gigantic underground storage room down there, something like you might see in an Indiana Jones movie. And inside, there are dozens, if not hundreds, of large wooden crates. And they start opening these crates up, and they're pulling out stuff. And this person, whoever's taking pictures, picture, every second another picture. If I could have put these on one of those Disney things and spun it, I could have watched it like a movie in real time. Man, they start pulling out superb gold and silver artifacts, stuff that the world assumedly has never seen, invaluable items that have been dug up by Saddam Hussein from the sands of ancient Babylon. We're talking gold and silver masks of kings, sacred jewelry, but also cuneiform tablets, unknown secret steles bearing mysterious inscriptions, images, papyrus strange-looking objects like headdresses and vessels and swords and shields, all this stuff. And I sat there. It's 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. I sat there, just mesmerized by this, going through image after image after image. But then I saw something. Suddenly, the pictures that I'm watching, they depict like a change in the observers' demeanors. The crowd suddenly, they're either excited or they're agitated. I can't quite tell, but they're like jaw dropped. So I wasn't sure what was going on. And it happens right as these soldiers begin opening several really large, bigger than coffin-sized crates, probably about 3 times as large as a full-size adult coffin. And these were back in the corners of that concealed room. And as they open them, they look inside, and they don't take anything out. They gesture for the ambassador. And the ambassador goes over, and he looks down inside in the boxes. And then and I don't know if he tells them to reseal them, but they don't take anything out. They reseal those without removing anything. And immediately the soldiers come down, like 4 soldiers, 2 on each corner of these big crates. And they start carrying these things back up that steep stairway to the transport helicopter that's outside. And then they depart the city of Baghdad with those containers containing whatever in the world it was they had. I'm sitting here. I was literally flabbergasted. I couldn't believe it. I mean, I realized at that moment that whatever else the U.S. military was doing in Iraq, Babylon, whatever else they were doing, the minute they arrived in the plains of Shinar, they went straight to a top-secret room beneath the Babylon Museum. The people at the Babylon Museum, if they're listening to this program, they know what I'm saying is absolutely the truth, where Saddam Hussein had hidden objects of evidently national interest that had been dug up from the ancient world. They removed those containers in which something the American government wanted, something from ancient Babylon, had been found. Now, what it was, I have no idea because they didn't take it out of the box. But I could tell you it took like 4 strong soldiers standing on all 4 corners of these crates to carry them up out of that steep staircase, put them on a U.S. military transport vehicle, and flew out of town with them, and they took several of them out of there. And what's amazing is they didn't act like they even cared about these irreplaceable golden masks and jewels of ancient kings and queens that would have been absolutely irreplaceable, absolutely without monetary value. I mean, these things would have been worth literally tens of millions of dollars or whatever they'd have been worth. They didn't care nothing about that. Whatever was in those boxes, they took them. So I go to bed. I have intentions of getting up the next morning and going through the rest of the images, which were probably not the ones that were all that important anyway, because I walked through all of the images I cared about. But when I woke up the next morning, my password was expired. The curator would not respond to any of my emails. But I got to tell you that I found out for myself that there was definitely something else. So what was it? Was it ancient portal technology? Did the U.S. move it to an undisclosed location? Yeah, they did that, whatever it was. But did they do that so that it would be in the hands of a future world leader? I just absolutely have no idea. And from that day forward...
Well, hey, Tom. Yep, Tom, I might be able to fill in the blanks on that. And now, for the record, ladies and gentlemen, I did not hear Tom on Coast to Coast. I did not talk to him about this. This is the first time I've ever heard this. But during that time, again, I was in contact, and they contacted me because evidently something, and only they can tell you why, but the point being is that they got what they were looking for. And the general told me this. He said, Steve, we wanted 2 things, and we got it. We got it before anybody else got to it, okay? He told me, and these are the guys that operate beyond the regular military. They're beyond the NSA. They're beyond a lot of things, okay? But they wanted 2 things, Tom, and this is, you don't know, so I'll fill in the blank there. According to active duty 4-star, the point is they got the DNA that they're looking for, but they also got the control mechanism and the power source to basically activate what most people have come to know as the Tower of Babel. God destroyed it, obviously, but the point is by confounding their language. But that which Saddam Hussein had was the primary reason that we went into Iraq. The ancient technology, and God bless all of you who are listening to this that have cosmic and magic clearance, the technology, the DNA. And when I say DNA, I'm not just talking about DNA of the entities that they can reconstitute, et cetera, et cetera. I'm talking about the formulas that you've referred to so many times in quoting the passage in concerning Nimrod, that he began to become a Gibborim. So I can only tell you, Tom, according to the sources I had, and they contacted me, and again, I want to share something real quick, and I'll turn it right back. The people that contact me for one reason. They say that because I've been telling people the truth, that may not go well with my critics. When I can check out a certain general through different ways, or a couple generals, and people say, well, you can't possibly know those guys. And I said, well, I'm sorry, but I do. And so even from in the military community, now I'm not bragging, but what I'm saying, look at tonight. I have never talked to you, Tom Horn, about this incident. You have never talked to me about this incident. Yet tonight we're putting, two and two together. And see, it's kind of like, I would say this, it's a binary binding of truth for a single purpose, a single focus. If they've got that, they've got the technology of the ancients. You know how the Pentagon refers to these guys? He calls them the gods of the Sumerians, okay? The gods, little g's. So the point is that the fallen angel technology, the fallen angel power sources, this is what the illuminated ones, the globalists, if you will, seek to, number one, control the world with, but they actually believe they can make war against God. So knowing that, the point is that it puts the whole battle of Armageddon, it puts the whole battle in the heavenlies. The book of Revelation talks about the devil and his angels fighting against God and his angels, and they get kicked out of heaven. This is, in my opinion, ladies and gentlemen, what you just heard Tom Horn lay out to you is another one of those seminal points, the seminal point in history, because there is no way we talked about this before the living God. There is no way I knew what he knew or saw what he saw, yet those things dovetail. So, Tom, I think that's fascinating. Let me give you another example. A guy named Brett, I sent this to you, Tom Horn. Brett, God bless you for listening. He sent me a book by Suetonius, and Chris, you're going to find this interesting. It's called The 12 Caesars. And it talked about Nero's craziness, and I'm quoting from page 236. I had never seen this in all the decades of research. He said this, Nero was eager, it is said, to get hold of a certain Egyptian, a sort of ogre who would eat raw flesh and practically anything else he was given. And Nero loved watching this ogre, a giant, flesh-eating giant, tear live men to pieces and then devour them. Kind of sounds like Tom Horn, Chris Putnam's trip to the to the desert Southwest, doesn't it?
Okay, just on the concept of the ogre and Nero in the desert, or I wasn't sure where you wanted me to go with that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, one thing that I uncovered, you see a lot of criticism of these ideas that Tom and you guys and we're throwing out all together, especially about these beings, but they're absolutely biblical. When you look in these chapters in Isaiah that are about the day of the Lord and the sorts of things that are going to go on, in the original languages, it's not even controversial that it's talking about, if you look in the Septuagint version of the Bible, it very clearly says that giants are coming to execute my wrath. Now, I don't think that a Jew living 100 years before the birth of Jesus would have even thought that was controversial. They just kind of accepted that sort of thing. But it also talks about, satyrs or half goat, half human, hybrid beings that'll be dancing around, during the destruction of Babylon. But this is really very clearly pointing to the day of the Lord, to the end times, not an event that's ever happened before in history. So, no matter, how people want to interpret those passages, they cannot accuse us of being unbiblical by talking about them. You know, they might not like the way that we tie them to current events. They might not like the way we take it quite literally, but it is very much biblical. And their interpretation is their interpretation. If they want to turn it into some sort of symbolic language that has no tangible meaning, that is something they can choose to do. But I take it very seriously, and I think people should be watching for these sorts of things. And I think that recent events support that they're actually happening, and it's foolish to ignore it. So that's really the perspective that we're putting out here. And so the fact that you're releasing a book about the gates of hell being opened and creatures coming over, I think it is a warning to the church. Your kids are out there joining ghost hunting societies and occult clubs, going and trying to bring up spirits using electronics, trying to capture their voices, using little machines and stuff on television to try to detect ghosts. This is what the children in America are doing right now, the stuff that the Bible warns against very specifically, and says that you put yourself under the influence of demons by doing this stuff. So the fact that we're talking about this stuff and warning people about it, we need to even say it louder, and I don't care about what the critics think. We really need to wake people up because this is happening. The paradigm is shifting. The world is changing. The cult is becoming more in your face. And the fact that, the atheism movement is dying because people are seeing all this spiritual movement. And it's time for the church to wake up and start addressing this stuff. And I'm just really honored to be, in a place with you and Tom where we can function in that role.
Absolutely. And hey, Steve, if I can, what Chris is talking about with, the kids are out there right now, and they're being lured into learning how to open their own gates. It's fun, right? Get some electronic equipment and go ghost hunting and open a doorway and communicate with spirits. And then you mentioning that Nero, did you say Nero? Anyway, has an ogre.
Yes, Nero. Yep.
And he's got this ogre, and he likes watching him be cannibalistic.
Tearing people literally live apart in front of him and then eating them, and that really caused, I guess, some perverted response in Nero, but that was his favorite thing. And again, you see, Tom, I didn't know Brett. Brett is one of our listeners, and God bless you, Brett. The bottom line is he sends me this, I think today, okay, when I forwarded it to you today, and the point being is it ties in exactly with what Dr. Mose told you, did it not? I mean, will you share, because this is something that, I'm sorry, I'm excited now. Will you share what, I get really, this is like candy for me, ear candy. The point being is that again, I started the show with saying that classic archaeology, classic, historians just denied cannibalism in the desert Southwest, blah, blah, blah. And now you hear the story about literally men being torn apart, and you're hearing this from Native Americans. By the way, Native Americans know who tells the truth and who doesn't. Just look at the history of the United States government and the way they've treated them, I mean, I'm sorry, but I'm blunt. The point being is that this is will you share that, because I think here's what I'm trying to get people to understand. The thing is that we've already been prepared to be turned into a food source. Soylent Green, The Twilight Zone to Serve Man, the Outer Limits episodes, this thing is predictable in the genre of cinema. Chris is talking about kids. Look at the goths. Look at the vampirism, drinking blood. Look at the combination, of humans, not human, forgive me, perverted sexuality and its association with death. So the point being is that when you're in the desert Southwest and you're hearing this, and again, I'm going back even deeper into ancient history due to the Woods document that's in my new book, or the revision of Genesis 6, the second volume, which has got 165 new photos. I'm telling you that there's a reason. There's a reason. It's fascinating. Chris Putnam, Steve Quayle, Tom Horn are right back at the Tower of Babel, or Babel. Some people pronounce it one way, some pronounce it the other. But the point is that now there's nothing new under the sun, Chris Putnam. We're there, you know, that which was is going to be again. So, Tom, share the cannibalism thing. The reason I'm focusing on this is because it's critical, and it explains what happens to civilizations that embrace this. Literally, they're not good to the very last man. They devour each other to the very last man, who then ultimately.
Here's the thing. You know, we go to Mount Graham, we come down off Mount Graham, we get this information from the Anasazi, we realize that there's something more here that we haven't thoroughly investigated. You know, we're Americans, we grew up in this country, and all of a sudden our eyes are being opened to information about the ancient American history that we are unfamiliar with, and so we decide to investigate it. So while Chris is just returning from Sedona, Arizona, and capturing film of light beings that are coming out of a portal, essentially warning him not to come any closer, I think, and being buzzed by V-shaped craft. I'm getting in a rig, heading out with a film crew for the four corners of the United States. Now, we go into all of the details about that in the book, On the Path of the Immortals, so I won't take time to tell it all, but here's this one part you're asking me to tell you. We had tried to get authorities from within the Native American nations, whether it be Apache, Hopi, Navajo, whatever, to sit down with us. We're talking elders, people who are leaders in the nations, and they're very suspicious. They don't like to talk to white people because, you know, too many times New Agers have taken their information and then went out and misused it. And so they're very suspicious. So we were working a year and a half, trying. Finally, bottom line is, we get to sit down with the third generation, the Navajo Nation's medicine man. He's an academic. He's written books that they use in their universities and schools. And we meet him actually on the campus of the school. We go into a traditional hogan, and we didn't tell him we was going to film him. And when we get there, he's willing to meet with us. We go inside the hogan. Our cameraman comes in. He sees the camera. He doesn't like the camera, but he doesn't stop us. And so we actually filmed 3 hours of Dr. Don Mose, he's a famous person in the Navajo Nation. And one of the books, I don't know if I showed it to you when you were here, but one of the books that he wrote, he had an artist depict some of the giants that were alive and that the Indians had to fight against cannibalistic giants here in the U.S. in early times. But anyway, we sat down, and here's the point I want to make. He starts telling us, because I asked him, tell me, what happened to the Anasazi? This is a giant mystery. Where did these pre-Pueblo Indians that built these magnificent cliff dwellings in the Four Corners area of the United States, where did they go? They disappeared literally overnight. Nobody knows where they went, and the universities admit that. Now they have theories, and they say that, you know, there could have been like a drought, and so they migrated away. And so I asked him to tell me what happened to the Anasazi. And so we sit down, and he starts giving me the traditional story that they might tell to, you know, any other white person about a 7-year drought. They migrated away. They eventually became a different people, maybe the Hopi, whatever. And so he's talking, and I stopped him. And I said, now, I understand there's really a lot of evidence that suggests that that's not what happened with the Anasazi, that something else happened. And we've got this on film. So I asked him, what happened to the Anasazi? He says, he starts telling the story. And when I question it, he stops. And this is the part, Steve, that got me. He looks right into the camera, and people will see this. And he says, and he smiles, actually. And he says, well, I shouldn't tell you this, but, and I have no idea why this man went off record and told this story, but for the next hour, he tells us a different story. He says, if you would have asked my great-grandfather, who was also a Navajo Nation medicine man, here's the story that he would have told. And brother, he starts describing a moment in early American history where a portal opens in the Four Corners area of the United States of America. and a reptilian, a deceiver, comes through the portal. Same story, almost identical to what the Apache talk about. And he starts deceiving the people. He starts teaching them sorcery, magical incantations. They go inside their kivas. They start practicing pharmakia. They open doorways. Giants come through and start cannibalizing, eating the people, teaching the people who are with them. They get like, here's the crazy part of this, Steve, they get like some of the Anasazi that are willing to be their guides, right, because they're trying to survive, to help them track down where other Anasazi are so they can eat them. They become cannibalistic. Now, here's something I want to tell you. This investigation continues right up until this very moment. I haven't stopped. Allie Anderson, who's a private investigator that works for me full-time, came on staff this last year, and I told her, I want to know the deepest parts. I don't want to stop just because a book's written. I want to know the deepest parts of the storyline. She just yesterday gave me a 50-page report that is, it's just absolutely unbelievable. It is literally evidence at the university level here in the United States of Nephilim, probably human breeding, if you will, or raping Anasazi and the offspring. Now listen, this 50-page report is based on archaeological digs that universities here in the United States conducted under the Crow Canyon Archaeological Center of excavations in southwestern Colorado. Some of this information is actually available online. You could read it online. If you read it, here's what you'll find. You'll find out that they found, in their excavations, they found locations where the Anasazi were literally ripped to shreds. Now, I'm not talking about somebody got killed, beaten in the head with a hammer, and burned in a fire and ate. I mean literally the flesh and bone is ripped to shreds, as if they had been torn apart, Steve, like this ogre you was talking about a moment ago. This is in the Crow Canyon Archaeological Center excavation, southwestern Colorado, university-level excavations that were done here in the U.S. Secondly, they found where the bones of some of those who had been ripped to shreds were scattered over a very large region, as if something had torn them up, almost, it sounds terrible, almost like packing them for food, almost like carrying them like they're like the Indians would, make jerky or something and carry that over long distances, because the bones of an individual would be found many, many miles away, another bone that relates to that individual. Thirdly, and this is where it gets really weird, they uncovered remains of what they're calling Anasazi Indians, but they're larger than all of the other Anasazi Indians. They have mutated mandibles. They have sharp teeth, almost like an animal, and they have 6 fingers and 6 toes. And immediately when I'm reading this report that again is done at the university level here in the U.S., having to do with excavations among the Anasazi, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, this sounds so much like the Middle East. These women were literally raped by the Nephilim, if you will. They gave birth to Gibborim. This is the story it tells in the Middle East, but now we're talking about here in the United States. And these date to exactly the same period in time that the Old Testament Bible tells us this was happening over there. So,
hey, yeah, I could add just a detail to that. I mean, one of the reasons that we can be really confident that there was cannibalism going on is that archaeologists have absolutely discovered petrified human dung, human waste. But within that human waste, they found that there was human DNA, which pretty decisively shows that they were eating humans. So the story about the reptilian coming through the portal actually starts to take on more weight, considering the archaeological evidence actually supports it better than the story that they just kind of dispersed and became other tribes.
Absolutely. So bottom line is that's the 2.5-hour DVD that we're giving away with the book, that's what people are going to find out about. That we found evidence that was not just somebody's opinion. It's not just an old Indian somewhere that wants to tell us stories. These are academics. They're very well respected. Their works, their books are used inside the indigenous schools, Navajo, Hopi, and so on schools. And they're oral historians, so they pass this down orally. In fact, it's very interesting being in a Hogan and having a third-generation medicine man tell us these stories. And in fact, he told us that when the missionaries came to the United States, the first missionaries, the Mexican invaders and so on, came here and started telling the indigenous people their stories to try to convert them to Christianity. Many did convert to Christianity. But he said, our forefathers told them, we already know these stories. We already know that God created, that a reptilian fell, came to the earth, deceived mankind, giant cannibalistic beings came onto the surface of the earth, God wiped them out in a flood, and after the flood they came back not in the same numbers as they were before. He said, we already know this to be true. We lived it. It happened here at the same time that it was happening in the Middle East. And so that was the extraordinary thing that we found. But, of course, now the question is, they came once. There's universal evidence that it did, in fact, happen. But now the question becomes, is it going to happen again? And that's the part that actually ties into biblical prophecy, end times prophecy. And that's what we try to do in this new investigation on the path of the immortals. And Chris did some research in there that is absolutely some of my absolute favorite stuff I've read in a very, very long time, where he talks about the fiery flying seraphim. And I don't know that we'll talk about that tonight, but just so people will know, when they get the book and they talk, and you see the biblical evidence, the Hebrew evidence, even the Dead Sea Scrolls that also describe these creatures that came through as having a reptilian presence. The fact that is corroborated in scholarly works is just wonderful. It's fabulous.
I think it's critical that people understand that, again, this is what I wish, forgive me, this is what I pray people will do, that they will learn to basically listen, take everything to the Lord in prayer. But when you, Tom, when you, Chris, when I or others are writing these books, and we spend the time to research the actual source material, I think that people have got to understand that this is a shaking of what you and I and we all have grown up thinking this is normal. The fascinating thing about Mesoamerica, the Incas, the Mayans, the Aztecs, everything that I have tracked in history basically goes back to the same thing, that the appetite for human flesh. Somebody said, where is that in the Bible? Was in Numbers 13, 33, 34 in that area, that the land, it devours its inhabitants. That means it doesn't basically hit them with taxation. It means that they ate them. And the thing that is interesting is that obviously the life is in the blood. I think it's fascinating. I believe, Chris, you'll I think really see this. I believe the fascination with vampirism is a preparatory mindset in the supernatural realm to basically get people accustomed to accepting the fact that when these things come forth, they're going to have to be fed. And Tom, do you guys remember the old Series V? I think they brought it out again. The Flying Saucer series. What were those entities looking like after they stripped their face masks off, or their whatever they could project the humans' look on? They were reptilians, were they not?
Absolutely right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying is, here's the deal. The reason you have Area 51, you have all the different sites, all the Dulce bases, all the information about aliens, etc., is that they are seeking to come back into our realm. And maybe in the next hour we can get into not the hollow. Well, we'll get into the hollow Earth, but I can tell you this, that I had, and this will probably whet some people's appetite. I had a general talk to me, and he said, if you want to see what we have to deal with in the special forces area of the things that go bump in the night, okay? He said, go watch the show, The Cave. And I don't know if you've ever seen it, but there's some really, really nasty things in the cave. And he said, Steve, it's worse than that. So it's fascinating that in the cave, and again, it's available on whatever you can, get at Netflix or whatever. And there's another movie that was like that, and I forget the name of it, but it was very similar. They both came out at the same time. Again, that was floating. So when Jesus said that men's hearts are going to fail them for things coming up on, U-P-O-N, the earth, what do people think that is? Do they think it's seriously, if our critics have any basis of standing, why don't they do a refutation beyond the sons of Seth? And everything in Genesis, I want to make this clear, everything in Genesis said after its kind. Anything that God created and he saw it and it was good. Everything the devil has done in history, and people can go on my website, Genesis6Giants.com, Genesis 6 Giants, all spelled out. 6 is the numeral, the number 6. Genesis6Giants.com, and read in the ancient manuscripts. It's up on the top nav bar, but they can read the Book of Giants, the Book of Enoch. See, we talk primarily about human-like things, but it says the fallen angels, the Nephilim, had sex with everything. I mean, in my book, Genesis 6, I quote some of the Babylonian tablets where these guys, the Nephilim, are bragging to their buddy Nephilims about having it on, getting it on with animals. And that's why God's prohibition, listen to this, against bestiality required the death of the beast as well as the person that was doing the beast. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say it any clearer than that. Most people cannot equate that to a genetic judgment by the living God. I don't know to the degree that was possible, but aren't we seeing this, you guys, in a technological form? Chris, I'll point the question to you. Are we not seeing the combination now of chimera-like beings, everything, and it kind of passed, it just went over everybody's heads until Tom Horn came on the scene, Steve Quayle came on the scene, and others came on the scene. Wait a minute, this is wrong. We're crossing every boundary. So every single boundary that God had placed in a position for our safety, for our protection, out of his love for us, these guys are trying to break. So it's fascinating that when somebody says they're seeing dinosaurs or they're seeing anything in that realm, I don't doubt it. And by the way, Tom, did you ever get that YouTube to open up with the demons at the beam point in CERN?
No, you sent it to me earlier and it didn't open, and I left, and then when I came back, it was time for the show.
Okay. Well, anyway, I was contacted by a cutout, meaning somebody that was too frightened to contact me. I don't blame them. And they were talking about those very things seen. So, Chris, this is the question to you. We've got CERN now. We have people literally dancing. I'm talking about a dance troupe, Let's call it the ballet from hell, okay? Hell's ballet, dancing around, doing the dance of cosmic destruction in CERN. Okay, ask yourself
Shiva.
this. Yes, Shiva. They're doing the dance of Shiva. I'm talking about people literally in the tunnels, dancing around, making this big epic thing. Obviously, they're celebrating the coming destruction of the world and the promise of a new recreated world. What's your thought on that? Because this is so beyond bizarre. This is so beyond the outer limits. This is even beyond the time tunnel combined with the Twilight Zone. Okay, the point being, address that, because these are human beings dancing to their own destruction.
Yeah, well, Steve, it's beyond question that they have this huge collider built over there, and they have a statue of what every Christian would easily identify as a demon. The Hindus call their creator Shiva, and also the God of destruction, the destroyer of worlds. In fact, when CERN was going to go online, a young Indian girl actually committed suicide, thinking that Shiva was going to be entering through CERN as a portal. So a lot of people were concerned that actually take the god Shiva seriously. Now, of course, we would identify Shiva as just another demon. In Hinduism, they have literally 30 million named gods, and I think that's quite telling of what that religion is really about. I mean, the 30 million gods are basically just the different levels of demonic entities that we would acknowledge. Yes, they do exist, but they certainly aren't our creators, or ultimately they will not destroy the universe. They're going to be put in their place. But here we have these atheistic scientists who are making really high-minded and boastful claims about discovering the nature of creation. They're going to call, the subatomic particle the God particle, as if they were discovering God with subatomic physics. And it's all kind of blasphemous in a particular way, because most of them don't even really believe in God, much less worship Him or acknowledge His holiness, or that He really is the Creator. They think that it's all naturalism, and that they are these scientists who are going to inform us of the truth, and we're just, superstitious, religious people who can't grasp, their level of intellect. This is what they think. But at the same time, they're making statements about we could open a gateway and no telling what might come through. I mean, they believe in parallel universes. They believe in the possibility of other realities, and they speculate that, they could actually send a message to one of these places using gravitons. They believe that gravity might be responsible for what they call dark matter. Now, what's dark matter? Dark matter is like they detect something really heavy out in space. They know it's there. The mass is there. They detect the gravity of it, but they can't see it. So they call it dark matter. But one of the speculations that they have is that it's actually a parallel universe, and we can't see it because it exists in dimensions outside of our own. But gravity is able to traverse the distance between universes on its own. So we feel the effect of the gravity, but we can't actually see the matter itself. So they call this brain world theory, and it's actually taken on quite a bit of life up at Harvard and some of the universities, and it's actually a theory of parallel universes. Now, I think it's really interesting that these atheistic geniuses can believe in parallel universes, but they think that we're somehow superstitious for believing in heaven and hell. It's really not that far apart. And the sort of ideas that we're talking about in our book on the path of the immortals, when we start talking about portals and all these things that a lot of people maybe have occult associations with, these are absolutely scientifically respectable ideas these days. And there's a new movie out called Interstellar, where they actually travel through a wormhole and go to another universe trying to save the people of the Earth because our environment's going to be destroyed. But they show in great detail how all that could work scientifically, and they show extra dimensions and how that might work. So these ideas are absolutely respectable in physics. But, when we start tying them to things like Bible prophecy and the end times, some people might accuse us of being fantastic. But, I think it explains some of the things that we see in Bible prophecy. You see at the judgments that these creatures come up through what? A door opens to the bottomless pit, and they're released. You see under the river Euphrates, that some kind of doorway is unleashed, is unlocked, and these fallen angels fly out to execute judgment. We see in the Septuagint version of Isaiah, chapter 13, that it says, "Open ye gates, ye rulers, giants are coming to fulfill my wrath." So these ideas, seem to mesh with these more scientific ideas. One of the things that I found even more fascinating is how, they think if there is a traversable wormhole, most people thought that a black hole would just decimate a human being because of the gravitational forces as you get close to it. But a physicist named Roy Kerr discovered that if a wormhole were rotating at enough speed, that it would create inertia that you could actually allow someone to traverse it. So they call that a Kerr black hole. Now, so what you're looking at would be very much like what we call a vortex or a whirlwind, something like that. Now, isn't it interesting that you can look in these Hebrew scriptures, even to the oldest book of the Bible? A lot of people think Job was the oldest book of the Bible. And isn't it interesting that when God speaks to Job, it says, out of a whirlwind he spoke, and it's like you see what this is very much sounds like an ancient person's description of what a traversable black hole would actually look like.
Well, and I think that as how we say this, theoretical physics has to ultimately come into the spiritual realm, because again, isn't it amazing? They will actually believe in aliens. They won't ask the question I always ask: who created the aliens? They don't want to deal with that. Well, they've always been. Well, how do you know they've always been? And if they've always been, they sure don't need to go on R&R and come to the planet Earth, the orb of perpetual pleasure and indulgence for, how should we say this, undersexed aliens. I'm sorry to put it so blunt, but that's for a good time. When you pass the rings of Saturn, you see a sign out there saying "Go to Earth" and have a good time. The reason I'm saying that in a ridiculous manner is because that's how ridiculous the argument is that the aliens created us, but never asking the question who created them. Is it so tough for? Yeah, go ahead.
It doesn't really answer the question. You press them on the origin of life, because really the origin of life really demands God. It demands a supernatural creator outside of nature, to create nature. So, that is just an unanswerable question. And so you have these naturalists who don't have an answer. They push it out to another planet. That's all they've done, though. They haven't answered the question. They didn't even address it. They just took it off of Earth and said aliens seeded life on Earth. But they never answered the question, where did life come from? And, that's the problem with evolution and that whole worldview, is that it's incoherent because it's incomplete. And so that it's based on some kind of faith or promise that naturalism is true. So you start to ask yourself, is this worth putting my faith in? And, there's no reason to believe it. And it doesn't make sense. It can't get off the ground. It can't get started. It's almost self-defeating. Would you agree with that, Steve?
Absolutely. And why does everyone want to spend so much time fighting us, who's opposed to what we're trying to present? I mean, one of the most famous television evangelist's wife, I'm told, I have not listened to it, spent a half hour berating us, by name, not you, Chris, but I think it was Tom and I. And the deal is that sorry, that's one you got left out on. The point being is that we're at a point now in history where we can give answers. Just the fact that when people understand that the children, the inhabitants of the land, when the children of Israel were commanded to kill every man, woman, and child, those were not normal human beings. And that had been a sticking point in so many people's lives, just that simple explanation, because God knew if they didn't get rid of them, those guys would eat the children of Israel.
We're talking about who are the immortals. People wonder that right off the bat. Well, I don't really like the term angels so much, because it's really just a alliteration of the Greek term angelos, which means messenger. And typically, God would send messengers, like in the Gospels, like when the stone was rolled away from the tomb, and they look like human beings, and they bring messages, like Gabriel did to Daniel when he was praying. He appeared as a brilliantly shining man, but very much like a man. But yet we see all these other beings, the seraphim. And then so a lot of people might kind of recoil at the idea that we're talking about reptilians. Well, the seraphim are reptilians, and scholars pretty much universally agree with this, that they are flying reptilian beings. And so, Tom mentioned earlier that we talked about these plumed serpent deities down in Mesoamerica. Well, we know that some of these angelic beings, these divine beings, these beings from the divine realm, rebelled against God. Well, we see these flying serpent beings in God's throne room called the seraphim. Well, in Isaiah, that same term appears later in the book, but they don't just say seraphim. They call it, like in the King James, it says fiery flying serpent. It's the exact same term in Hebrew, seraphim. It just depends on the context. If they're fallen, it appears that our translators have kind of made a decision for us. It's almost like somewhat of a obfuscation, I think, because when they're in the throne room of God, they just call them seraphim, and it kind of masks the the truth that they are reptilian beings, even there, because and then later they use the same term, they'll just translate it as fiery flying serpent, but it's absolutely the same word that Isaiah used when he was in the throne room of God. So the existence of, flying serpent beings right there in Isaiah, and it appears all throughout the Bible, but in the Old Testament, every time you see a seraphim mentioned, that is a reptilian. There's really universal agreement on that with Semitic language scholars. So, when you go down to Mesoamerica and you see these peoples are worshiping plumed serpent deities, I mean, it's pretty clear to me that this is the same sort of divine being that, Isaiah saw in the throne room, but it's a fallen divine being. It's a divine being that's accepting worship, it's presenting itself as a god, and it's absolutely commanding blood sacrifice, human sacrifice. And it's really not that surprising when you put the big picture together. But that, Quetzalcoatl is a fallen seraphim, from the Hebrew Bible. So, we make that argument in the book. And so, like I said, Angelos is a messenger. Yet we see seraphim, we see cherubim, and these are fierce-looking creatures. A cherubim is not something that God would send as a messenger because it would scare the piss out of whoever it showed up to. And, that is absolutely a biblical idea as well.
And I would add, Chris.
I got to stop.
Chris, talking about people having the pee-pee scared up. These seraphim, that's exactly what Dr. Mose described. It's exactly what the Apache and the Hopi described. But it's also what we show in our film, our exclusive film that we shot of the petroglyphs. And when we went down into the petroglyphs, we hired a Cherokee guide to take us into places where the public can't go. We went actually literally past a locked gate where you can't go. And I got to tell you something about something else you told me in a minute, Steve. Don't let me forget about the Fifth World. But he takes us down there. We shoot film petroglyphs that were drawn as early as maybe 1,000 years before Christ, and it shows the spiral vortex, right, Chris? The spiral vortex, the tornado, if you will, and next to it, a giant reptilian creature with a halo around its head, coming through the spiral vortex. Right next to that giant six-toed footprints in pursuit of smaller five-toed footprints. And when you couldn't stand there and look at these ancient petroglyphs that were drawn at the same time Moses was writing the Old Testament and not understand that the phenomenon that was occurring on the earth was global, it was worldwide, and that, by the way, is why there had to be a universal flood, not just a Middle East flood. It had to be worldwide because all flesh, the Scripture says, both man and beast, had become corrupted. But these seraphim that were here in the U.S. and the ones that Chris is talking about in the Hebrew Old Testament, and the fact that they're terrifying, it doesn't make me feel much better when we're talking about CERN and what they're trying to do at CERN, to know that dedicated right outside of the headquarters there is Shiva, the very entity you guys were talking about, the deity, the Indian entity that destroys at the molecular level and rebuilds at the molecular level. But what I would challenge people to do is go and go to Wikipedia and look up the Shiva statue that is standing there, blow up the image until you can read the dedicatory that is on the bottom of that statue. That's the part that'll blow you away, because the statue isn't just there. The statue is dedicated as the omnipresent God. Instead of Jehovah, this Shiva is dedicated as the omnipresent God. Additionally, CERN is actually located in St. Genus Powili. Now, this is a township in eastern France. It lies on the border with Switzerland. It's nestled into the foothills of the Jura Mountains, and Lake Geneva. This Puili was actually established by the Romans in ancient times as, guess what, Apaliacum. It literally served as a location for a temple to Apollo or Apollyon, which is listed in the book of Revelation as belonging to the king of the hybrid fallen creatures that rise up out of the pit. This is literally the king, Abaddon, Apollyon, of those who are beneath the surface of the earth, behind that gateway that's going to open up when Revelation 9 unfolds, and a star having a key to the bottomless pit descends to the earth and opens that bottomless pit. So I'm telling you, this is kind of concerning to me that this is where CERN is operating, that they are attempting to find the key to a doorway, even admitting it. They're talking about it publicly. It's exactly what they want to do. They want to make contact with another reality.
And now from what you've said tonight, Tom, I will say this again. Chris, I will say this. I believe tonight what you shared about Iraq, and I just filled in a few minor details, is absolutely a pivotal and seminal turning point. Because at some point, they're going to bring out some of the ancient technology. They're going to show it us, and they're going to say it was left to us by our creator benefactors, who, by the way, just happened to come from the Pleiades or whatever,
But what we didn't have time to talk about was how Enoch and his 70 generations prophecy actually puts the timing of when those gates are going to open to right now. Essentially right now. The very moment we're living in, according to ancient prophecy, is the moment when the doorways of the earth are going to open.
As in the days of Noah, they just go on marrying like everything is normal, and the day of judgment is coming closer and closer. And that's what we're really trying to make a reality. That's what we want people to wake up and become aware of, that there are good reasons to take this stuff seriously, and people need to be prepared. It's been a privilege to be on with you guys, and as always, it's always a thrill.
Doug, God bless you. God bless Joe. Thank you, guys. You're just gentlemen to let us go totally, where the Lord led us, and may the Lord God of heaven bless you richly.